Chapter 1 of the Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, Volume 2. Chapter 1, Thomas Paine. Delivered in Central Music Hall, Chicago, January 29th, 1880, from the Chicago Times verbatim report. Ladies and gentlemen, it so happened that the very first public speech I ever made, took occasion to defend the memory of Thomas Paine. I did it because I had read a little something of the history of my country. I did it because I felt indebted to him for the liberty I then enjoyed. And whatever religion may be true, ingratitude is the blackest of crimes. And whether there is any God or not, in every star that shines, gratitude is a virtue. The man who will tell the truth about the dead is a good man, and for one, about this man, I intend to tell just as near the truth as I can. Most history consists in giving the details of things that never happened. Most biography is usually the lie coming from the mouth of flattery, or the slander coming from the lips of malice. And whoever attacks the religion of a country will, in his turn, be attacked. Whoever attacks a superstition will find that superstition defended by all the meanness of ingenuity. Whoever attacks a superstition will find that there is still one weapon left in the arsenal of Jehovah: slander. I was reading yesterday a poem called "The Light of Asia," and I read in that how a Bude, seeing a tigress perishing of thirst, with her mouth upon the dry stone of a stream, with her two cubs sucking at her dry and empty dugs, this Bude took pity upon this wild and famishing beast, and throwing from himself the yellow robe of his order, and stepping naked before this tigress, said, "Here is meat for you and your cubs." In one moment the crooked daggers of her claws ran riot in his flesh, and in another he was devoured. Such, during nearly all the history of this world, has been the history of every man who has stood in front of superstition. Thomas Paine, as has been so eloquently said by the gentleman who introduced me, was a friend of man, and whoever is a friend of man is also a friend of God, if there is one. But God has had many friends who were the enemies of their fellow men. There is but one test by which to measure any man who has lived. Did he leave this world better than he found it? Did he leave in this world more liberty? Did he leave in this world more goodness, more humanity than when he was born? That is the test. And whatever may have been the faults of Thomas Paine, no American who appreciates liberty, no American who believes in true democracy and pure republicanism, should ever breathe one word against his name. Every American with the divine mantle of charity should cover all his faults, and with a never tiring tongue should recount his virtues. He was a common man. He did not belong to the aristocracy. Upon the head of his father God had never poured the divine petroleum of authority. He had not the misfortune to belong to the upper classes. He had the fortune to be born among the poor, and to feel against his great heart the throb of the toiling and suffering masses. Neither was it his misfortune to have been educated at Oxford. What little sense he had was not squeezed out at Westminster. He got his education from books. He got his education from contact with fellow men, and he thought that a man is worth just what nature impresses upon him. A man standing by the sea, or in a forest, or looking at a flower, or hearing a poem, or looking in the eyes of the woman he loves, receives all that he is capable of receiving, and if he is a great man, the impression is great, and he uses it for the purpose of benefiting his fellow man. Thomas Paine was not rich, he was poor, and his father before him was poor, and he was raised a sailmaker, a very lowly profession. And yet that man became one of the mainstays of liberty in this world. At one time he was an excise man, like Burns. Burns was once, speak it softly, a gauger. And yet he wrote poems that will wet the cheek of humanity with tears as long as the world travels in its orb around the sun. Poverty was his brother, necessity his master. He had more brains than books, more courage than politeness, more strength than polish. He had no veneration for old mistakes, no admiration for ancient lies. He loved the truth for truth's sake, and for man's sake. He saw oppression on every hand, injustice everywhere, hypocrisy at the altar, venality on the beach, tyranny on the throne, and with a splendid courage he espoused the cause of the weak against the strong, of the enslaved many against the titled few. In England he was nothing. He belonged to the lower classes, that is, the useful people. England depended for her prosperity upon her mechanics and her thinkers, her sailors and her workers, and they are the only men in Europe who are not gentlemen. The only obstacles in the way of progress in Europe were the nobility and the priests, and they are the only gentlemen. This and his native genius constituted his entire capital, and he needed no more. He found the colonies clamoring for justice, whining about their grievances, upon their knees at the foot of the throne, imploring that mixture of idiocy and insanity, George III, by the grace of God, for a restoration of their ancient privileges. They were not endeavoring to become free men, but were trying to soften the heart of their master. They were perfectly willing to make it brick if Pharaoh would furnish the straw. The colonists wished for, hoped for, and prayed for reconciliation. They did not dream of independence. Paine gave to the world his common sense. It was the first argument for separation, the first assault upon the British form of government, the first blow for a republic, and it aroused our fathers like a trumpet's blast. He was the first to perceive the destiny of the new world. No other pamphlet ever accomplished such wonderful results. It was filled with arguments, reasons, persuasions, and unanswerable logic. It opened a new world. It filled the present with hope and the future with honor. Everywhere the people responded, and in a few months the Continental Congress declared the colonies free and independent states. A new nation was born. It is simple justice to say that Paine did more to cause the Declaration of Independence than any other man. Neither should it be forgotten that his attacks upon Great Britain were also attacks upon monarchy, and while he convinced the people that the colonies ought to separate from the mother country, he also proved to them that a free government is the best that can be instituted among men. In my judgment, Thomas Paine was the best political writer that ever lived. What he wrote was pure nature, and his soul and his pen ever went together. Ceremony, pageantry, and all the paraphernalia of power had no effect upon him. He examined into the why and wherefore of things. He was perfectly radical in his mode of thought. Nothing short of the bedrock satisfied him. His enthusiasm for what he believed to be right knew no bounds. During all the dark scenes of the Revolution, never for a moment did he despair. Year after year his brave words were ringing through the land, and by the bivouac fires the weary soldiers read the inspiring words of common sense, filled with ideas sharper than their swords, and consecrated themselves anew to the cause of freedom. Paine was not content with having aroused the spirit of independence, but he gave every energy of his soul to keep that spirit alive. He was with the army. He shared its defeats, its dangers, and its glory. When the situation became desperate, when gloom settled upon all, he gave them the crisis. It was a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night, leading the way to freedom, honor, and glory. He shouted to them, "These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman." To those who wished to put the war off to some future day, with a lofty and touching spirit of self sacrifice, he said, "Every generous parent should say, if there must be war, let it be in my day, that my child may have peace." To the cry that Americans were rebels, he replied, "He that rebels against reason is a real rebel. But he that in defense of reason rebels against tyranny has a better title to defender of the faith than George III." Some said it was to the interest of the colonies to be free. Paine answered this by saying, "To know whether it be the interest of the continent to be independent, we need ask only this simple, easy question: Is it the interest of man to be a boy all his life?" He found many who would listen to nothing, and to them he said that to argue with the man who has renounced his reason is like giving medicine to the dead. This sentiment ought to adorn the walls of every orthodox church. There is a world of political wisdom in this. England lost her liberty in a long chain of right reasoning from wrong principles. And there is real discrimination in saying, the Greeks and Romans were strongly possessed of the spirit of liberty, but not the principles, for at the time they were determined not to be slaves themselves. They employed their power to enslave the rest of mankind. In his letter to the British people, in which he tried to convince them that war was not to their interest, occurs the following passage, brimful of common sense: "War never can be the interest of a trading nation, any more than quarreling can be profitable to a man in business. But to make war with those who trade with us is like setting a bulldog upon a customer at the shop door." The writings of Paine fairly glitter with simple, compact, logical statements that carry conviction to the dullest and most prejudicial. He had the happiest possible way of putting the case, in asking questions in such a way that they answer themselves, and in stating his premises so clearly that the deduction could not be avoided. Day and night he labored for America. Month after month, year after year, he gave himself to the great cause until there was a government of the people and for the people, and until the banner of the stars floated over a continent redeemed and consecrated to the happiness of mankind. At the close of the Revolution no one stood higher in America than Thomas Paine. The best, the wisest, the most patriotic were his friends and admirers, and had he been thinking only of his own good, he might have rested from his toils and spent the remainder of his life in comfort and in ease. He could have been what the world is pleased to call respectable. He would have died surrounded by clergymen, warriors, and statesmen, and at his death there would have been an imposing funeral, miles of carriages, civic societies, salvos of artillery, a nation in mourning, and above all, a splendid monument covered with lies. He chose rather to benefit mankind. At that time the seeds sown by the great infidels were beginning to bear fruit in France. The 18th century was crowning its gray hairs with the wreath of progress. On every hand science was bearing testimony against the church. Voltaire had filled Europe with light. D'Holbach was giving to the elite of Paris the principles contained in his System of Nature. The encyclopedists had attacked superstition with information for the masses. The foundation of things began to be examined. A few had the courage to keep their shoes on and let the bush burn. Miracles began to get scarce. Everywhere the people began to inquire. America had set an example to the world. The word liberty was in the mouths of men, and they began to wipe the dust from their superstitious knees. The dawn of a new day had appeared. Thomas Paine went to France. Into the new movement he threw all his energies. His fame had gone before him, and he was welcomed as a friend of the human race and as a champion of free government. He had never relinquished his intention of pointing out to his countrymen the defects, absurdities, and abuse of the English government. For this purpose he composed and published his greatest political work, The Rights of Man. This work should be read by every man and woman. It is concise, accurate, rational, convincing, and unanswerable. It shows great thought, an intimate knowledge of the various forms of government, deep insight into the very springs of human action, and a courage that compels respect and admiration. The most difficult political problems are solved in a few sentences. The venerable arguments in favor of wrong are refuted with a question, answered with a word. For forcible illustration, apt comparison, accuracy and clearness of statement, and absolute thoroughness, it has never been excelled. The fears of the administration were aroused, and Paine was prosecuted for libel and found guilty. And yet there is not a sentiment in the entire work that will not challenge the admiration of every civilized man. It is a magazine of political wisdom, an arsenal of ideas, and an honor not only to Thomas Paine but to nature itself. It could have been written only by the man who had the generosity, the exalted patriotism, the goodness to say, "The world is my country, and to do good my religion." There is in all the utterances of the world no grander, no sublimer sentiment. There is no creed that can be compared with it for a moment. It should be wrought in gold, adorned with jewels, and impressed upon every human heart. The world is my country, and to do good my religion. In 1792 Paine was elected by the Department of Calais as their representative in the National Assembly. So great was his popularity in France that he was selected about the same time by the people of no less than 4 departments. Upon taking his place in the Assembly, he was appointed as one of a committee to draft a constitution for France. Had the French people taken the advice of Thomas Paine, there would have been no reign of terror. The streets of Paris would not have been filled with blood in that reign of terror. There were killed in the city of Paris not less, I think, than 17,000 people, and on one night, in the massacre of St. Bartholomew, there were killed by assassination over 60,000 souls, men, women, and children. The revolution would have been the grandest success of the world. The truth is that Paine was too conservative to suit the leaders of the French Revolution. They, to a great extent, were carried away by hatred and a desire to destroy. They had suffered so long, they had borne so much, that it was impossible for them to be moderate in the hour of victory. Besides all this, the French people had been so robbed by the government, so degraded by the church, that they were not fit material with which to construct a republic. Many of the leaders longed to establish a beneficent and just government, but the people asked for revenge. Paine was filled with a real love for mankind. His philanthropy was boundless. He wished to destroy monarchy, not the monarch. He voted for the destruction of tyranny and against the death of the tyrant. He wished to establish a government on a new basis, one that would forget the past, one that would give privileges to none and protection to all. In the assembly, where all were demanding the execution of the king, where to differ with the majority was to be suspected, and where to be suspected was almost certain death, Thomas Paine had the courage, the goodness, and the justice to vote against death. To vote against the execution of the king was a vote against his own life. This was the sublimity of devotion to principle. For this he was arrested, imprisoned, and doomed to death. There is not a theologian who has ever maligned Thomas Paine that has the courage to do this thing. When Louis Capet was on trial for his life before the French Convention, Thomas Paine had the courage to speak and vote against the sentence of death. In his speech I find the following splendid sentiments: My contempt and hatred for monarchical governments are sufficiently well known, and my compassion for the unfortunate, friends or enemies, is equally profound. I have voted to put Louis Capet on trial because it was necessary to prove to the world the perfidy, the corruption, and the horror of the monarchical system. To follow the trade of a king destroys all morality, just as the trade of a jailer deadens all sensibility. Make a man a king today, and tomorrow he will be a brigand. Had Louis Capet been a farmer, he might have been held in esteem by his neighbors, and his wickedness results from his position rather than from his nature. Let the French nation purge its territory of kings without soiling itself with their impure blood. Let the United States be the asylum of Louis Capet, where, in spite of the overshadowing miseries and crimes of a royal life, he will learn by the continual contemplation of the general prosperity that the true system of government is not that of kings, but of the people. I am an enemy of kings, but I cannot forget that they belong to the human race. It is always delightful to pursue that course where policy and humanity are united. As France has been the first of all the nations of Europe to destroy royalty, let it be the first to abolish the penalty of death. As a true republican, I consider kings as more the objects of contempt than of vengeance. Search the records of the world, and you will find but few sublimer acts than that of Thomas Paine voting against the king's death. He, the hater of despotism, the abhorrer of monarchy, the champion of the rights of man, the republican, accepting death to save the life of a deposed tyrant, of a throneless king. This was the last grand act of his political life, the sublime conclusion of his political career. All his life he had been the disinterested friend of man. He had labored not for money, not for fame, but for the general good. He had aspired to no office. He had no recognition of his services, but had ever been content to labor as a common soldier in the army of progress, confining his efforts to no country, looking upon the world as his field of action. Filled with a genuine love for the right, he found himself imprisoned by the very people he had striven to save. Had his enemies succeeded in bringing him to the block, he would have escaped the calumnies and the hatred of the Christian world. And let me tell you how near they came getting him to the block. He was in prison. There was a door to his cell. It had two doors, a door that opened in and an iron door that opened out. It was a dark passage, and whenever they concluded to cut a man's head off the next day, an agent went along and made a chalk mark upon the door where the poor prisoner was bound. Mr. Barlow, the American minister, happened to be with him, and the outer door was shut, that is, open against the wall, and the inner door was shut. And when the man came along whose business it was to mark the door for death, he marked this door where Thomas Paine was. but he marked the door that was against the wall, so when it was shut the mark was inside, and the messenger of death passed by on the next day. If that had happened in favor of some Methodist preacher, they would have clearly seen not simply the hand of God, but both hands. In this country, at least, he would have ranked with the proudest names. On the anniversary of the Declaration, his name would have been upon the lips of all orators, and his memory in the hearts of all the people. Thomas Paine had not finished his career. He had spent his life thus far in destroying the power of kings, and now turned his attention to the priests. He knew that every abuse had been embalmed in Scripture, that every outrage was in partnership with some holy text. He knew that the throne skulked behind the altar, and both behind a pretended revelation of God. By this time he had found that it was of little use to free the body and leave the mind in chains. He had explored the foundations of despotism and had found them infinitely rotten. He had dug under the throne, and it occurred to him that he would take a look behind the altar. The result of this investigation was given to the world in the Age of Reason. From the moment of its publication he became infamous. He was calumniated beyond measure. To slander him was to secure the thanks of the church. All his services were instantly forgotten, disparaged, or denied. He was shunned as though he had been a pestilence. Most of his old friends forsook him. He was regarded as a moral plague, and at the bare mention of his name the bloody hands of the church were raised in horror. He was denounced as the most despicable of men. Not content with following him to his grave, they pursued him after death with redoubled fury, and recounted with infinite gusto and satisfaction the supposed horrors of his deathbed, gloried in the fact that he was forlorn and friendless, and gloated like fiends over what they supposed to be the agonizing remorse of his lonely death. It is wonderful that all his services are thus forgotten. It is amazing that one kind word did not fall from some pulpit, that someone did not accord to him at least honesty. Strange that in the general denunciation someone did not remember his labor for liberty, his devotion to principle, his zeal for the rights of his fellow man. He had, by brave and splendid effort, associated his name with the cause of progress. He had made it impossible to write the history of political freedom with his name left out. He was one of the creators of light, one of the heralds of the dawn. He hated tyranny in the name of kings and in the name of God with every drop of his noble blood. He believed in liberty and justice, and in the sacred doctrine of human equality. Under these divine banners he fought the battle of his life. In both worlds he offered his blood for the good of man. In the wilderness of America, in the French Assembly, in the somber cell waiting for death, he was the same unflinching, unwavering friend of his race, the same undaunted champion of universal freedom. And for this he has been hated. For this the church has violated even his grave. This is enough to make one believe that nothing is more natural than for men to devour their benefactors. The people in all ages have crucified and glorified. Whoever lifts his voice against abuses, whoever arraigns the past at the bar of the present, whoever asks the king to show his commission, or question the authority of the priest, will be denounced as the enemy of man and God. In all ages, reason has been regarded as the enemy of religion. Nothing has been considered so pleasing to the deity as a total denial of the authority of your own mind. Self-reliance has been thought deadly sin, and the idea of living and dying without the aid and consolation of superstition has always horrified the church. By some unaccountable infatuation, belief has been and still is considered of immense importance. All religions have been based upon the idea that God will forever reward the true believer. and eternally damn the man who doubts or denies. Belief is regarded as the one essential thing. To practice justice, to love mercy, is not enough. You must believe in some incomprehensible creed. You must say, once one is three, and three times one is one. The man who practiced every virtue but failed to believe was execrated. Nothing so outrages the feelings of the church as a moral unbeliever. Nothing so horrible as a charitable atheist. When Paine was born, the world was religious, the pulpit was the real throne, and the churches were making every effort to crush out of the brain the idea that it had the right to think. He again made up his mind to sacrifice himself. He commenced with the assertion that any system of religion that had anything in it that shocks the mind of a child cannot be a true system. What a beautiful, what a tender sentiment. No wonder the church began to hate him. He believed in one God and no more. After his life he hoped for happiness. He believed that the true religion consisted in doing justice, loving mercy, in endeavoring to make our fellow creatures happy, and in offering to God the fruit of the heart. He denied the inspiration of the scriptures. This was his crime. He contended that it is a contradiction in terms to call anything a revelation that comes to us at second hand, either verbally or in writing. He asserted that revelation is necessarily limited to the first communication, and that after that it is only an account of something which another person says was a revelation to him. We have only his word for it, as it was never made to us. This argument never had been, and probably never will be answered. He denied the divine origin of Christ, and showed conclusively that the pretended prophecies of the Old Testament lead no reference to him whatsoever. And yet he believed that Christ was a virtuous and amiable man, that the morality he taught and practiced was of the most benevolent and elevated character, and that it had not been exceeded by any. Upon this point he entertained the same sentiments now held by the Unitarians, and in fact by all the most enlightened Christians. In his time the church believed and taught that every word in the Bible was absolutely true. Since his day it has been proven false in its cosmogony, false in its astronomy, false in its chronology and geology, false in its history, so far as the Old Testament is concerned, false in almost everything. There are but few, if any, scientific men who apprehend that the Bible is literally true. Who on earth at this day would pretend to settle any scientific question by a text from the Bible? The old belief is confined to the ignorant and zealous. The church itself will before long be driven to occupy the position of Thomas Paine. The best minds of the orthodox world today are endeavoring to prove the existence of a personal deity. All other questions occupy a minor place. You are no longer asked to swallow the Bible whole, whale, Jonah, and all. You are simply required to believe in God and pay your pew rent. There is not now an enlightened minister in the world who will seriously contend that Samson's strength was in his hair, or that the necromancers of Egypt could turn water into blood and pieces of wood into serpents. These follies have passed away, and the only reason that the religious world can now have for disliking Paine is that they have been forced to adopt so many of his opinions. Paine thought the barbarities of the Old Testament inconsistent with what he deemed the real character of God. He believed the murder, massacre, and indiscriminate slaughter had never been commanded by the deity. He regarded much of the Bible as childish, unimportant, and foolish. The scientific world entertains the same opinion. Paine attacked the Bible precisely in the same spirit in which he had attacked the pretensions of the kings. He used the same weapons. All the pomp in the world could not make him cower. His reason knew no holy of holies except the abode of truth. The sciences were then in their infancy. The attention of the really learned had not been directed to an impartial examination of our pretended revelation. It was accepted by most as a matter of course. The church was all powerful, and no one else, unless thoroughly imbued with the spirit of self-sacrifice, thought for a moment of disputing the fundamental doctrines of Christianity. The infamous doctrine that salvation depends upon belief, upon a mere intellectual convention, was then believed and preached. To doubt was to secure the damnation of your soul. This absurd and devilish doctrine shocked the common sense of Thomas Paine, and he denounced it with the fervor of honest indignation. This doctrine, although infinitely ridiculous, has been nearly universal, and has been as hurtful as senseless. For the overthrow of this infamous tenet, Paine exerted all his strength. He left few arguments to be used by those who should come after him, and he used none that have been refuted. The combined wisdom and genius of all mankind cannot possibly conceive of an argument against liberty of thought. Neither can they show why anyone should be punished, either in this world or another, for acting honestly in accordance with reason. And yet a doctrine with every possible argument against it has been, and still is, believed and defended by the entire orthodox world. Can it be possible that we have been endowed with reason simply that our souls may be caught in its toils and snares, that we may be led by its false and delusive glare out of the narrow path that leads to joy into the broad way of everlasting death? Is it possible that we have been given reason simply that we may, through faith, ignore its deductions and avoid its conclusions? Ought the sailor to throw away his compass and depend entirely upon the fog? If reason is not to be depended upon in matters of religion, that is to say, in respect to our duties to the deity, why should it be relied upon in matters respecting the rights of our fellows? Why should we throw away the law given to Moses by God himself, and have the audacity to make some of our own? How dare we drown the thunders of Sinai by calling the ayes and nays in a petty legislature? If reason can determine what is merciful, what is just, the duties of man to man, what more do we want, either in time or eternity? Down, forever down, with any religion that requires upon its ignorant altar its sacrifice of the goddess reason, that compels her to abdicate forever the shining throne of the soul, strips from her form the imperial purple, snatches from her hand the scepter of thought, and makes her the bondwoman of senseless faith. If a man should tell you he had the most beautiful painting in the world, and after taking you where it was, should insist upon having your eyes shut, you would likely suspect either that he had no painting, or that it was some pitiful daub. Should he tell you that he was a most excellent performer on the violin, and yet refuse to play unless your ears were stopped, you would think, to say the least of it, that he had an odd way of convincing you of his musical ability. But would this conduct be any more wonderful than that of a religionist who asks that before examining his creed you will have the kindness to throw away your reason? The first gentleman says, keep your eyes shut. My picture will bear everything but being seen. Keep your ears stopped. My music objects to nothing but being heard. The last says, away with your reason. My religion dreads nothing but being understood. So far as I am concerned, I most cheerfully admit that most Christians are honest and most ministers sincere. We do not attack them, we attack their creed. We accord to them the same rights that we ask for ourselves. We believe that their doctrines are hurtful, and I am going to do what I can against them. We believe that the frightful text, he that believes shall be saved, and he that believeth not shall be damned, has covered the earth with blood. You might as well say that all that have red hair shall be damned. It has filled the heart with arrogance, cruelty, and murder. It has caused the religious wars, bound hundreds of thousands to the stake, founded inquisitions, filled dungeons, invented instruments of torture, taught the mother to hate her child, imprisoned the mind, filled the world with ignorance, persecuted the lovers of wisdom, built the monasteries and convents, made happiness a crime, investigation a sin, and self-reliance a blasphemy. It has poisoned the springs of learning, misdirected the energies of the world, filled all countries with want, housed the people in hovels, fed them with famine, and but for the efforts of a few brave infidels, it would have taken the world back to the midnight of barbarism, and left the heavens without a star. The maligners of Paine say that he had no right to attack this doctrine, because he was unacquainted with the dead languages, and for this reason it was a piece of pure impudence to investigate the scriptures. Is it necessary to understand Hebrew in order to know that cruelty is not a virtue, that murder is inconsistent with infinite goodness, and that eternal punishment can be inflicted upon man only by an eternal fiend? Is it really essential to conjugate the Greek verbs before you can make up your mind as to the probability of dead people getting out of their graves? Must one be versed in Latin before he is entitled to express his opinion as to the genuineness of a pretended revelation from God? Common sense belongs exclusively to no tongue. Logic is not confirmed to, nor has it been buried with, the dead languages. Paine attacked the Bible as it is translated. If the translation is wrong, let its defenders correct it. The Christianity of Paine's day is not the Christianity of our time. There has been a great improvement since then. It is better now because there is less of it. 150 years ago, the foremost preachers of our time, that gentleman who preaches in this magnificent hall, would have perished at the stake. Lord, how John Calvin would have liked to have roasted this man, and the perfume of his burning flesh would have filled heaven with joy. A Universalist would have been torn to pieces in England, Scotland, and America. Unitarians would have found themselves in the stocks, pelted by the rabble with dead cats, after which their ears would have been cut off, their tongues bored, and their foreheads branded. Less than 150 years ago, the following law was in force in Maryland. Be it enacted by the Right Honorable the Lord Proprietor, by and with the advice and consent of his lordship's governor, and the upper and lower houses of the assembly and the authority of the same, that if any person shall hereafter within this province willingly, maliciously, and advisedly, by writing or speaking, blaspheme or curse God, or deny our Savior Jesus Christ to be the Son of God, or shall deny the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, or the Godhead of any of the three persons, or the unity of the Godhead, or shall utter any profane words concerning the Holy Trinity, or the persons thereof, and shall therefore be convicted by verdict, shall for the first offense be bored through the tongue, and fined £20, to be levied on his body. As for the second offense, the offender shall be stigmatized by burning in the forehead the letter B, and fined £40. And that for the third offense the offender shall suffer death without the benefit of clergy. The strange thing about this law is that it has never been repealed, and was in force in the District of Columbia up to 1875. Laws like this were in force in most of the colonies, and in all countries where the church had power. In the Old Testament, the death penalty was attached to hundreds of offenses. It has been the same in all Christian countries. Today, in civilized governments, the death penalty is attached only to murder and treason, and in some it has been entirely abolished. What a commentary upon the divine systems of the world! In the days of Thomas Paine the church was ignorant, bloody, and relentless. In Scotland the Kirk was at the summit of its power. It was a full sister of the Spanish Inquisition. It waged war upon human nature. It was the enemy of happiness, the hater of joy, and the despiser of liberty. It taught parents to murder their children rather than to allow them to propagate error. If the mother held opinions of which the infamous Kirk disapproved, her children were taken from her arms, her babe from her very bosom, and she was not allowed to see them or write them a word. It would not allow shipwrecked sailors to be rescued from drowning on Sunday. Oh, you have no idea what a muss it kicks up in heaven to have anybody swim on Sunday. It fills all the wheeling worlds with sadness to see a boy in a boat, and the attention of the recording secretary is called to it. In a voice of thunder they say, "Upset him!" It sought to annihilate pleasure, to pollute the heart by filling it with religious cruelty and gloom, and to change mankind into a vast horde of pious, heartless fiends. One of the most famous Scotch divines said, "The Kirk holds that religious toleration is not far from blasphemy." And this same Scotch Kirk denounced beyond measure the man who had the moral grandeur to say, "The world is my country, and to do good my religion." And this same Kirk abhorred the man who said, "Any system of religion that shocks the mind of a child cannot be a true system." At that time nothing so delighted the church as the beauties of endless torment, and listening to the weak wailing of damned infants struggling in the slimy coils and poison folds of the worm that never dies. About the beginning of the 19th century a boy by the name of Thomas Aikenhead was indicted and tried at Edinburgh for having denied the inspiration of the Scriptures, and for having on several occasions, when cold, wished himself in hell that he might get warm. Notwithstanding the poor boy recanted and begged for mercy, he was found guilty and hanged. His body was thrown in a hole at the foot of the scaffold, and covered with stones, and though his mother came with her face covered with tears begging for the corpse, she was denied and driven away in the name of charity. That is religion, and in the velvet of their politeness there lurks the claws of the tiger. Just give them the power, and see how quick I would leave this part of the country. They know I am going to be burned forever. They know I am going to hell, but that don't satisfy them. They want to give me a little foretaste here. Prosecutions and executions like these were common in every Christian country, and all of them based upon the belief that an intellectual conviction is a crime. No wonder the church hated and traduced the author of the Age of Reason. England was filled with Puritan gloom and Episcopal ceremony. The ideas of crazy fanatics and extravagant poets were taken as sober facts. Milton had clothed Christianity in the soiled and faded finery of the gods, had added to the story of Christ the fables of mythology. He gave to the Protestant church the most outrageously material ideas of the deity. He turned all the angels into soldiers, made heaven a battlefield, put Christ in uniform, and described God as a militia general. His works were considered by the Protestants nearly as sacred as the Bible itself, and the imagination of the people was thoroughly polluted by the horrible imagery, the sublime absurdity of the blind Milton. Heaven and hell were realities. The judgment day was expected. Books of accounts would be opened. Every man would hear the charges against him read. God was supposed to sit upon a golden throne, surrounded by the tallest angels, with harps in their hands and crowns on their heads. The goats would be thrust into eternal fire on the left, while the orthodox sheep on the right were to gambol on sunny slopes forever and ever. So all the priests were willing to save the sheep for half the wool. The nation was profoundly ignorant, and consequently extremely religious, so far as belief was concerned. In Europe, liberty was lying chained up in the Inquisition, her white bosom stained with blood. In the New World, the Puritans had been hanging and burning in the name of God, and selling white Quaker children into slavery in the name of Christ, who said, "Suffer little children to come unto me." Under such conditions, progress was impossible. Someone had to lead the way. The church is and always has been incapable of a forward movement. Religion always looks back. The church has already reduced Spain to a guitar, Italy to a hand organ, and Ireland to exile. Someone not connected with the church had to attack the monster that was eating out the heart of the world. Someone had to sacrifice himself for the good of all. The people were in the most abject slavery. Their manhood had been taken from them by pomp, by pageantry, and power. Progress is born of doubt and inquiry. The church never doubts, never inquires. To doubt is heresy. To inquire is to admit that you do not know. The church does neither. More than a century ago, Catholicism, wrapped in robes red with the innocent blood of millions, holding in her frantic clutch crowns and scepters, honors and gold, the keys of heaven and hell, tramping beneath her feet the liberties of nations, in the proud movement of almost universal dominion, felt within her heartless breast the deadly dagger of Voltaire. From that blow the church can never recover. Livid with hatred, she launched her eternal anathema at the great destroyer, and ignorant Protestants have echoed the curse of Rome. In our country, the church was all powerful, and, although divided into many sects, would instantly unite to repel a common foe. Paine did for Protestantism what Voltaire did for Catholicism. Paine struck the first blow. The Age of Reason did more to undermine the power of the Protestant church than all other books then known. It furnished an immense amount of food for thought. It was written for the average mind, and is a straightforward, honest investigation of the Bible and of the Christian system. Paine did not falter from the first page to the last. He gives you his candid thought, and candid thoughts are always valuable. The Age of Reason has liberalized us all. It put arguments in the mouths of the people. It put the church on the defensive. It enabled somebody in every village to corner the parson. It made the world wiser, and the church better. It took power from the pulpit and divided it among the pews. Just in proportion that the human race has advanced, the church has lost its power. There is no exception to this rule. No nation ever materially advanced that held strictly to the religion of its founders. No nation ever gave itself wholly to the control of the church without losing its power, its honor, and existence. Every church pretends to have found the exact truth. This is the end of progress. Why pursue that which you have? Why investigate when you know? Every creed is a rock in running water. Humanity sweeps by it. Every creed cries to the universe, halt! A creed is the ignorant past bullying the enlightened present. The ignorant are not satisfied with what can be demonstrated. Science is too slow for them, so they invent creeds. They demand completeness. A sublime segment, a grand fragment are of no value to them. They demand the complete circle, the entire structure. In music, they want a melody with a recurring accent at measured periods. In religion, they insist upon immediate answers to the questions of creation and destiny. The alpha and omega of all things must be in the alphabet of their superstition. A religion that cannot answer every question and guess every conundrum is in their estimation worse than worthless. They desire a kind of theological dictionary, a religious ready reckoner, together with guide boards at all crossings and turns. They mistake impudence for authority, solemnity for wisdom, and pathos for inspiration. The beginning and the end are what they demand. The grand flight of the eagle is nothing to them. They want the nest in which he was hatched, and especially the dry limb upon which he roosts. Anything that can be learned is hardly worth knowing. The present is considered of no value in itself. Happiness must not be expected this side of the clouds, and can only be attained by self-denial and faith. Not self-denial for the good of others, but for the salvation of your own sweet self. Paine denied the authority of Bibles and creeds. This was his crime, and for this the world shut the door in his face and emptied its slops upon him from the windows. I challenge the world to show that Thomas Paine ever wrote one line, one word in favor of tyranny, in favor of immorality. One line, one word against what he believed to be for the highest and best interest of mankind. One line, one word against justice, charity, or liberty, and yet he has been pursued as though he had been a fiend from hell. His memory has been execrated as though he had murdered some Uriah for his wife, driven some Hagar into the desert to starve with his child upon her bosom, defiled his own daughters, ripped open with the sword the sweet bodies of loving and innocent women, advised one brother to assassinate another, kept a harem with 700 wives and 300 concubines, or had persecuted Christians even unto strange cities. The church has pursued Paine to deter others. The church used painting, music, and architecture simply to degrade mankind. But there are men that nothing can awe. There have been at all times brave spirits that dared even the gods. Some proud head has always been above the waves. Old Diogenes, with his mantle upon him, stiff and trembling with age, caught a small animal bred upon people, went into the Pantheon, the temple of the gods, and took the animal upon his thumbnail, and pressing it with the other, he sacrificed Diogenes to all the gods. Just as good as anything. In every age, some Diogenes has sacrificed to all the gods. True genius never cowers, and there is always some Samson feeling for the pillars of authority. Cathedrals and domes and chimes and chants, temples frescoed and grained and carved and gilded with gold, altars and tapers, and paintings of Virgin and Babe, censer and chalice, chasuble, paten and alb, organs and anthems and incense rising to the winged and blessed, maniple, anise and stole, crosses and croziers, tiaras and crowns, mitres and missals and masses, rosaries, relics and robes, martyrs and saints, and windows stained as with the blood of Christ, never, never for one moment awed the brave, proud spirit of the infidel. He knew that all the pomp and glitter had been purchased with liberty, that priceless jewel of the soul. In looking at the cathedral, he remembered the dungeon. The music of the organ was not loud enough to drown the clank of fetters. He could not forget that the taper had lighted the faggot. He knew that the cross adorned the hilt of the sword, and so where others worshipped, he wept and scorned. He knew that across the open Bible lay the sword of war, and so where others worshipped, he looked with scorn and wept. And so it has been through all the ages gone. The doubter, the investigator, the infidel have been the saviors of liberty. The truth is beginning to be realized, and the truly intellectual are honoring the brave thinker of the past. But the church is as unforgiving as ever, and still wonders why any infidel should be wicked enough to attempt to destroy her power. I will tell the church why I hate it. You have imprisoned the human mind. You have been the enemy of liberty. You have burned us at the stake, roasted us before slow fires, torn our flesh with irons. You have covered us with chains, treated us as outcasts. You have filled the world with fear. You have taken our wives and children from our arms. You have confiscated our property. You have denied us the right to testify in courts of justice. You have branded us with infamy. You have torn out our tongues. You have refused us burial. In the name of your religion, you have robbed us of every right, and after having inflicted upon us every evil that can be inflicted in this world, you have fallen upon your knees, and with clasped hands implored your God to finish the holy work in hell. Can you wonder that we hate your doctrines, that we despise your creeds, that we feel proud to know that we are beyond your power, that we are free in spite of you, that we can express our honest thought, and that the whole world is gradually rising into the blessed light? Can you wonder that we point with pride to the fact that infidelity has ever been found battling for the rights of man, for the liberty of conscience, and for the happiness of all? Can you wonder that we are proud to know that we have always been disciples of reason and soldiers of freedom, that we have denounced tyranny and superstition and have kept our hands unstained with human blood? I deny that religion is the end or object of this life. When it is so considered, it becomes destructive of happiness. The real end of life is happiness. It becomes a hydra-headed monster reaching in terrible coils from the heavens and thrusting its 1,000 fangs into the bleeding, quivering hearts of men. It devours their substance, builds palaces for God who dwells not in temples made with hands, and allows his children to die in huts and hovels. It fills the earth with mourning, heaven with hatred, the present with fear, and all the future with fear and despair. Virtue is a subordination of the passion of the intellect. It is to act in accordance with your highest convictions. It does not consist in believing, but in doing. This is the sublime truth that the infidels in all ages have uttered. They have handed the torch from one to the other through all the years that have fled. Upon the altar of reason they have kept the sacred fire, and through the long midnight of faith they fed the divine flame. Infidelity is liberty. All superstition is slavery. In every creed man is the slave of God, woman is the slave of man, and the sweet children are the slaves of all. We do not want creeds. We want some knowledge. We want happiness. And yet we are told by the church that we have accomplished nothing, that we are simply destroyers, that we tear down without building again. Is it nothing to free the mind? Is it nothing to civilize mankind? Is it nothing to fill the world with light, with discovery, with science? Is it nothing to dignify man and exalt the intellect? Is it nothing to grope your way into the dreary prisons, the damp and dropping dungeons, the dark and silent cells of superstition, where the souls of men are chained to floors of stone, to greet them like a ray of light, like the song of a bird, the murmur of a stream, to see the dull eyes open and grow slowly bright, to feel yourself grasped by the shrunken and unused hands, and hear yourself thanked by a strange and hollow voice? Is it nothing to conduct these souls gradually into the blessed light of day, to let them see again the happy fields, the sweet green earth, and hear the everlasting music of the waves? Is it nothing to make men wipe the dust from their swollen knees, the tears from their blanched and furrowed cheeks? Is it a small thing to reave the heavens of an insatiate monster, and write upon the eternal dome, glittering with stars, the grand word liberty? Is it a small thing to quench the thirst of hell with the holy tears of piety, break all the chains, put out the fires of civil war, stay the sword of the fanatic, and tear the bloody hands of the church from the white throat of progress? Is it a small thing to make men truly free, to destroy the dogmas of ignorance, prejudice, and power, the poisoned fables of superstition, and drive from the beautiful face of the earth the fiend of fear? It does seem as though the most zealous Christians must at times entertain some doubt as to the divine origin of his religion. For 1800 years the doctrine has been preached. For more than 1,000 years the church had, to a great extent, control of the civilized world, and what has been the result? Are the Christian nations patterns of charity and forbearance? On the contrary, their principal business is to destroy each other. More than 5 millions of Christians are trained and educated and drilled to murder their fellow Christians. Every nation is groaning under a vast debt incurred in carrying on a war against other Christians, or defending itself from Christian assault. The world is covered with forts to protect Christians from Christians, and every sea is covered with iron monsters ready to blow Christian brains into eternal froth. Millions upon millions are annually expended in the effort to construct still more deadly and terrible engines of death. Industry is crippled, honest toil is robbed, and even beggary is taxed to defray the expenses of Christian murder. There must be some other way to reform this world. We have tried creed and dogma and fable, and they have failed. And they have failed in all the nations dead. Nothing but education, scientific education, can benefit mankind. We must find out the laws of nature and conform to them. We need free bodies and free minds, free labor and free thought, chainless hands and fetterless brains. Free labor will give us wealth. Free thought will give us truth. We need men with moral courage to speak and write their real thoughts, and to stand by their convictions, even to the very death. We need have no fear of being too radical. The future will verify all grand and brave predictions. Paine was splendidly in advance of his time, but he was orthodox compared to the infidels of today. Science, the great iconoclast, has been very busy since 1809, and by the highway of progress are the broken images of the past. On every hand the people advance. The vicar of God has been pushed from the throne of the Caesars, and upon the roofs of the eternal city falls once more the shadow of the eagle. All has been accomplished by the heroic few. The men of science have explored heaven and earth, and with infinite patience have furnished the facts. The brave thinkers have aided them. The gloomy caverns of superstition have been transformed into temples of thought, and the demons of the past are the angels of today. Science took a handful of sand, constructed a telescope, and with it explored the starry depths of heaven. Science wrested from the gods their thunderbolts, and now the electric spark, freighted with thought and love, flashes under all the waves of the sea. Science took a tear from the cheek of unpaid labor, converted it into steam, and created a giant that turns with tireless arm the countless wheels of toil. Thomas Paine was one of the intellectual heroes, one of the men to whom we are indebted. His name is associated forever with the great republic. He lived a long, laborious, and useful life. The world is better for his having lived. For the sake of truth he accepted hatred and reproach for his portion. He ate the bitter bread of neglect and sorrow. His friends were untrue to him because he was true to himself and true to them. He lost the respect of what is called society, but kept his own. His life is what the world calls failure, and what history calls success. If to love your fellow men more than self is goodness, Thomas Paine was good. If to be in advance of your time, to be a pioneer in the direction of right, is greatness, Thomas Paine was great. If to avow your principles and discharge your duty in the presence of death is heroic, Thomas Paine was a hero. At the age of 73, death touched his tired heart. He died in the land his genius defended, under the flag he gave to the skies. Slander cannot touch him now. Hatred cannot reach him more. He sleeps in the sanctuary of the tomb, beneath the quiet of the stars. A few more years, a few more brave men, a few more rays of light, and mankind will venerate the memory of him who said, "Any system of religion that shocks the mind of a child cannot be a true system. The world is my country, and to do good my religion." End of part 1 of Ingersoll's lecture on Thomas Paine. This has been a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 1 of the Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, Volume 2, read for you by Ted Delorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina, during July 2008. Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, Chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ingersoll's lecture on Thomas Paine, Part 2 of 2. The next question is, did Thomas Paine recant? Mr. Paine had prophesied that fanatics would crawl and cringe around him during his last moments. He believed that they would put a lie in the mouth of death. When the shadow of the coming dissolution was upon him, two clergymen, Messrs. Milledollar and Cunningham, called to annoy the dying man. Mr. Cunningham had the politeness to say, "You have now a full view of death. You cannot live long. Whoever does not believe in the Lord Jesus Christ will assuredly be damned." Mr. Paine replied, "Let me have none of your popish stuff. Get away with you. Good morning." On another occasion, a Methodist minister obtruded himself. Mr. Willet Hicks was present. The minister declared to Mr. Paine that, unless he repented of his unbelief, he would be damned. Paine, although at the door of death, rose in his bed and indignantly requested the clergyman to leave the room. On another occasion, two brothers by the name of Piggott sought to convert him. He was displeased and requested their departure. Afterward, Thomas Nixon and Captain Daniel Pelton visited him for the express purpose of ascertaining whether he had in any manner changed his religious opinions. They were assured by the dying man that he still held the principles he had expressed in his writings. Afterward, these gentlemen, hearing that William Cobbett was about to write a life of Paine, sent him the following note: "I must tell you now that it is of great importance to find out whether Paine recanted. If he recanted, then the Bible is true. You can rest assured that a spring of water gushed out of a dead, dry bone. If Paine recanted, there is not the slightest doubt about that donkey making that speech to Mr. Balaam. Not the slightest. And if Paine did not recant, then the whole thing is a mistake. I want to show that Thomas Paine died as he has lived, a friend of man and without superstition, and if you will stay here, I will do it." New York, April 21, 1818. Sir, having been informed that you have a design to write a history of the life and writings of Thomas Paine, if you have been furnished with materials in respect to his religious opinions, or rather of his recantation of his former opinions before his death, all you have heard of his recanting is false. Being aware that such reports would be raised after his death by fanatics who infested his house at the time it was expected he would die, we, the subscribers, intimate acquaintances of Thomas Paine since the year 1776, went to his house. He was sitting up in a chair and apparently in full vigor and use of all his mental faculties. We interrogated him upon his religious opinions, and if he had changed his mind, or repented of anything he had said or wrote on that subject. He answered, not at all, and appeared rather offended at our supposition that any change should take place in his mind. We took down in writing the questions put to him and his answers thereto, before a number of persons then in his room, among whom were his doctor, Mrs. Bonneville, etc. This paper is mislaid and cannot be found at present, but the above is the substance, which can be attested by many living witnesses. Thomas Nixon, Daniel Pelton. Mr. Jarvis, the artist, saw Mr. Paine 1 or 2 days before his death. To Mr. Jarvis he expressed his belief in his written opinions upon the subject of religion. B.F. Haskin, an attorney of the city of New York, also visited him, and inquired as to his religious opinions. Paine was then upon the threshold of death, but he did not tremble. He was not a coward. He expressed his firm and unshaken belief in the religious ideas he had given to the world. Dr. Manley was with him when he spoke his last words. Dr. Manley asked the dying man, and Dr. Manley was a Christian, if he did not wish to believe that Jesus was the Son of God, and the dying philosopher answered, "I have no wish to believe on that subject." Amasa Woodworth sat up with Thomas Paine the night before his death. In 1839, Gilbert Vale, hearing that Wordsworth was living in or near Boston, visited him for the purpose of getting his statement, and the statement was published in the Beacon of June 5, 1830, and here it is: "We have just returned from Boston. One object of our visit to that city was to see Mr. Amasa Wordsworth, an engineer now retired in a handsome cottage and garden at East Cambridge, Boston. This gentleman owned the house occupied by Paine at his death, while he lived next door. As an act of kindness, Mr. Wordsworth visited Mr. Paine every day for 6 weeks before his death. He frequently sat up with him, and did so on the last 2 nights of his life. He was always there with Dr. Manley, the physician, and assisted in removing Mr. Paine while his bed was prepared. He was present when Dr. Manley asked Mr. Paine if he wished to believe that Jesus Christ was the Son of God. He said that lying on his back he used some action, and with much emphasis replied, 'I have no wish to believe on that subject.' He lived some time after this, but was not known to speak, for he died tranquilly. He accounts for the insinuating style of Dr. Manley's letter by stating that that gentleman just after its publication joined a church. He informs us that he has openly proved the doctor for the falsity contained in the spirit of that letter, boldly declaring before Dr. Manley, who is still living, that nothing which he saw justified the insinuations. Mr. Wordsworth assures us that he neither heard nor saw anything to justify the belief of any mental change in the opinions of Mr. Paine previous to his death, but that being very ill and in pain, chiefly arising from the skin being removed in some parts by his long lying, he was generally too uneasy to enjoy conversation on abstract subjects. This, then, is the best evidence that can be procured on this subject, and we publish it while the contravening parties are yet alive, and with the authority of Mr. Wordsworth. Gilbert Vale. A few weeks ago I received the following letter, which confirms the statement of Mr. Vale: "Near Stockton, California, Greenwood Cottage, July 9th, 1877. Colonel Ingersoll: In 1812 I talked with a gentleman in Boston. I have forgotten his name, but he was then an engineer of the Charleston Navy Yard. I am thus particular so that you can find his name on the books. He told me that he nursed Thomas Paine in his last illness and closed his eyes when dead. I asked him if he recanted and called upon God to save him. He replied, no, he died as he had taught. He had a sore upon his side, and when we turned him it was very painful, and he would cry out, 'O God,' or something like that. But," said the narrator, "that was nothing, for he believed in a God. I told him that I had often heard it asserted from the pulpit that Mr. Paine had recanted in his last moment. The gentleman said that it was not true, and he appeared to be an intelligent, truthful man. With respect, I remain, etc., Philip Graves, M.D." The next witness is Willet Hicks, a Quaker preacher. He says that during the last illness of Mr. Paine he visited him almost daily, and that Paine died firmly convinced of the truth of the religious opinions that he had given to his fellow men. It was to this same Willet Hicks that Paine applied for permission to be buried in the cemetery of the Quakers. Permission was refused. This refusal settles the question of recantation. If he had recanted, of course, there would have been no objection to his body being buried by the side of the best hypocrites in the earth. If Paine recanted, why should he be denied a little earth for charity? Had he recanted, it would have been regarded as a vast and splendid triumph for the gospel. It would, with much noise and pomp and ostentation, have been heralded about the world. Here is another letter: Peoria, Illinois, October 8, 1877. Robert G. Ingersoll, esteemed friend: My parents were friends, Quakers. My father died when I was very young. The elderly and middle-aged friends visited at my mother's house. We lived in the city of New York. Among the number I distinctly remember, Elias Hicks, Willet Hicks, and a Mr. Day, who was a bookseller in Pearl Street. There were many others whose names I do not now remember. The subject of the recantation of Thomas Paine of his views about the Bible in his last illness, or any other time, was discussed by them in my presence at different times. I learned from them that some of them had attended upon Thomas Paine in his last sickness, and ministered to his wants up to the time of his death; and upon the question of whether he did recant there was but one expression. They all said that he did not recant in any manner. I often heard them say they wished he had recanted. In fact, according to them, the nearer he approached death, the more positive he appeared to be in his convictions. These conversations were from 1820 to 1822. I was at that time from 10 to 12 years old, but these conversations impressed themselves upon me because many thoughtless people then blamed the Society of Friends for their kindness to that arch infidel, Thomas Paine. Truly yours, A. C. Hankinson. A few days ago I received the following: Albany, New York, September 27, 1877. Dear Sir: It is over 20 years ago that professionally I made the acquaintance of John Hogeboom, a justice of the peace of the county Rensselaer, New York. He was then over 70 years of age, and had the reputation of being a man of candor and integrity. He was a great admirer of Paine. He told me he was personally acquainted with him, and used to see him frequently during the last years of his life in the city of New York, where Hogeboom then resided. I asked him if there was any truth in the charge that Paine was in the habit of getting drunk. He said that it was utterly false; that he had never heard of such a thing during the lifetime of Mr. Paine, and did not believe anyone else did. I asked him about the recantation of his religious opinions on his deathbed, and the revolting deathbed scenes that the world heard so much about. He said there was no truth in them; that he had received his information from persons who attended Paine in his last illness, and that he passed peacefully, as we may say, in the sunshine of a great soul. Yours truly, W. J. Hilton. The witnesses by whom I substantiate the fact that Thomas Paine did not recant, and that he died holding the religious opinions he had published are: 1. Thomas Nixon, Captain Daniel Pelton, B. F. Haskin. These gentlemen visited him during his last illness for the purpose of ascertaining whether he had, in any respect, changed his views upon religion. He told them that he had not. 2. James Cheetham. This man was the most malicious enemy Mr. Paine had, and yet he admits that Thomas Paine died placidly and almost without a struggle. Life of Thomas Paine, by James Cheetham. 3. The ministers Milledollar and Cunningham. These gentlemen told Mr. Paine that if he died without believing in the Lord Jesus Christ he would be damned, and Paine replied, "Let me have none of your popish stuff. Good morning." Sherwin's Life of Paine, page 220. 4. Mrs. Hedden. She told these same preachers, when they attempted to obtrude themselves upon Mr. Paine again, that the attempt to convert Mr. Paine was useless; that if God did not change his mind, no human power could. 5. Andrew A. Dean. This man lived upon Paine's farm at New Rochelle, and corresponded with him upon religious subjects. Paine's Theological Works, page 308. 6. Mr. Jarvis, the artist with whom Paine lived. He gives an account of an old lady coming to Paine and telling him that God Almighty had sent her to tell him that unless he repented and believed in the blessed Savior he would be damned. Paine replied that God would not send such a foolish old woman with such an impertinent message. Cleo Rickman's Life of Paine. 7. William Carver, with whom Paine boarded. Mr. Carver said again and again that Paine did not recant. He knew him well, and had every opportunity of knowing. Life of Paine, by Vail. 8. Dr. Manley, who attended him in his last sickness, and to whom Paine spoke his last words. Dr. Manley asked him if he did not wish to believe in Jesus Christ, and he replied, "I have no wish to believe on that subject." 9. Willet Hicks and Elias Hicks, who were with him frequently during his last sickness, and both of whom tried to persuade him to recant. According to their testimony, Mr. Paine died as he lived, a believer in God and a friend to man. Willet Hicks was offered money to say something false against Paine. He was even offered money to remain silent and allow others to slander the dead. Mr. Hicks, speaking of Thomas Paine, said, "He was a good man. Thomas Paine was an honest man." 10. Amasa Woodsworth, who was with him every day for some 6 weeks immediately preceding his death, and sat up with him the last 2 nights of his life. This man declares that Paine did not recant, and that he died tranquilly. The evidence of Mr. Woodsworth is conclusive. 11. Thomas Paine himself. The will of Mr. Paine, written by himself, commences as follows: "The last will and testament of me, the subscriber, Thomas Paine, reposing confidence in my Creator God, and in no other being, for I know of no other, nor believe in any other," and closes with these words: "I have lived an honest and useful life to mankind. My time has been spent in doing good, and I die in perfect composure and resignation to the will of my Creator God." 12. If Thomas Paine recanted, why do you pursue him? If he recanted, he died in your belief. For what reason, then, do you denounce his death as cowardly? If, upon his deathbed, he renounced the opinions he had published, the business of defaming him should be done by infidels, not by Christians. I ask Christians if it is honest to throw away the testimony of his friends, the evidence of fair and honorable men, and take the putrid words of avowed and malignant enemies. When Thomas Paine was dying, he was infested by fanatics, by the snaky spies of bigotry. In the shadows of death were the unclean birds of prey, waiting to tear with beak and claw the corpse of him who wrote the rights of man. And there, lurking and crouching in the darkness, were the jackals and hyenas of superstition, ready to violate his grave. These birds of prey, these unclean beasts, are the witnesses produced and relied upon to malign the memory of Thomas Paine. One by one the instruments of torture have been wrenched from the cruel clutch of the church, until within the armory of orthodoxy there remains but one weapon: slander. Against the witnesses that I have produced there can be brought just 2: Mary Roscoe and Mary Hinsdale. The first is referred to in the memoir of Stephen Grellet. She had once been a servant in his house. Grellet tells what happened between this girl and Paine. According to this account, Paine asked her if she had ever read any of his writings, and on being told that she had read very little of them, he inquired what she thought of them, adding that from such a one as she he expected a correct answer. Let us examine this falsehood. Why would Paine expect a correct answer about his writings from one who read very little of them? Does not such a statement devour itself? This young lady further said that the Age of Reason was put in her hands, and that the more she read in it, the more dark and distressed she felt, and that she threw the book into the fire. Whereupon Mr. Paine remarked, "I wish all had done as you did, for if the devil ever had any agency in my work, he had in my writing that book." The next is Mary Hinsdale. She was a servant in the family of Willet Hicks. The church is always proving something by a nurse. She, like Mary Roscoe, was sent to carry some delicacy to Mr. Paine. To this young lady, Paine, according to his account, said precisely the same thing that he did to Mary Roscoe, and she said the same thing to Mr. Paine. My own opinion is that Mary Roscoe and Mary Hinsdale are one and the same person, or the same story has been, by mistake, put in the mouths of both. It is not possible that the identical conversation should have taken place between Paine and Mary Roscoe, and between him and Mary Hinsdale. Mary Hinsdale lived with Willet Hicks, and he pronounced her story a pious fraud and fabrication. Another thing about this witness: a woman by the name of Mary Lockwood, a Hicksite Quaker, died. Mary Hinsdale met her brother about that time and told him that his sister had recanted, and wanted her to say so at her funeral. This turned out to be a lie. It has been claimed that Mary Hinsdale made her statement to Charles Collins. Long after the alleged occurrence, Gilbert Vale, one of the biographers of Paine, had a conversation with Collins concerning Mary Hinsdale. Vale asked him what he thought of her. He replied that some of the Friends believed that she used opiates, and that they did not give credit to her statements. He also said that he believed what the Friends said, but thought that when a young Roman she might have told the truth. In 1818, William Cobbett came to New York. He began collecting material for a life of Thomas Paine. In this way he became acquainted with Mary Hinsdale and Charles Collins. Mr. Cobbett gave a full account of what happened in a letter addressed to the Norwich Mercury in 1819. From this account it seems that Charles Collins told Cobbett that Paine had recanted. Cobbett called for the testimony and told Mr. Collins that he must give time, place, and circumstances. He finally brought a statement that he stated had been made by Mary Hinsdale. Armed with this document, Cobbett, in October of that year, called upon the said Mary Hinsdale at No. 10 Anthony Street, New York, and showed her the statement. Upon being questioned by Mr. Cobbett, she said that it was so long ago that she could not speak positively to any part of the matter; that she would not say that any part of the paper was true; that she had never seen the paper, and that she had never given Charles Collins authority to say anything about the matter in her name. And so, in the month of October, in the year of grace 1818, in the midst of fog and forgetfulness, disappeared forever one Mary Hinsdale, the last and only witness against the intellectual honesty of Thomas Paine. A letter was written to the editor of the New York World by Rev. A.W. Cornell, in which he says: "Sir, I see by your paper that Bob Ingersoll discredits Mary Hinsdale's story of the scenes which occurred at the deathbed of Thomas Paine. No one who knew that good old lady would for one moment doubt her veracity, or question her testimony. Both she and her husband were Quaker preachers, and well-known and respected inhabitants of New York City. Ingersoll is right in his conjecture that Mary Roscoe and Mary Hinsdale were the same person. Her maiden name was Roscoe, and she married Henry Hinsdale. My mother was a Roscoe, a niece of Mary Roscoe, and lived with her for some time." Rev. A.W. Cornell, Harpersville, New York. The editor of the New York Observer took up the challenge that I had thrown down. I offered $1,000 in gold to any minister who would prove, or to any person who would prove, that Thomas Paine recanted in his last hours. The New York Observer accepted the wager, and then told a falsehood about it. But I kept after the gentlemen until I forced them, in their paper, published on the 1st of November, 1877, to print these words: "We have never stated in any form, nor have we ever supposed, that Paine actually renounced his infidelity. The accounts agree in stating that he died a blaspheming infidel. This, I hope, for all coming time will refute the slanders of the churches yet to be. The next charge they make is that Thomas Paine died in destitution and want. That, of course, would show that he was wrong. They boast that the founder of their religion had not whereon to lay his head. But when they found a man who stood for the rights of man, when they say that he did, that is an evidence that this doctrine was a lie. Won't do. Did Thomas Paine die in destitution and want? The charge has been made over and over again that Thomas Paine died in want and destitution, that he was an abandoned pauper, an outcast, without friends and without money. This charge is just as false as the rest. Upon his return to this country in 1802, he was worth $30,000, according to his own statement, made at that time in the following letter, and addressed to Clio Rickman: "My dear friend Mr. Monroe, who is appointed Minister Extraordinary to France, takes charge of this, to be delivered to Mr. Este, banker, in Paris, to be forwarded to you. I arrived in Baltimore 30th of October, and you can have no idea of the agitation which my arrival occasioned. From New Hampshire to Georgia, an extent of 1,500 miles, every newspaper was filled with applause or abuse. My property in this country has been taken care of by my friends, and is now worth £6,000 sterling, which, put in the funds, will bring about £400 a year. Remember me in affection and friendship to your wife and family, and in the circle of your friends. Thomas Paine. A man in those days worth $30,000 was not a pauper. That amount would bring an income of at least $2,000. $2,000 then would be fully equal to $5,000 now. On the 12th of July, 1809, the year in which he died, Mr. Paine made his will. From this instrument we learn that he was the owner of a valuable farm within 20 miles of New York. He was also owner of 30 shares in the New York Phoenix Insurance Company, worth upward of $1,500. Besides this, some personal property and ready money. By his will he gave to Walter Morton and Thomas Addis Emmet, a brother of Robert Emmet, $200 each, and $100 to the widow of Elihu Palmer. Is it possible that this will was made by a pauper, by a destitute outcast, by a man who suffered for the ordinary necessities of life? But suppose, for the sake of argument, that he was poor, and that he died a beggar. Does that tend to show that the Bible is an inspired book, and that Calvin did not burn Servetus? Do you really regard poverty as a crime? If Paine had died a millionaire, would Christians have accepted his religious opinions? If Paine had drank nothing but cold water, would Christians have repudiated the 5 cardinal points of Calvinism? Does an argument depend for its force upon the pecuniary condition of the person making it? As a matter of fact, most reformers, most men and women of genius, have been acquainted with poverty. Beneath a covering of rags have been found some of the tenderest and bravest hearts. Owing to the attitude of the churches for the last 1,500 years, truth-telling has not been a very lucrative business. As a rule, hypocrisy has worn the robes, and honesty the rags. That day is passing away. You cannot now answer a man by pointing at the holes in his coat. Thomas Paine attacked the church when it was powerful, when it had what is called honors to bestow, when it was the keeper of the public conscience, when it was strong and cruel. The church waited till he was dead, then attacked his reputation and his clothes. Once upon a time a donkey kicked a lion. The lion was dead. You just don't know how happy I am tonight that justice, so long delayed, at last is going to be done, and to see so many splendid looking people come here out of deference to the memory of Thomas Paine. I am glad to be here. The next thing is, did Thomas Paine live the life of a drunken beast, and did he die a drunken, cowardly, and beastly death? Well, we will see. Upon you rests the burden of substantiating these infamous charges. The Christians have, I suppose, produced the best evidence in their possession, and that evidence I will now proceed to examine. Their first witness is Grant Thorburn. He made 3 charges against Thomas Paine. 1. That his wife obtained a divorce from him in England for cruelty and neglect. 2. That he was a defaulter and fled from England to America. 3. That he was a drunkard. These 3 charges stand upon the same evidence, the word of Grant Thorburn. If they are not all true, Mr. Thorburn stands impeached. The charge that Mrs. Paine obtained a divorce on account of the cruelty and neglect of her husband is utterly false. There is no such record in the world, and never was. Paine and his wife separated by mutual consent. Each respected the other. They remained friends. This charge is without any foundation. In fact, I challenge the Christian world to produce the record of this decree of divorce. According to Mr. Thorburn, it was granted in England. In that country public records are kept of all such decrees. I will give $1,000 if they will produce a decree showing that it was given on account of cruelty, or admit that Mr. Thorburn was mistaken. Thomas Paine was a just man. Although separated from his wife, he always spoke of her with tenderness and respect, and frequently lent her money without letting her know the source from whence it came. Was this the conduct of a drunken beast? The next is that he was a defaulter and fled from England to America. As I told you in the first place, he was an exciseman. If he was a defaulter, that fact is upon the records of Great Britain. I will give 1,000 in gold to any man who will show, by the records of England, that he was a defaulter of a single solitary cent. Let us bring these gentlemen to Limerick. And they charge that he was a drunkard. That is another falsehood. He drank liquor in his day, as did the preachers. It was no unusual thing for a preacher going home to stop at a tavern and take a drink of hot rum with a deacon, and it was no unusual thing for the deacon to help the preacher home. You have no idea how they loved the sacrament in those days. They had communion pretty much all the time. Thorburn says that in 1802 Paine was an old remnant of mortality, drunk, bloated, and half asleep. Can anyone believe this to be a true account of the personal appearance of Mr. Paine in 1802? He had just returned from France. He had been welcomed home by Thomas Jefferson, who had said that he was entitled to the hospitality of every American. In 1802 Mr. Paine was honored with a public dinner in the city of New York. He was called upon and treated with kindness and respect by such men as DeWitt Clinton. In 1806 Mr. Paine wrote a letter to Andrew A. Dean upon the subject of religion. Read that letter, and then say that the writer of it was an old remnant of mortality, drunk, bloated, and half asleep. Search the files of Christian papers from the first issue to the last, and you will find nothing superior to this letter. In 1803 Mr. Paine wrote a letter of considerable length and of great force to his friend Samuel Adams. Such letters are not written by drunken beasts, nor by remnants of old mortality, nor by drunkards. It was about the same time that he wrote his Remarks on Robert Hall's Sermons. These remarks were not written by a drunken beast, but by a clear-headed and thoughtful man. In 1804 he published an essay on the invasion of England and a treatise on gunboats, full of valuable maritime information. In 1805 a treatise on yellow fever, suggesting modes of prevention. In short, he was an industrious and thoughtful man. He sympathized with the poor and oppressed of all lands. He looked upon monarchy as a species of physical slavery. He had the goodness to attack that form of government. He regarded the religion of his day as a kind of mental slavery. He had the courage to give his reasons for his opinion. His reasons filled the churches with hatred. Instead of answering his arguments, they attacked him. Men who were not fit to blacken his shoes blackened his character. There is too much religious cant in the statement of Mr. Thorburn. He exhibits too much anxiety to tell what Grant Thorburn said to Thomas Paine. He names Thomas Jefferson as one of the disreputable men who welcomed Paine with open arms. The testimony of a man who regarded Thomas Jefferson as a disreputable person, as to the character of anybody, is utterly without value. Now, Grant Thorburn, this gentleman who was 4 feet and a half high, and who weighed 98 pounds 3 1/2 ounces, says that he used to sit nights at Carver's in New York City with Thomas Paine. Mrs. Ferguson, the daughter of William Carver, says that she knew Thorburn when she saw him, but that she never saw him in her father's house. The denial of Mrs. Ferguson enraged Thorburn, and he at once wrote a few falsehoods about her. Thereupon a suit was commenced by Mrs. Ferguson and her husband against Thorburn, the writer, and Fanshawe, the publisher of the libel. Thorburn ran away to Connecticut. Fanshawe wrote him for evidence of what he had written. Thorburn replied that what he had written about Mrs. Ferguson could not be proved. Fanshawe then settled with the Fergusons, paying them the amount demanded. In 1859 the Fergusons lived at 148 Duane Street, New York. In the Commercial Advertiser of New York in 1830 appeared the written acknowledgment of this same little Grant Thorburn that he did, on the 22nd of August, 1830, at 6:30 in the morning, take 4 bottles of cider from the cellar of Mr. Comstock. Mr. Comstock says that Thorburn was arrested, and that when brought before him he pleaded guilty and threw himself upon his, Comstock's, mercy. The Philadelphia Tract Society gave Thorburn $100 to write his recollections of Thomas Paine. Let us dispose of this 4 feet and a half of wretch. In October, 1877, I received the following letter from James Parton: Newburyport, Massachusetts, October 27, 1877. My dear Sir, touching Grant Thorburn, I personally knew him to have been a liar. At the age of 92 he copied with trembling hand a piece from a newspaper and brought it to the office of the Rome Journal as his own. It was I who received it and detected the deliberate forgery. James Parton. So much for Grant Thorburn. In my judgment, the testimony of Mr. Thorburn should be thrown aside as utterly unworthy of belief. The next witness is the Reverend J. D. Wickham, Doctor of Divinity, who tells what an elder in his church said. This elder said that Paine passed his last days on his farm at New Rochelle with a solitary female attendant. This is not true. He did not pass his last days at New Rochelle. Consequently, this pious elder did not see him during his last days at that place. Upon this elder we prove an alibi. Mr. Paine passed his last days in the city of New York, in a house upon Columbia Street. The story of Reverend J. D. Wickham, Doctor of Divinity, is simply false. The next competent false witness was the Reverend Charles Hawley, Doctor of Divinity, who proceeds to state that the story of the Reverend J. D. Wickham, Doctor of Divinity, is corroborated by older citizens of New Rochelle. The names of these ancient residents are withheld. According to these unknown witnesses, the account given by the deceased elder was entirely correct, but as the particulars of Mr. Paine's conduct were too loathsome to be described in print, we are left entirely in the dark as to what he really did. While at New Rochelle, Mr. Paine lived with Mr. Purdy, Mr. Dean, with Captain Pelton, and with Mr. Staple. It is worthy of note that all of these gentlemen give the lie direct to the statements of older residents and ancient citizens spoken of by the Reverend Charles Hawley, Doctor of Divinity, and leave him with the loathsome particulars existing only in his own mind. The next gentleman brought upon the stand is W. H. Ladd, who quotes from the memoirs of Stephen Grellet. This gentleman also has the misfortune to be dead. According to his account, Mr. Paine made his recantation to a servant girl of his by the name of Mary Roscoe. Mr. Paine uttered the wish that all who read his book had burned it. I believe there is a mistake in the name of this girl. Her name was probably Mary Hinsdale, as it was once claimed that Paine made the same remark to her. These are the witnesses of the church, and the only ones you bring forward to support your charge that Thomas Paine lived a drunken and beastly life, and died a drunken, cowardly, and beastly death. All these calumnies are found in a life of Paine by James Cheetham, the convicted libeler already referred to. Mr. Cheetham was an enemy of the man whose life he pretended to write. In order to show you the estimation in which this libeler was held by Mr. Paine, I will give you a copy of a letter that throws light upon this point. October 27, 1807. Mr. Cheetham, unless you make a public apology for the abuse and falsehood in your paper of Tuesday, October 27th, respecting me, I will prosecute you for lying. Thomas Paine. In another letter, speaking of this same man, Mr. Paine says, "If an unprincipled bully cannot be reformed, he can be punished." Cheetham has been so long in the habit of giving false information that truth is to him like a foreign language. Mr. Cheetham wrote the life of Mr. Paine to gratify his malice and to support religion. He was prosecuted for libel, was convicted and fined. Yet the life of Paine, written by this liar, is referred to by the Christian world as the highest authority. As to the personal habits of Mr. Paine, we have the testimony of William Carver, with whom he lived; of Mr. Jarvis, the artist, with whom he lived; of Mr. Purdy, who was a tenant of Paine's; of Mr. Byer, with whom he was intimate; of Thomas Nixon and Captain Daniel Pelton, both of whom knew him well; of Amasa Woodsworth, who was with him when he died; of John Fellows, who boarded at the same house; of James Wilburn, with whom he boarded; of B. F. Haskins, a lawyer, who was well acquainted with him and called upon him during his last illness; of Walter Morton, president of the Phoenix Insurance Company; of Cleo Rickman, who had known him for many years; of Willett and Elias Hicks, Quakers, who knew him intimately and well; of Judge Hertel, H. Margery, Elihu Palmer, and many others. All these testified to the fact that Mr. Paine was a temperate man. In those days nearly everybody used spirituous liquors. Paine was not an exception, but he did not drink to excess. Mr. Lovett, who kept the City Hotel where Paine stopped, in a note to Caleb Bingham, declared that Paine drank less than any boarder he had. Against all this evidence, Christians produced the story of Grant Thorburn, the story of Reverend J.D. Wickham, that an elder in his church told him that Paine was a drunkard, corroborated by the Reverend Charles Hawley, and an extract from Lossing's history to the same effect. The evidence is overwhelmingly against them. Will you have the fairness to admit it? Their witnesses are merely the repeaters of falsehoods of James Cheetham, the convicted libeler. After all, drinking is not as bad as lying. An honest drunkard is better than a calumniator of the dead. A remnant of old mortality, drunk, bloated, and half asleep, is better than a perfectly sober defender of human slavery. To become drunk is a virtue compared with stealing a babe from the breast of its mother. Drunkenness is one of the beatitudes, compared with editing a religious paper devoted to the defense of slavery upon the ground that it is a divine institution. Do you think that Paine was a drunken beast when he wrote Common Sense, a pamphlet that aroused 3 millions of people as people were never aroused by words before? Was he a drunken beast when he wrote The Crisis? Was it to a drunken beast that the following letter was addressed? Rocky Hill, September 10th, 1783. I have learned since I have been at this place that you are at Bordentown. Whether for the sake of retirement or economy, I know not. Be it for either or both, or whatever it may, if you will come to this place and partake with me, I shall be exceedingly happy to see you at it. Your presence may remind Congress of your past services to this country, and if it is in my power to impress them, command my best exertions with freedom, as they will be rendered cheerfully by one who entertains a lively sense of the importance of your works, and who with much pleasure subscribes himself your sincere friend, George Washington. Do you think that Paine was a drunken beast when the following letters were received by him? You express a wish in your letter to return to America in a national ship. Mr. Dawson, who brings over the treaty, and who will present you with this letter, is charged with orders to the captain of the Maryland to receive and accommodate you back, if you can be ready to depart at such a short warning. You will in general find us return to sentiments worthy of former times. In these it will be your glory to have steadily labored, and with as much effect as any man living. That you may live long to continue your useful labors, and reap the reward in the thankfulness of nations, is my sincere prayer. Accept the assurances of my high esteem and affectionate attachment. Thomas Jefferson. It has been very generally propagated through the continent that I wrote the pamphlet Common Sense. I could not have written anything in so manly and striking a style. John Adams. A few more such flaming arguments as were exhibited at Falmouth and Norfolk, added to the sound doctrine and unanswerable reasoning contained in the pamphlet Common Sense, will not leave numbers at a loss to decide on the propriety of a separation. George Washington. It is not necessary for me to tell you how much all your countrymen, I speak of the great mass of the people, are interested in your welfare. They have not forgotten the history of their own revolution, and the difficult scenes through which they passed, nor do they review its several stages without reviving in their bosoms a due sensibility of the merits of those who served them in that great and arduous conflict. The crime of ingratitude has not yet stained, and I trust never will stain, our national character. You are considered by them as not only having rendered important services in our revolution, but as being on a more extensive scale the friend of human right, and a distinguished and able advocate in favor of public liberty. To the welfare of Thomas Paine the Americans are not, nor can they be, indifferent. James Monroe. No writer has exceeded Paine in ease and familiarity of style, in perspicuity of expression, happiness of elucidation, and in simple and unassuming language. Thomas Jefferson. Was it in consideration of the services of a drunken beast that the legislature of Pennsylvania presented Thomas Paine with £500 sterling? Did the state of New York feel indebted to a drunken beast and confer upon Thomas Paine an estate of several hundred acres? Did the Congress of the United States thank him for his services because he had lived a drunken and beastly life? Was he elected a member of the French Convention because he was a drunken beast? Was it the act of a drunken beast to put his own life in jeopardy by voting against the death of the king? Was it because he was a drunken beast that he opposed the reign of terror, that he endeavored to stop the shedding of blood, and did all in his power to protect even his own enemies? Do the following extracts sound like the words of a drunken beast? I believe in the equality of man, and I believe that religious duties consist in doing justice, loving mercy, and endeavoring to make our fellow creatures happy. My own mind is my own church. It is necessary to the happiness of man that he be mentally faithful to himself. Any system of religion that shocks the mind of a child cannot be a true system. The work of God is the creation which we behold. The age of ignorance commenced with the Christian system. It is with a pious fraud as with a bad action. It begets a calamitous necessity of going on. To read the Bible without horror, we must undo everything that is tender, sympathizing, and benevolent in the heart of man. The man does not exist who can say I have persecuted him, or that I have in any case returned evil for evil. Of all the tyrants that afflict mankind, tyranny in religion is the worst. The belief in a cruel God makes a cruel man. My own opinion is that those whose lives have been spent in doing good and endeavoring to make their fellow mortals happy will be happy hereafter. The intellectual part of religion is a private affair between every man and his Maker, and in which no third party has any right to interfere. The practical part consists in doing good to each other. No man ought to make a living by religion. One person cannot act religion for another. Every person must act for himself. One good schoolmaster is of more use than 100 priests. Let us propagate morality unfettered by superstition. God is the power or first cause. Nature is the law, and matter is the subject acted upon. I believe in one God and no more, and I hope for happiness beyond this life. The key of happiness is not in the keeping of any sect, nor ought the road to it to be obstructed by any. My religion, and the whole of it, is the fear and love of the Deity, and universal philanthropy. I have yet, I believe, some years in store, for I have a good state of health and a happy mind. I take care of both by nourishing the first with temperance and the latter with abundance. He lives immured within the Bastille of a word. How perfectly that sentence describes the orthodox. The Bastille in which they are immured is the word Calvinism. Man has no property in man. The world is my country, to do good my religion. I ask again whether these splendid utterances came from the lips of a drunken beast. Man has no property in man. What a splendid motto that would make for the religious newspapers of this country 30 years ago. I ask again whether these splendid utterances came from the lips of a drunken beast. Only a little while ago, 2 or 3 days, I read a report of an address made by Bishop Doane, an Episcopal bishop in apostolic succession, regular line from Jesus Christ down to Bishop Doane. The bishop was making a speech to young preachers, the sprouts, the theological buds. He took it upon him to advise them all against early marriages. Let us look at it. Do you believe there is any duty that man owes to God that will prevent a man marrying the woman he loves? Is there some duty that I owe to the clouds that will prevent me from marrying some good, sweet woman? Now just think of that. I tell you, young man, you marry as soon as you can find her and support her. I had rather have one woman that I know than any amount of gods that I am not acquainted with. If there is any revelation from God to man, a good woman is the best revelation he has ever made, and I will admit that that revelation was inspired. Now, on the subject of marriage, let me offset the speech of Bishop Doane by a word from this wretched infidel. Though I appear a sorry wanderer, the marriage state has not a sincerer friend than I. It is the harbor of human life, and is, with respect to the things of this world, what the next world is to this. It is home, and that one word conveys more than any other word can express. For a few years we may glide along the tide of a single life, but it is a tide that flows but once, and what is still worse, it ebbs faster than it flows, and leaves many a hapless voyager aground. I am one, you see, that has experienced the fall I am describing. I have lost my tide. It passed by while every throb of my heart was on the wing for the salvation of America, and I have now, as contentedly as I can, made myself a little tower of walls on that shore that has the solitary resemblance of home. I just want you to know what this dreadful infidel thought of home. I just wanted you to know what Thomas Paine thought of home. Then here is another letter that Thomas Paine wrote to Congress on the 21st day of January, 1808, and I wanted you to know those too. It is only a short one. To the Honorable Senate of the United States. The purport of this address is to state a claim I feel myself entitled to make on the United States, leaving it to their representatives in Congress to decide on its worth and its merits. The case is as follows. Toward the latter end of the year 1780, the continental money had become depreciated, the paper dollar being then not more than a cent, and it seemed next to impossible to continue the war. As the United States was then in alliance with France, it became necessary to make France acquainted with our real situation. I therefore drew up a letter to the Count de Vergennes, stating undisguisedly the whole case, and concluding with a request whether France could not, either as a subsidy or a loan, supply the United States with £1,000,000 sterling, and continue that supply annually during the war. I showed this letter to Mr. Maubois, secretary of the French minister. His remark upon it was that $1,000,000 sent out of the nation exhausted it more than $10,000,000 spent in it. I then showed it to Mr. Ralph Izard, member of Congress from South Carolina. He borrowed the letter of me and said, "We will endeavor to do something about it in Congress." Accordingly, Congress then appointed John A. Lawrence to go to France and make representation for the purpose of obtaining assistance. Colonel Lawrence wished to decline the mission, and asked that Congress would appoint Colonel Hamilton, who did not choose to do it. Colonel Lawrence then came and stated the case to me, and said that he was well enough acquainted with the military difficulties of the army, but he was not acquainted with political affairs or with the resources of the country to undertake such a mission. Said he, "If you will go with me, I will accept the mission." This I agreed to do, and did do. We sailed from Boston in the Alliance frigate, February, 1781, and arrived in France in the beginning of March. The aid obtained from France was 6 millions of liras as at present, and 10 millions as a loan, borrowed in Holland on the security of France. We sailed from Brest in the French frigate Resolue, the 1st of June, and arrived at Boston on the 25th of August, bringing with us 2 millions and a half in silver, and conveying a ship and a brig laden with clothing and military stores. The money was transported with 16 ox teams to the National Bank at Philadelphia, which enabled our army to move to Yorktown to attack in conjunction with the French army under Rochambeau, the British army under Cornwallis. As I never had a single cent for these services, I felt myself entitled, as the country is now in a state of prosperity, to state the case to Congress. As to my political works, beginning with the pamphlet Common Sense, published the beginning of January 1776, which awakened America to a declaration of independence, as the President and Vice President both know, as they were works done from principle, I cannot dishonor that principle by ever asking any reward for them. The country has been benefited by them, and I make myself happy in the knowledge of that benefit. It is, however, proper for me to add that the mere independence of America, were it to have been followed by a system of government modeled after the corrupt system of the English government, would not have interested me with the unabated ardor it did. It was to bring forward and establish a representative system of government. As the work itself will show, that was the leading principle with me in writing that work, and all my other works during the progress of the Revolution, and I followed the same principle in writing in English the Rights of Man. After the failure of the 5% duty recommended by Congress to pay the interest of the loan to be borrowed in Holland, I wrote to Chancellor Livingston, then Minister for Foreign Affairs, and Robert Morris, Minister of Finance, and proposed a method for getting over the difficulty at once, which was by adding a continental legislature which should be empowered to make laws for the whole Union instead of recommending them. So the method proposed met with their future probation. I held myself in reserve to take a step up whenever a direct occasion occurred. In a conversation afterward with Governor Clinton of New York, now Vice President, it was judged that for the purpose of my going fully into the subject, and to prevent any misconstruction of my motive or object, it would be best that I received nothing from Congress, but to leave it to the States individually to make the what acknowledgment they pleased. The State of New York presented me with a farm, which since my return to America I have found it necessary to sell, and the State of Pennsylvania voted me £500 of their currency, but none of the States to the east of New York or to the south of Pennsylvania have made me the least acknowledgment. They had received benefits from me, which they accepted, and there the matter ended. This story will not tell well in history. All the civilized world knows that I have been of great service to the United States, and have generously given away that which would easily have made me a fortune. I much question if an instance is to be found in ancient or modern times of a man who had no personal interest in the case to take up that of the establishment of a representative government, and who sought neither place nor office after it was established, that pursued the same undeviating principles that I had for more than 30 years, and that in spite of dangers, difficulties, and inconveniences of which I have had my share. Thomas Paine. An old man in Pennsylvania told me once that his father hired an old Revolutionary soldier by the name of Thomas Martin to work for him. Martin was then quite an old man, and there was an old Presbyterian preacher used to come by there by the name of Crawford, and he sat down by the fire, and he got to talking one night, among other things, about Thomas Paine, what a wretched, infamous dog he was. And while he was in the midst of this conversation, the old soldier rose from the fireplace, and he walked over to the preacher, and he said to him, "Did you ever see Thomas Paine?" "No." "Well," he says, "I have. I saw him at Valley Forge. I heard read at the head of every regiment and company the letters of Thomas Paine. I heard them read the Crisis, and I saw Thomas Paine writing on the head of a drum, sitting at the bivouac fire, those simple words that inspired every patriot's bosom. And I want to tell you, Mr. Preacher, that Thomas Paine did more for liberty than any priest that ever lived in this world. And yet they say he was afraid to die. Afraid of what? Is there any God in heaven that hates a patriot? If there is, Thomas Paine ought to be afraid to die. Is there any God that would damn a man for helping to free 3 millions of people? If Thomas Paine was in hell tonight and could get God's attention long enough to point him to the old banner of the stars floating over America, God would have to let him out. What would he be afraid of? Had he ever burned anybody? No. Had he ever put anybody in the Inquisition? No. Ever put the thumb screw on anybody? No. Ever put anybody in prison so that some poor wife and mother would come and hold her little babe up at the grated window that the man bound to the floor might get one glimpse of his blue-eyed babe? Did he ever do that? Did he ever light a faggot? Did he ever tear human flesh? Why, what had he to be afraid of? He had helped to make the world free. He had helped create the only republic then on earth. What was he afraid of? Was God a Tory? It won't do. One would think, from the persistence with which the orthodox have charged for the last 70 years that Thomas Paine recanted, that there must be some evidence of some kind to support these charges. Even with my ideas of the average honor of the believers in superstition, the average truthfulness of the disciples of fear, I did not believe that all those infamies rested solely upon poorly attested falsehoods. I had charity enough to suppose that something had been said or done by Thomas Paine capable of being tortured into a foundation of all these calumnies. What crime had Thomas Paine committed that he should have feared to die? The only answer you can give is that he denied the inspiration of the Scriptures. If that is crime, the civilized world is filled with criminals. The pioneers of human thought, the intellectual leaders of this world, the foremost men in every science, the kings of literature and art, those who stand in the front of investigation, the men who are civilizing and elevating and refining mankind, are all unbelievers in the ignorant dogma of inspiration. Why should we think Thomas Paine was afraid to die? And why should the American people malign the memory of that great man? He was the first to advocate the separation from the mother country. He was the first to write these words, "The United States of America." Think of maligning that man. He was the first to lift his voice against human slavery, and while hundreds and thousands of ministers all over the United States not only believed in slavery, but bought and sold women and babes in the name of Jesus Christ, this infidel, this wretch who is now burning in the flames of hell, lifted his voice against human slavery and said, "It is robbery, and a slaveholder is a thief. The whipper of woman is a barbarian. The seller of a child is a savage." No wonder that the thieving hypocrite of his day hated him. I have no love for any man who ever pretended to own a human being. I have no love for a man that would sell a babe from the mother's throbbing, heaving, agonized breast. I have no respect for a man who considered a lash on the naked back as a legal tender for labor performed. So write it down. Thomas Paine was the first great abolitionist of America. Now let me tell you another thing. He was the first man to raise his voice for the abolition of the death penalty in the French Convention. What more did he do? He was the first to suggest a federal constitution for the United States. He saw that the old Articles of Confederation were nothing, that they were ropes of water and chains of mist, and he said, "We want a federal constitution so that when you pass a law raising 5%, you can make the states pay it." Let us give him his due. What were all these preachers doing at that time? He hated superstition. He loved the truth. He hated tyranny. He loved liberty. He was the friend of the human race. He lived a brave and thoughtful life. He was a good and true and generous man, and he died as he lived. Like a great and peaceful river with green and shaded banks, without a murmur, without a ripple, he flowed into the waveless ocean of eternal peace. I love him. I love every man who gave me or helped to give me the liberty I enjoy tonight. I love every man who helped me put our flag in heaven. I love every man who has lifted his voice in any age for liberty, for a chainless body and a fetterless brain. I love every man who has given to every other human being every right that he claimed for himself. I love every man who has thought more of principle than he has of position. I love the men who have trampled crowns beneath their feet that they might do something for mankind, and for that reason I love Thomas Paine. I thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, every one, for the attention you have given me this evening. End of Ingersoll's lecture on Thomas Paine, Part 2. Recorded for you by Ted Delorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina, during August 2008. Chapter 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, Volume 2. Ingersoll's Lecture on Liberty of Man, Woman, and Child. Ladies and gentlemen, in my judgment, slavery is the child of ignorance. Liberty is born of intelligence. Only a few years ago there was a great awakening in the human mind. Men began to inquire, by what right does a crowned robber make me work for him? The man who asked this question was called a traitor. Others said, by what right does a robed priest rob me? That man was called an infidel. And whenever he asked a question of that kind, the clergy protested. When they found that the earth was round, the clergy protested. When they found that the stars were not made out of the scraps that were left over on the sixth day of creation, but were really great shining wheeling worlds, the clergy protested and said, when is this spirit of investigation to stop? They said then, and they say now, that it is dangerous for the mind of man to be free. I deny it. Out on the intellectual sea there is room for every sail. In the intellectual air there is space enough for every wing. And the man who does not do his own thinking is a slave, and does not do his duty to his fellow men. For one, I expect to do my own thinking, and I will take my own oath this minute that I will express what thoughts I have, honestly and sincerely. I am the slave of no man, and of no organization. I stand under the blue sky and the stars, under the infinite flag of nature, the peer of every human being. Standing as I do in the presence of the unknown, I have the same right to guess as though I have been through 5 theological seminaries. I have as much interest in the great absorbing questions of origin and destiny as though I had D.D. LL.D. at the end of my name. All I claim, all I plead, is simple liberty of thought. That is all. I do not pretend to tell what is true, and all the truth. I do not claim that I have floated level with the heights of thought, or that I have descended to the depths of things. I simply claim that what idea I have a right to express, and any man that denies it to me is an intellectual thief and robber. That is all. I say, take those chains off from the human soul. I say, break these orthodox fetters, and if there are wings to the spirit, let them be spread. That is all I say. And I ask you if I have not the same right to think that any other human has. If I have no right to think, why have I such a thing as a thinker? Why have I a brain? And if I have no right to think, who has? If I have lost my right, Mr. Smith, where do you find yours? If I have no right, have 3 or 4 men, or 300 or 400, who get together and sign a card and build a house and put a steeple on it with a bell in it, have they any more right to think than they had before? That is the question. And I am sick of the whip and lash in the region of mind and intellect. And I say to these men, let us alone. Do your own thinking, express your own thoughts. And I want to say tonight that I claim no right that I am not willing to give to every other human being beneath the stars. None whatever. And I will fight tonight for the right of those who disagree with me to express their thoughts just as soon as I will fight for my own right to express mine. In the good old times our fathers had an idea that they could make people believe to suit them. Our ancestors in the ages that are gone really believed that by force you could convince a man. You cannot change the conclusion of the brain by force, but I will tell you what you can do by force, and what you have done by force. You can make hypocrites by the million. You can make a man say that he has changed his mind, but he remains of the same opinion still. Put fetters all over him, crush his feet in iron boots, lash him to the stock, burn him if you please, but his ashes are of the same opinion still. I say our fathers in the good old times, and the best thing I can say about them is they are dead. They had an idea they could force men to think their way, and do you know that idea is still prevalent even in this country? Do you know they think they can make a man think their way if they say, we will not trade with that man, we won't vote for that man, we won't hire him if he is a lawyer, we will die before we take his medicine if he is a doctor, we won't invite him, we will socially ostracize him. He must come to our church, he must think our way, or he is not a gentleman. There is much of that even in this blessed country, not excepting the city of Albany itself. Now in the old times of which I have spoken, they said, we can make all men think alike. All the mechanical ingenuity of this earth cannot make two clocks run alike. And how are you going to make millions of people of different quantities and qualities and amount of brain, clad in this living robe of passionate flesh? How are you going to make millions of them think alike? If the infinite God, if there is one, who made us, wished us to think alike, why did he give a spoonful of brains to one man and a bushel to another? Why is it that we have all degrees of humanity, from the idiot to the genius, if it was intended that all should think alike? I say our fathers concluded they would do this by force, and I used to read in books how they persecuted mankind, and do you know, I never appreciated it. I did not. I read it, but it did not burn itself, as it were, into my very soul, what infamies had been committed in the name of religion. And I never fully appreciated it until a little while ago I saw the iron arguments our fathers used to use. I tell you the reason we are through that is because we have better brains than our fathers had. Since that day we have become intellectually developed, and there is more real brain and real good sense in the world today than in any other period of its history, and that is the reason we have more liberty, that is the reason we have more kindness. But I say I saw these iron arguments our fathers used to use. I saw here the thumb screw, two little innocent looking pieces of iron, armed on the inner surface with protuberances to prevent their slipping, and when some man denied the efficacy of baptism, or maybe said, I do not believe that the whale ever swallowed a man to keep him from drowning, then they put these pieces of iron upon his thumb, and there was a screw at each end. And then, in the name of love and forgiveness, they began screwing these pieces of iron together. A great many men, when they commenced, would say, I recant. I expect I would have been one of them. I would have said, now you just stop that. I will admit anything on earth that you want. I will admit there is one God, or a million, one hell or a billion, suit yourselves, but stop that. But I want to say, the thumbscrew having got out of the way, I am going to have my say. There was now and then some man who wouldn't turn Judas Iscariot to his own soul. There was now and then a man willing to die for his conviction, and if it were not for such men we would be savages tonight. Had it not been for a few brave and heroic souls in every age, we would have been naked savages this moment, with pictures of wild beasts tattooed upon our naked breasts, dancing around a dried snake fetish. And I tonight thank every good and noble man who stood up in the face of opposition and hatred and death for what he believed to be right. And then they screwed this thumbscrew down as far as they could, and threw him into some dungeon where, in throbbing misery and the darkness of night, he dreams of the damned. But that was done in the name of universal love. I saw there at the same time what they called the collar of torture. Imagine a circle of iron, and on the inside of that more than 100 points as sharp as needles. This being fastened upon the throat, the sufferer could not sit down, he could not walk, he could not stir without being punctured by those needles, and in a little while the throat would begin to swell, and finally suffocation would end the agonies of that man, when maybe the only crime he had committed was to say, with tears upon his sublime cheeks, I do not believe that God, the Father of us all, will damn to eternal punishment any of the children of men. Think of it! And I saw there at the same time another instrument called the scavenger's daughter, which resembles a pair of shears, with handles where handles ought to be, but at the points as well. And just above the pivot that fastens the blades, a circle of iron, through which the hands would be placed, into the lower circles the feet, and into the center circle the head would be pushed, and in that position he would be thrown prone upon the earth, and kept there until the strain upon the muscles produced such agony that insanity and death would end his pain. And that was done in the name of whosoever smiteth thee upon one cheek, turn him the other also. Think of it. And I saw also the rack, with the windlass and chains upon which the sufferer was laid. About his ankles were fastened chains, and about his wrists also. And then priests began turning this windlass, and they kept turning until the ankles, the shoulders, and the wrists were all dislocated, and the sufferer was wet with the sweat of agony. And they had standing by a physician to feel his pulse. What for? To save his life? Yes. What for? In mercy? No. Simply that they might preserve his life, that they might rack him once again. And this was done, recollect it, it was done in the name of civilization. It was done in the name of law and order. It was done in the name of morality. It was done in the name of religion. It was done in the name of God. Sometimes when I get to reading about it, and when I get to thinking about it, it seems to me that I have suffered all these horrors myself, as though I had stood upon the shore of exile, and gazed with a tear-filled eye toward home and native land, as though my nails had been torn from my hands, and into my throat the sharp needles had been thrust, as though my feet had been crushed in iron boots, as though I had been chained in the cells of the Inquisition, and had watched and waited in the interminable darkness to hear the words of release, as though I had been taken from my fireside, from my wife and children, and taken to the public square, chained, and faggots had been piled around me, as though the flames had played around my limbs, and scorched the sight from my eyes, as though my ashes had been scattered to the four winds by the hands of hatred, as though I had stood upon the scaffold, and felt the glittering axe fall upon me. And while I feel and see all this, I swear that while I live I will do what little I can to augment the liberty of man, woman, and child. My friends, it is all a question of sense. It is all a question of honesty. If there is a man in this house who is not willing to give to everybody else what he claims for himself, he is just so much nearer to the barbarian than I am. It is a simple question of honesty, and the man who is not willing to give to every other human being the same intellectual rights he claims himself is a rascal, and you know it. It is a simple question, I say, of intellectual development and of honesty, and I want to say it now so you will see it. You show me the narrow, contracted man. You show me the man who claims everything for himself and leaves nothing for others, and that man has got a distorted and deformed brain. That is the matter with him. He has no sense, not a bit. Let me show you. A little while ago I saw models of everything man has made for his use and for his convenience. I saw all the models of all the watercraft, from the dugout in which floated a naked savage, one of our ancestors, a naked savage with teeth 2 inches long, with a spoonful of brains in the back of his head. I saw the watercraft of the world, from that dugout up to a man of war that carries 100 guns and miles of canvas. From that dugout to the steamship that turns its brave prow from the port of New York through 3,000 miles of billows with a compass like a conscience that does not miss throb or beat of its mighty iron heart from one shore to the other. I saw at the same time the weapons that man has made, from a rude club, such as was grasped by that savage when he crawled from his den, from his hole in the ground, and hunted a snake for his dinner, from that club to the boomerang, to the sword, to the crossbow, to the blunderbuss, to the flintlock, to the caplock, to the needle gun, up to the cannon cast by Krupp, capable of hurling a ball of 2,000 pounds through 18 inches of solid steel. I saw, too, the armor, from the turtle shell that our ancestors lashed upon his skin when he went out to fight for his country, to the skin of the porcupine, with the quills all bristling, which he pulled over his orthodox head to defend himself from his enemies. I mean, of course, the orthodox head of that day, up to the shirts of mail that were worn in the Middle Ages, capable of resisting the edge of the sword and the point of the spear, up to the ironclad, to the monitor completely clad in steel, capable only a few years ago of defying the navies of the globe. I saw at the same time the musical instruments, from the tom-tom, which is a hoop with a couple strings of rawhide drawn across it, from that tom-tom up to the instruments we have today, which make the common air blossom with melody. I saw, too, the paintings, from the daub of yellow mud up to the pieces which adorn the galleries of the world, and the sculpture, from the rude gods with 6 legs and half a dozen arms and the rows of ears, up to the sculpture of now, wherein the marble is clad with such loveliness that it seems almost a sacrilege to touch it. And in addition I saw there ideas of books, books written upon the skins of wild beasts, books written upon shoulder blades of sheep, books written upon leaves, upon bark, up to the splendid volumes that adorn the libraries of our time. When I think of libraries, I think of the remark of Plato: the house that has a library in it has a soul. I saw there all these things, and also the implements of agriculture, from a crooked stick up to the plow, which makes it possible for man to cultivate the soil without being an ignoramus. I saw at the same time a row of skulls, from the lowest skull that has ever been found, skulls from the central portion of Africa, skulls from the Bushmen of Australia, up to the best skulls of the last generation. and I notice that there was the same difference between those skulls that there is between the products of those skulls. And I said to myself, it is all a question of intellectual development. It is a question of brain and sinew. I noticed that there was the same difference between those skulls that there was between that dugout and that man of war and that steamship. That skull was low. It had not a forehead a quarter of an inch high. But shortly after the skulls became doming and crowning and getting higher and grander, that skull was a den in which crawled the base and meaner instincts of mankind, and this skull was a temple in which dwelt joy, liberty, and love. So said I, this is all a question of brain, and anything that tends to develop intellectually mankind is the gospel we want. Now, I want to be honest with you, honor bright. Nothing like it in the world, no matter what I believe. Now, let us be honest. Suppose a king, if there was a king at the time this gentleman floated in the dugout and charmed his ears with the music of the tom-tom. Suppose the king at that time, if there was one, and the priest, if there was one, had said, "That dugout is the best boat that ever can be built. The pattern of that came from on high, and any man who says he can improve it by putting a log or a stick in the bottom of it with a rag on the end is an infidel." Honor bright, what, in your judgment, would have been the effect upon the circumnavigation of the globe? That is the question. Suppose the king, if there was one, and the priest, if there was one, and I presume there was, because it was a very ignorant age, suppose they had said, "That tom-tom is the most miraculous instrument of music that any man can conceive of. That is the kind of music they have in heaven. An angel sitting upon the golden edge of a fleecy cloud, playing upon that tom-tom, became so enraptured, so entranced with her own music, that she dropped it. And that is how we got it. And any man that says that it can be improved by putting a back and a front to it, and 4 strings and a bridge on it, and getting some horsehair and resin, is no better than one of the weak and unregenerate." I ask you, what effect would that have had upon music? I ask you, honor bright, if that course had been pursued, would the human ears ever have been enriched with the divine symphonies of Beethoven? That is the question. And suppose the king, if there was one, and the priest had said, "That crooked stick is the best plow we can ever have invented. The pattern of that plow was given to a pious farmer in a holy dream, and that twisted straw is the ne plus ultra of all twisted things, and any man who says he can make an improvement, we will twist him." Honor bright, what, in your judgment, would have been the effect upon the agricultural world? Now, you see, the people said, "We want better weapons with which to kill our enemies." So the people said, "We want better plows." The people said, "We want better music." The people said, "We want better paintings." And they said, "Whoever will give us better plows and better arms and better paintings and better music, we will give him honor. We will crown him with glory. We will robe him in the garments of wealth." And every incentive has been held out to every human being to improve something in every direction. And that is the reason the club is a cannon. That is the reason the dugout is a steamship. That is the reason the daub is a painting. And that is the reason that that piece of stone has finally become a glorified statue. Now then, this fellow in the dugout had a religion. That fellow was orthodox. He had no doubt. He was settled in his mind. He did not wish to be insulted. He wanted the bark of his soul to lie at the wharf of orthodoxy and rot in the sun. He wanted to hear the sails of old opinions flap against the mast of old creeds. He wanted to see the joints in the sides open and gape as though thirsty for water. And he said, "Now don't disturb my opinions. You'll get my mind unsettled. I have got it all made up, and I don't want to hear any infidelity either. As far as I am concerned, I want to be out on the high sea. I want to take my chance with wind and wave and star, and I had rather go down in the glory and grandeur of the storm than to rot at any orthodox wharf. Of course I mean by orthodoxy all that don't agree with my doxy. Do you understand?" Now this man had a religion. That fellow believed in hell. Yes, sir, and he thought he would be happier in heaven if he could just lean over and see certain people that he disliked broiled. That fellow has had a great many intellectual descendants. It is an unhappy fact in nature that the ignorant multiply much faster than the intellectual. This fellow believed in the devil, and his devil had a cloven hoof. Many people think I have the same kind of footing. He had a long tail armed with a fiery dart, and he breathed brimstone. And do you know there has not been a patentable improvement made on that devil for 4,000 years. That fellow believed that God was a tyrant. That fellow believed that the earth was flat. That fellow believed, as I told you, in a literal burning, seething lake of fire and brimstone. That is what he believed in. That fellow, too, had his idea of politics, and his idea was, might makes right. And it will take thousands of years before the world will believingly say, right makes might. Now all I ask is the same privilege of improving on that gentleman's theology as upon his musical instrument, the same right to improve upon his politics as upon his dugout. That is all. I ask for the human soul the same liberty in every direction, and that is all. That is the only crime that I have committed. That is all. I say, let us have a chance. Let us think, and let each one express his thoughts. Let us become investigators, not followers, not cringers and crawlers. If there is in heaven an infinite being, he never will be satisfied with the worship of cowards and hypocrites. Honest unbelief will be a perfume in heaven, when hypocrisy, no matter however religious it may be outwardly, will be a stench. That is my doctrine. That is all there is to it. Give every other human being all the chance you claim for yourself. To keep your mind open to the voices of nature, to new ideas, to new thoughts, and to improve upon your doctrine whenever you can. That is my doctrine. Do you know we are improving all the time? Do you know that the most orthodox people in this town today, 300 years ago, would have been burned for heresy? Do you know some ministers who denounce me would have been in the Inquisition themselves 200 years ago? Do you know where once burned and blazed the bivouac fires of the army of progress, the altars of the church glow today? Do you know that the church today occupies about the same ground that unbelievers did 100 years ago? Do you know that while they have followed this army of progress, protesting and denouncing, they have had to keep within protesting and denouncing distance, but they have followed it. They have been the men, let me say, in the valley, the men in the swamps, shouting to and cursing the pioneers on the hills, the men upon whose forehead was the light of the coming dawn, the coming day, but they have advanced. In spite of themselves, they have advanced. If they had not, I would not speak here tonight. If they had not a solitary one of you could have expressed your real and honest thought. But we are advancing, and we are beginning to hold all kinds of slavery in utter contempt. Do you know that? and we are beginning to question wealth and power. We are questioning all creeds and all dogmas. We are not bowing down as we used to a man simply because he is in the robe of a clergyman, and we are not bowing down to a man now simply because he is a king. No, we are not bowing down simply because he is rich. We used to worship the golden calves, but we do not now. The worst you can say of an American is, he worships the gold of the calf, not the calf. And even the calves are beginning to see this distinction. It no longer fills the ambition of a man to be emperor or king. The last Napoleon was not satisfied with being emperor of the French. He was not satisfied with having a circlet of gold about his head. He wanted some evidence that he had something within his head. So he wrote the life of Julius Caesar, that he might become a member of the French Academy. Compare, for instance, in the German Empire, King William and Bismarck. King William is the one anointed of the Most High, as they claim, the one upon whose head has been poured the divine petroleum of authority. Compare him with Bismarck, who towers an intellectual colossus above this man. Go into England and compare George Eliot with Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria clothed in the garments given to her by blind fortune and by chance. George Eliot robed in garments of glory, woven in the loom of her own genius. Which does the world pay respect to? I tell you, we are advancing. The pulpit does not do all the thinking. The pews do it, nearly all of it. The world is advancing, and we question the authority of those men who simply say, "It is so," down upon your knees and admit it. When I think of how much this world has suffered, I am amazed. When I think of how long our fathers were slaves, I am amazed. Why, just think of it. This world has only been fit for a gentleman to live in 50 years. No, it has not. It was not until the year 1808 that Great Britain abolished the slave trade. Up to that time her judge, sitting upon the bench in the name of justice, her priests occupying the pulpit in the name of universal love, owned stock in slave ships and luxuriated in the profits of piracy and murder. It was not until the year 1808 that the United States abolished the slave trade between this and other countries, but preserved it as between the states. It was not until the 28th day of August, 1833, that Great Britain abolished human slavery in her colonies, and it was not until the 1st day of January, 1863, that Abraham Lincoln wiped from our flag the stigma of disgrace. Abraham Lincoln, in my judgment, the grandest man ever president of these United States, and upon whose monument these words could truthfully be written: "Here lies the only man in the history of the world who, having been clothed with almost absolute power, never abused it except on the side of mercy." Think, I say, how long we clung to the institution of human slavery. How long lashes upon the naked back were the legal tender for labor performed. Think of it when the pulpit of this country deliberately and willfully changed the cross of Christ into the whipping post. Think of it, and tell me then if I am right when I say this world has only been fit for a gentleman to live in 50 years. I hate with every drop of my blood every form of tyranny. I hate every form of slavery. I hate dictation. I want something like liberty. And what do I mean by that? The right to do anything that does not interfere with the happiness of another physically. Liberty of thought includes the right to think right and the right to think wrong. Why? Because that is the means by which we arrive at the truth. For if we knew the truth before, we needn't think. Those men who mistake their ignorance for facts never do think. You may say to me, how far is it across this room? I say 100 feet. Suppose it is 105. Have I committed any crime? I made the best guess I could. You ask me about anything, I examine it honestly, and when I get through, what should I tell you? What I think or what you think? What should I do? There is a book put in my hands. They say, this is the Koran. It was written by inspiration. Read it. I read it. Chapter 7 entitled The Cow, chapter 9 entitled The Bee, and so on. I read it. And when I get through with it, suppose I think in my heart and in my brain, I don't believe a word of it. And you ask me, what do you think of it? Now, admitting that I live in Turkey and have a chance to get an office, what should I say? Now, honor bright, should I just make a clean breast of it and say, upon my honor, I don't believe it? Then is it right for you to say, that fellow will steal, that fellow is a dangerous man, he is a robber? Now, suppose I read the book called the Bible, and I read it, honor bright, and when I get through with it, I make up my mind that book was written by men. And along comes the preacher of my church, and he says, did you read that book? I did. Do you think it is divinely inspired? I say to myself, now if I say it is not, they will never send me to Congress from this district on earth. Now, honor bright, what ought I to do? Ought I to say, I have read it, I have been honest about it, don't believe it? Now, ought I to say that if that is a real transcript of my mind, or ought I to commence hemming and hawing and pretend that I do believe it, and go away with the respect of that man, hating myself for a cringing coward? Now, which? For my part, I would rather a man would tell me what he honestly thinks, and he will preserve his manhood. I had rather be a manly unbeliever than an unmanly believer. I think I will stand higher at the judgment day, if there is one, and stand with as good a chance to get my case dismissed without costs as a man who sneaks through life pretending he believes what he does not. I tell you one thing, there is going to be one free fellow in this world. I am going to say my say, I tell you. I am going to do it kindly. I am going to do it distinctly, but I am going to do it. Now, if men have been slaves, what about women? Women have been the slaves of slaves, and that's a pretty hard position to occupy for life. They have been the slaves of slaves, and in my judgment it took millions of ages for women to come from the condition of abject slavery up to the institution of marriage. Let me say right here tonight, I regard marriage as the holiest institution among men. Without the fireside there is no human advancement. Without the family relation there is no life worth living. Every good government is made up of good families. The unit of government is family, and anything that tends to destroy the family is perfectly devilish and infamous. I believe in marriage, and I hold in utter contempt the opinions of long-haired men and short-haired women who denounce the institution of marriage. Let me say right here, and I have thought a good deal about it, let me say right here, the grandest ambition that any man can possibly have is to so live and so improve himself in heart and brain as to be worthy of the love of some splendid woman. And the grandest ambition of any girl is to make herself worthy of the love and adoration of some magnificent man. That is my idea, and there is no success in life without it. If you are the grand emperor of the world, you had better be the grand emperor of one loving and tender heart, and she the grand empress of yours. The man who has really won the love of one good woman in this world, I do not care if he dies in the ditch a beggar. His life has been a success. I say it took millions of years to come from the condition of abject slavery up to the condition of marriage. Ladies, the ornaments you bear upon your person tonight are but the souvenirs of your mother's bondage. The chains around your necks and the bracelets clasped upon your wrists by the thrilling hand of love have been changed by the wand of civilization from iron to shining, glittering gold. But nearly every religion has accounted for the devilment in this world by the crime of woman. What a gallant thing that is! And if it is true, I had rather live with the woman I love in a world full of trouble than to live in heaven with nobody but men. I say that nearly every religion has accounted for all the trouble in this world by the crime of woman. I read it in a book, and I will say now that I cannot give the exact language. My memory does not retain the words, but I can give the substance. I read in a book that the Supreme Being concluded to make a world and one man, that he took some nothing and made a world and one man and put this man in a garden, but he noticed that he got lonesome. He wandered around as if he was waiting for a train. There was nothing to interest him, no news, no papers, no politics, no policy, and as the devil had not yet made his appearance, there was no chance for reconciliation, not even for civil service reform. Well, he would wander about this garden in this condition until finally the Supreme Being made up his mind to make him a companion. And having used up all the nothing he originally took in making the world and one man, he had to take a part of the man to start a woman with. And so he caused a deep sleep to fall upon this man. Now understand me, I didn't say this story is true. After the sleep fell upon this man, he took a rib, or as the French would call it, a cutlet, out of this man, and from that he made a woman. And considering the raw material, I look upon it as the most successful job ever performed. Well, after he got the woman done, she was brought to the man, not to see how she liked him, but to see how he liked her. He liked her. And they started housekeeping, and they were told of certain things they might do, and one thing they could not do. And, of course, they did it. I would have done it in 15 minutes, and I know it. There wouldn't have been an apple on that tree half an hour from date, and the limbs could have been full of clubs. And then they were turned out of the park, and an extra force was put on to keep them from getting back. Then devilment commenced. The mumps and the measles and the whooping cough and the scarlet fever started in their race for man, and they began to have the toothache. The roses began to have thorns, and snakes began to have poison teeth, and people began to divide about religion and politics, and the world has been full of trouble from that day to this. Now, nearly all of the religions of this world account for the existence of evil by such a story as that. I read in another book what appeared to be an account of the same transaction. It was written about 4,000 years before the other, but all commentators agree that the one that was written last was the original, and that the one that was written first was copied from the one that was written last. But I would advise you all not to allow your creed to be disturbed by a little matter of 4,000 or 5,000 years. In this other story, the Supreme Brahma made up his mind to make the world and man and woman. And he made the world, and he made the man, and he made the woman, and he put them on the island of Ceylon. And according to the account, it was the most beautiful island of which man can conceive. Such birds, such songs, such flowers, and such verdure. And the branches of the trees were so arranged that when the wind swept through them, every tree was 1,000 Aeolian harps. The Supreme Brahma, when he put them there, said, "Let them have a period of courtship, for it is my desire and will that true love should forever precede marriage." When I read that, it was so much more beautiful and lofty than the other that I said to myself, if either one of these stories ever turns out to be true, I hope it will be this one. Then they had their courtship, with the nightingales singing and the stars shining and the flowers blooming, and they fell in love. Imagine the courtship. No prospective fathers or mothers-in-law, no prying and gossiping neighbors, nobody to say, "Young man, how do you expect to support her?" Nothing of that kind. They were married by the Supreme Brahma, and he said to them, "Remain here. You must never leave this island." Well, after a little while, the man, and his name was Amind, and the woman's name was Heva, and the man said to Heva, "I believe I'll look about a little." And he went to the northern extremity of the island, where there was a little narrow neck of land connecting it with the mainland. And the devil, who was always playing pranks with us, got up a mirage, and when he looked over to the mainland, such hills and dells, vales and dales, such mountains crowned with silver, such cataracts clad in robes of beauty did he see there, that he went back and told Heva, "The country over there is 1,000 times better than this. Let us migrate." She, like every other woman that ever lived, said, "Let well enough alone. We have all we want. Let us stay here." But he said, "No, let us go." So she followed him, and when they came to this narrow neck of land, he took her on his back like a gentleman and carried her over. But the moment they got over, they heard a crash, and looking back, discovered that this narrow neck of land had fallen into the sea, with the exception of now and then a rock, and the mirage had disappeared, and there was naught but rocks and sand. And then a voice called out, cursing them. Then it was the man spoke up, and I have liked him ever since for it. "Curse me, but curse not her. It was not her fault, it was mine." That's the kind of man to start a world with. The Supreme Brahma said, "I will save her, but not thee." She spoke up out of her feelings of love, out of a heart in which there was love enough to make all of her daughters rich in holy affection, and said, "If thou wilt not spare him, spare neither me. I do not wish to live without him. I love him." Then the Supreme Brahma said, and I have liked him first rate ever since I read it, "I will spare you both and watch over you." Honor bright, isn't that the better story? And from that same book I want to show you what ideas some of these miserable heathen had. The heathen we are trying to convert. We send missionaries over yonder to convert heathen there, and we send soldiers out on the plains to kill heathen there. And if we can convert the heathen, why not convert those nearest home? Why not convert those we can get at? Why not convert those who have the immense advantage of the example of the average pioneer? But to show you the men we are trying to convert, in this book it says, man is strength, woman is beauty. Man is courage, woman is love. When the one man loves the one woman, and the one woman loves the one man, the very angels leave heaven and come and sit in that house and sing for joy. They are the men we are converting. Think of it. I tell you, when I read these things, I begin to say, love is not of any country. Nobility does not belong exclusively here, and through all the ages there have been a few great and tender souls lifted far above their fellows. Now, my friends, it seems to me that the woman is the equal of the man. She has all the rights I have, and one more, and that is the right to be protected. That's my doctrine. You are married. Try and make the woman you love happy. Try to make the man you love happy. Whoever marries simply for himself will make a mistake. But whoever loves a woman so well that he says, "I will make her happy," makes no mistake. And so with the woman who says, "I will make him happy." There is only one way to be happy, and that is to make somebody else so. And you can't be happy cross lots. You have got to go to the regular turnpike road. If there is any man I detest, it is the man who thinks he is the head of the family, the man who thinks he is boss. That fellow in the dugout used that word, boss. That was one of his favorite expressions, that he was boss. Imagine a young man and a young woman courting, walking out in the moonlight, and the nightingale singing a song of pain and love, as though the thorn touched her heart. Imagine them stopping there in the moonlight and starlight and song and saying, "Now here, let's settle who's boss." I tell you, it is an infamous word and an infamous feeling, a man who is boss, who is going to govern his family, and when he speaks let all the rest of them be still. Some mighty idea is about to be launched from his mouth. Do you know, I dislike this man unspeakably, and a cross man I hate above all things. What right has he to murder the sunshine of the day? What right has he to assassinate the joy of life? Where you go home you ought to feel the light there is in the house. If it is in the night, it will burst out of doors and windows and illuminate the darkness. It is just as well to go home a ray of sunshine as an old sour cross curmudgeon who thinks he is the head of the family. Wise men think their mighty brains have been in a turmoil. They have been thinking about who will be alderman from the Fifth Ward. They have been thinking about politics. Great and mighty questions have been engaging their minds. They have bought calico at 8 cents or 6 and want to sell it for 7. Think of the intellectual strain that must have been on a man, and when he gets home everybody else in the house must look out for his comfort. A woman who has only taken care of 5 or 6 children, and 1 or 2 of them may be sick, has been nursing them and singing to them and taking care of them, and trying to make 1 yard of cloth do the work of 2. She, of course, is fresh and fine and ready to wait upon this great gentleman, the head of the family. I don't like him a bit. End of part 1 of Ingersoll's lecture on liberty of man, woman, and child. This will be concluded on the next file. Thank you for listening. Come on. Let's stop there. Chapter 4. Ingersoll's lecture on the liberty of man, woman, and child, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the book The Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, Volume 2. This is the second of 2 parts of Ingersoll's lecture on the liberty of man, woman, and child. Do you know another thing? I despise a stingy man. I don't see how it is possible for a man to die worth $50 millions or $10 millions in a city full of want, when he meets almost every day the withered hand of beggary and the white lips of famine. How a man can withstand all that and hold in the clutch of his greed 20 or 30 millions of dollars is past my comprehension. I do not see how he can do it. I should not think he could do it any more than he could keep a pile of lumber where hundreds and thousands of men were drowning in the sea. I should not think he could do it. Do you know, I have known men who would trust their wives with their hearts and their honor, but not with their pocketbook, not with $1. When I see a man of that kind, I always think he knows which of these articles is the most valuable. Think of making your wife a beggar. Think of her having to ask you every day for $1, or for $2, or for 50 cents. What did you do with that $1 I gave you last week? Think of having a wife that was afraid of you. What kind of children do you expect to have with a beggar and a coward for their mother? Oh, I tell you, If you have but $1 in the world, and you have got to spend it like a king. Spend it as though it were a dry leaf, and you the owner of unbounded forests. That's the way to spend it. I had rather be a beggar and spend my last dollar like a king than be a king and spend my money like a beggar. If it's got to go, let it go. Get the best you can for your family. Try to look as well as you can yourself. When you used to go courting, how nice you looked. Ah, your eye was bright, your step was light, and you just put on the very best look you could. Do you know that it is insufferable egotism in you to suppose that a woman is going to love you always looking as bad as you can? Think of it. Any woman on earth will be true to you forever when you do your level best. Some people tell me, your doctrine about loving and wives and all that is splendid for the rich, but it won't do for the poor. I tell you tonight, there is on the average more love in the homes of the poor than in the palaces of the rich. And the meanest, but with love in it, is fit for the gods, and a palace without love is a den only fit for wild beasts. That's my doctrine. You can't be so poor but that you can help somebody. Good nature is the cheapest commodity in the world, and love is the only thing that will pay 10% to borrower and lender both. Don't tell me that you have got to be rich. We have all a false standard of greatness in the United States. We think here that a man to be great must be notorious, must be extremely wealthy, or his name must be between the lips of rumor. It is all nonsense. It is not necessary to be rich to be great, or to be powerful to be happy, and the happy man is the successful man. Happiness is the legal tender of the soul. Joy is wealth. A little while ago I stood by the grave of the old Napoleon, a magnificent tomb, fit for a dead deity almost, and gazed into the great circle at the bottom of it. In the sarcophagus of black Egyptian marble at last rest the ashes of that restless man. I looked over the balustrade, and I thought about the career of Napoleon. I could see him walking upon the banks of the Seine, contemplating suicide. I saw him at Toulon. I saw him putting down the mob in the streets of Paris. I saw him at the head of the army of Italy. I saw him crossing the bridge at Lodi. I saw him in Egypt fighting the battle of the pyramids. I saw him cross the Alps and mingle the eagles of France with the eagles of the crags. I saw him at Austerlitz. I saw him with his army scattered and dispersed before the blast. I saw him at Leipzig when his army was defeated and he was taken captive. I saw him escape. I saw him land again upon French soil and retake an empire by the force of his own genius. I saw him captured once more, and again at St. Helena, with his arms behind him, gazing out upon the sad and solemn sea, and I thought of the orphans and widows he had made. I thought of the tears that had been shed for his glory. I thought of the only woman who ever loved him, who had been pushed from his heart by the cold hand of ambition. And as I looked at the sarcophagus, I said, I would rather have been a French peasant and worn wooden shoes. I would rather have lived in a hut with a vine growing over the door, and the grapes growing and ripening in the autumn sun. I would rather have been that peasant, with my wife by my side and my children upon my knees, twining their arms of affection about me. I would rather have been that poor French peasant and gone down at last to the eternal promiscuity of the dust, followed by those who loved me. I would 1,000 times rather have been that French peasant than that imperial personative of force and murder. And so I would, 10,000 times. It is not necessary to be great to be happy. It is not necessary to be rich to be just and generous, and to have a heart filled with divine affection. No matter whether you are rich or poor, use your wife as though she were a splendid creation, and she will fill your life with perfume and joy. And do you know, it is a splendid thing for me to think that the woman you really love will never grow old to you. Through the wrinkles of time, through the music of years, if you really love her, you will always see the face you loved and won. And a woman who really loves a man does not see that he grows older. He is not decrepit. He does not tremble. He is not old. She always sees the same gallant gentleman who won her hand and heart. I like to think of it in that way. I like to think of all passions. Love is eternal, and, as Shakespeare says, although time with his sickle can rob ruby lips and sparkling eyes, let him reach as far as he cannot quite touch love, that reaches even to the end of the tomb. And to love in that way, and then go down the hill of life together, as you go down here, perhaps the laughter of grandchildren, the birds of joy and love sing once more in the leafless branches of age. I believe in the fireside. I believe in the democracy of home. I believe in the republicanism of the family. I believe in liberty and equality with those we love. If women have been slaves, what shall I say of children? Of the little children in the alleys and sub-cellars, the little children who turn pale when they hear their father's footsteps, little children who run away when they only hear their names called by the lips of another, little children, the children of poverty, the children of crime, the children of brutality, wherever you are, flotsam and jetsam upon the wild, mad sea of life, my heart goes out to you, one and all. I tell you, the children have the same rights that we have, and we ought to treat them as though they were human beings, and they should be reared by love, by kindness, by tenderness, and not by brutality. That is my idea of children. When your little child tells a lie, don't rush at him as though the world were about to go into bankruptcy. Be honest with him. A tyrant father will have liars for children. Do you know that? A lie is born of tyranny upon the one hand and weakness upon the other. And when you rush at a poor little boy with a club in your hand, of course he lies. I thank Mother Nature that she has put ingenuity enough in the breast of a child, when attacked by a brutal parent, to throw up a little breastwork in the shape of a lie. When one of your children tells a lie, be honest with him. Tell him you have told hundreds of them yourself. Tell him it is not the best way. You have tried it. Tell him, as the man did in Maine when his boy left home, John, honesty is the best policy. I have tried both. Just be honest with him. Imagine now, you are about to whip a child of 5 years of age. What is the child to do? Suppose a man as much larger than you are, larger than a child 5 years old, should come at you with liberty pole in hand, and in a voice of thunder shout, "Who broke the plate?" There is not a solitary one of you who wouldn't swear you never saw it, or that it was cracked when you found it. Why not be honest with these children? Just imagine a man who deals in stocks putting false rumors afloat. Think of a lawyer beating his own flesh and blood for evading the truth, when he makes half of his own living that way. Think of a minister punishing his child for not telling all he thinks. Just think of it. When your child commits a wrong, take it in your arms. Let it feel your heart beat against its heart. Let the child know that you really and truly and sincerely love it. Yet some Christians, good Christians, when a child commits a fault, drive it from the door and say, "Never do you darken this house again." Think of that. And then these same people will get down on their knees and ask God to take care of the child they have driven from home. I will never ask God to take care of my children unless I am doing my level best in that same direction. But I will tell you what I say to my children. Go where you will, commit what crime you may, fall to what depth of degradation you may, you can never commit any crime that will shut my door, my arms, my heart to you. As long as I live, you shall have no more sincere friend. Do you know, I have seen some people who acted as though they thought when the Savior said, "Suffer little children to come unto me, for such is the kingdom of heaven," that he had a rawhide under his mantle and made that remark to get the children within striking distance. I don't believe in the government of the lash. If any one of you ever expect to whip your children again after you hear me, I want you to have a photograph taken of yourself when you are in the act, with your face red with vulgar anger, and then the face of the little child with eyes swimming in tears, and the little chin dimpled with fear, like a piece of water struck by a sudden cold wind. Have the picture taken. If that little child should die, I cannot find a sweeter way to spend an autumn afternoon than to go out to the cemetery when the maples are clad in bright colors, and little scarlet runners are coming, like poems of regret from the sad heart of the earth, than to go out to the cemetery and sit down upon the grave and look at this photograph and think of the flesh, now dust, that you beat. I tell you it is wrong. It is no way to raise children. Make your home happy. Be honest with them. Divide fairly with them in everything. Give them a little liberty, and you cannot drive them out of the house. They will want to stay there. Make home pleasant. Let them play any game they want to. Don't be so foolish as to say, you may roll balls on the ground, but you must not roll them on green cloth. You may knock them with a mallet, but you must not push them with a cue. You may play with little pieces of paper which have authors written on them, but you must not have kids. Think of it. You may go to a minstrel show where people blacken themselves up and degrade themselves, and imitate humanity below themselves, but you must not go to the theater and see the characters of immortal genius put upon the stage. Why? Well, I can't think of any reason in the world, except minstrel is a word of 2 syllables and theater has 3. Let children have some daylight at home if you want to keep them there, and don't commence at the cradle and yell, "Don't! Stop!" That is nearly all that is said to a young one, from the cradle until he is 21 years old. And when he comes of age, other people begin saying "don't," and the church says "don't," and the party that he belongs to says "don't." I despise that way of going through this world. Let us have a little liberty, just a little bit. There is another thing. In old times, you know, they thought some days were too good for a child to enjoy himself in. When I was a boy, Sunday was considered altogether too good to be happy in, and Sunday used to commence then when the sun went down on Saturday night. That was to get good ready, a kind of running jump, and when the sun went down, a darkness 10,000 times deeper than that of night fell on that house. Nobody said a word then, nobody laughed, and the child that looked the sickest was regarded the most pious. You couldn't crack hickory nuts, you couldn't chew gum, and if you laughed it was only another evidence of the total depravity of man. That was a solemn night, and the next morning everybody looked sad, mournful, dyspeptic, and thousands of people think they have religion when they have only got dyspepsia. Thousands. But there is nothing in this world that would break up the old Orthodox churches as quick as some specific for dyspepsia, some sure cure. Then we went to church, and the minister was up in a pulpit about 20 feet high, with a little sounding board over him, and he commenced with "firstly," and went on about 23rdly, and then around by way of application, and then divided it off again once or twice, and after having put in about 2 hours, he got to Revelations. We were not allowed to have any fire, even if it was in the winter. It was thought to be outrageous to be comfortable while you are thanking the Lord, and the first church that ever had a stove put in it in New England was broken up on that account. Then we went a nooning, and then came the catechism, the chief end of man. We went through that, and then the same sermon was preached, commencing at the other end and going back. After that was over, we started for home, solemn and sad. Not a soldier discharged his farewell shot. Not a word was said. And when we got home, if we had been good boys, they would take us up to the graveyard to cheer us up a little. It did cheer me. When I looked at those tombs, the comforting reflection came to my mind that this kind of thing couldn't last always. Then we had some certain books that we read just by way of cheerfulness. There was Milner's History of the Wilderness, Baxter's Call to the Unconverted, and Jenkins' On the Atonement. I used to read Jenkins on the Atonement, and I have often thought the Atonement would have to be very broad in its provisions to cover the case of a man who would write a book like that for a boy to read. Well, you know, the Sunday had to go at last, and the moment the sun went down on Sunday night, we were free. About 4 or 5 o'clock we would go to see how the sun was coming out. Sometimes it seemed to me that it was just stopping from pure cussedness, but finally it had to go down, and when the last rim of light sank below the horizon, out would come our traps, and we would give 3 cheers for liberty once more. In those times it was thought wrong for a child to laugh on Sunday. Think of that! A little child, a little boy, could go out in the garden, and there would be a tree laden with blossoms, and this little fellow would lean up against the tree, and there would be a bird singing and swinging and thinking about 4 little speckled eggs warmed by the breast of its mate, singing and swinging, the music coming rippling out of its throat, and the flowers blossoming, and the air full of perfume, and the great white clouds floating in the sky, and that little boy would lean up against that trunk and think of hell. That's true. I have heard them preach when I sat in the pew, and my feet didn't come within 18 inches of the floor, about that hell. And they said, suppose that once in a million years a bird would come from some far distant planet and carry in its bill a grain of sand. The time would finally come when the last atom composing this earth would be carried away. And the old preacher said, in order to impress upon the boys the length of time they would have to stay, it wouldn't be sun-up in hell yet. Think of that to preach to children! I tell you, my friends, no day can be so sacred but that the laugh of a little child will make it holier still. No day. And yet, at that time, the minds of children were polluted by this infamous doctrine of eternal punishment, and I denounce it today as an infamous doctrine beyond the power of language to express. Where did that doctrine of eternal punishment for the children of men come from? It came from that wretch in the dugout. Where did he get it? It was a souvenir from the animals, and the doctrine of eternal punishment was born in the eyes of snakes when they hung in fearful coils watching their prey. It was a doctrine born of the howling and barking and growling of wild beasts. It was born in the grin of the hyenas and of the depraved chatter of the baboons, and I despise it with every drop of my blood. Tell me there is a God in the serene heaven that will damn his children for the expression of an honest belief. There have been more men who died in their sins, according to your orthodox religion, than there are leaves on all the forests of this world 10,000 times over. Tell me they are in hell. Tell me they are to be punished forever and ever. I denounce it as an infamous lie. And when the great ship containing the hope and aspiration of the world, when the great ship freighted with mankind goes down in the night of death and disaster, I will go down with the ship. I don't want to paddle off in any orthodox canoe. I will go down with the ship, and if there's a God who will damn his children forever, I had rather go to hell than to go to heaven and keep the society of such an infamous deity. I make my choice now. I despise that doctrine, and I'll tell you why. It has covered the cheeks of this world with tears. It has polluted the heart of children. It has been a pain and terror to every man that ever believed it. It has filled the good with horror and fear, but it has had no effect upon the infamous and base. I tell you it is a bad doctrine. I read in the papers today what Henry Ward Beecher, whom I regard as the most intellectual preacher in the pulpit of the United States, I will read from the paper what he said yesterday, and you will see an abstract of it in the New York Times of today. He has had the courage, and he has had the magnificent manhood to say, I say to you, and I swear to you by the wounds in the hands of Christ, I swear to you by the wounds in the body and feet of Christ, that this doctrine of eternal hell is a most infamous nightmare of theology. It never should be preached again. What right have you, sir, you minister as you are, to stand at the portal of eternity, or the portal of the tomb, and fill the future with horror and with fear? You have no right to do it. I don't believe it, and neither do you. You would not sleep one night. Any man who believes it, who has got a decent heart in his bosom, will go insane. Yes, sir, a man that really believes that doctrine and does not go insane has got the conscience of a snake and the intellect of a hyena. Oh, I thank my stars that you do not believe it. You cannot believe it, and you never will believe it. Old Jonathan Edwards, the dear old soul, he is in heaven, I suppose, said, can the believing husband in heaven be happy with his unbelieving wife in hell? Can the believing father in heaven be happy with his unbelieving children in hell? Can the loving wife in heaven be happy with her unbelieving husband in hell? I tell you, yea, such will be their sense of justice that it will increase rather than diminish their happiness. Think of these infamous doctrines that have been taught in the name of religion. Do not stuff these things into the minds of your children. Give them a chance. Let them read. Let them think. Do not treat your children like posts to be set in the orthodox road, but like trees that need light and sun and air. Be honest with them. Be fair with them. In old times they used to make all children go to bed when they were not sleepy, and all of them got up when they were sleepy. I say, let them go to bed when they are sleepy, and get up when they are not. But they say that will do for the rich, but not for the poor. Well, if the poor have to wake their children early in the morning, it is as easy to wake them with a kiss as with a club. I believe in letting children commence at which end of the dinner they want to. Let them eat what they want. It is their business. They know what they want to eat. And if they have had their liberty from the first, they can beat any doctor in the world. All the improvement that has ever been made in medicine has been made by the recklessness of patients. Yes, sir. Thousands and thousands of years the doctors wouldn't let a man have water in fever. Every now and then some fellow got reckless and said, I will die, I am so thirsty, and drank 2 or 3 quarts of water and got well. And they kept that up until finally the doctors said, that is the best thing for a fever you can do. I have more confidence to agree with nature about these things than any of the conclusions of the schools. Just let your children have freedom, and they will fall right into your ways and do just as you do. But you try to make them, and there is some magnificent, splendid thing in the human heart that will not be driven. And do you know it is the luckiest thing for this world that ever happened that people are so? What would we have been if the people in any age of the world had done just as the doctors told them? They would have been all dead. What would we have done if, at any age of the world, we had followed implicitly the direction of the church? We would have all been idiots, every one. It is a splendid thing that there is always some fellow who won't mind, and will think for himself. And I believe in letting children think for themselves. I believe in having a family like a democracy. If there is anything splendid in this world, it is a home of that kind. They used to tell us, "Let your victuals close your mouth." We used to eat as though it was a religious performance. I like to see the children about, and everyone telling what he has seen and heard. I like to hear the clatter of the knives and spoons mingling with the laughter of their voices. I had rather hear it than any opera that has ever been put upon the boards. Let them have liberty, let them have freedom, and I tell you, your children will love you to death. Now I have some excuses to offer for the race to which I belong. I have two. My first excuse is that this is not a very good world to raise folks in anyway. It is not very well adapted to raising magnificent people. There's only a quarter of it land to start with. It is 3 times better fitted for raising fish than folks. And in that 1/4 of land there is not a 10th part fit to raise people on. You can't raise people without a good climate. You have got to have the right kind of climate, and you have got to have certain elements in the soil, or you can't raise good people. Do you know that there is only a little zigzag strip around the world within which have been produced all men of genius? The southern hemisphere has never produced a man of genius, never, and never will until civilization, fighting the heat that way and the cold this, widens this portion of the earth until it is capable of producing great men and great women. It is the same with men that it is with vegetation. You go into a garden and find there flowers growing, and as you go up the mountain, the birch and the hemlock and the spruce are to be found. And as you go toward the top, you find little stunted trees getting a miserable subsistence out of the crevices of the rocks, and you go on up and up and up, until finally you find at the top little moss-like freckles. You might as well try to raise flowers where those freckles grow as to raise great men and women where you haven't got the soil. I don't believe man ever came to any high station without woman. There's got to be some restraint, something to make you prudent, something to make you industrious. And in a country where you don't need any bed quilt but a cloud, revolution is the normal condition of the people. You have got to have the fireside. You have got to have the home, and there by the fireside will grow and bloom the fruits of the human race. I recollect a while ago I was in Washington when they were trying to annex Santo Domingo. They said, "We want to take in Santo Domingo." Said I, "We don't want it." "Why?" said they. "It is the best climate the earth can produce. There is everything you want." "Yes," said I, "but it won't produce men. We don't want it. We have got soil enough now. Take 5,000 ministers from New England, 5,000 presidents of colleges, and 5,000 solid businessmen and their families, and take them to Santo Domingo, and then you will see the effect of the climate. The second generation you will see barefooted boys riding bareback on a mule, with their hair sticking out at the top of their sombreros, with a rooster under each arm, going to a cockfight on Sunday. You have got to have the soil, you have got to have the climate, and you have got to have another thing. You have got to have the fireside. That is one excuse I have for us. The next excuse is that I think we came up from the lower animals. Else how can you account for all this snake and hyena and jackal in man? Now when I first heard that doctrine I didn't like it. I felt sorry for people who had nothing but ancestors to be proud of. It touched my heart to think that they would have to go back to the Duke Orangutan or the Duchess Chimpanzee. I was sorry, and I hated to believe it. I don't know that it is truth now. I am not satisfied upon that question. I stand about 8 to 7. I thought it over. I read about it. I read about these rudimentary bones and muscles. I didn't like that. I read that everybody had rudimentary muscles coming from the ear right down here, indicating, and the most intellectual people in the world have got them. I say, what are they? Rudimentary muscles? What kind of muscles? Muscles that your ancestors used to have fully developed. What for? To flap their ears with. Well, whether we ever had them or not, I know of lots of men who ought to have them yet. And finally I said, well, I guess we came up from the lower animals. I thought it all over the best I could, and I said, I guess we did. And after a while I began to like it. And I like it better now than I did before. Do you know that I would rather belong to a race that started with skull-less vertebrae in the dim Laurentian seas, wiggling without knowing why they wiggled, swimming without knowing where they were going, but kept developing and getting a little further up and a little further up all through the animal world, and finally striking this chap in the dugout, and getting a little bigger, and this fellow calling that fellow a heretic, and that fellow calling the other an infidel, and so on. For in the history of the world, the man who has been ahead has always been called a heretic. Recollect this. I would rather come from a race that started from that skull-less vertebrae and came up and up and up, and finally produced Shakespeare, who found the human intellect wallowing in a hut, and touched it with a wand of his genius, and it became a palace, dome, and pinnacle. I would rather belong to a race that commenced then and produced Shakespeare, with the eternal hope of an infinite future for the children of progress, leading from the far horizon, beckoning men forward, forward and onward forever. I had rather belong to this race and commence there with that hope than to have sprung from a perfect pair on which the Lord has lost money every day since. These are the excuses I have for my race. Now, my friends, let me say another thing. I do not pretend to have floated even with the heights of thought. I do not pretend to have fathomed the abyss. All I pretend is to give simply my honest thought. Every creed that we have today has upon it the mark of whip and chain and faggot. I do not want it. Free labor will give us wealth, and has given us wealth. And why? Because a free brain goes into partnership with a free hand. That is why. And when a man works for his wife and children, the problem of liberty is how to do the most work in the shortest space of time. But the problem of slavery is how to do the least work in the longest space of time. Slavery is poverty. Liberty is wealth. It is the same in thought. Free thought will give us truth, and the man who is not in favor of free thought occupies the same relation to those he can govern that the slaveholder occupied to his slaves exactly. Free thought will give us wealth. There has not been a generation of free thought yet. It will be time to write a creed when there have been a few generations of free-brained men and splendid women in this world. I don't know what the future may bring forth. I don't know what inventions are in the brain of the future. I don't know what garments may be woven with the years to come. But I do know, coming from the infinite sea of the future, there will never touch this bank and shoal of time a greater blessing, a grander glory, than liberty for man, woman, and child. Oh, liberty, float not forever in the far horizon. Remain not forever in the dream of the enthusiast and the poet and the philanthropist, but come and take up thine abode with the children of men forever. End of chapter 4. This concludes the lecture, Ingersoll's lecture on the liberty of man, woman, and child. This is a LibriVox recording, recorded for you by Ted Delorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina, during November 2008. Thank you for listening. Ingersoll's Lecture on Orthodoxy, Part 1 of 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ingersoll's Lecture on Orthodoxy from the book Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, Volume 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it is utterly inconceivable that any man believing in the truth of the Christian religion could publicly deny it, because he who believes in that religion would believe that, by a public denial, he would peril the eternal salvation of his soul. It is conceivable, and without any great effort of the mind, that millions who don't believe in the Christian religion should openly say that they did. In a country where religion is supposed to be in power, where it has rewards for pretense, where it pays a premium upon hypocrisy, where it at least is willing to purchase silence, it is easily conceivable that millions pretend to believe what they do not. And yet I believe it has been charged against myself, not only that I was insincere, but that I took the side I am on for the sake of popularity, and the audience tonight goes far toward justifying the accusation. It gives me immense pleasure to say to this immense audience that orthodox religion is dying out of the civilized world. It is a sick man. It has been attacked with two diseases, softening of the brain and ossification of the heart. It is a religion that no longer satisfies the intelligence of this county, a religion that no longer satisfies the brain, a religion against which the heart of every civilized man and woman protests. It is a religion that gives hope only to a few, a religion that puts a shadow upon the cradle, a religion that wraps the coffin in darkness and fills the future of mankind with flame and fear. It is a religion that I am going to do what little I can, while I live, to destroy. And in its place I want humanity. I want good fellowship. I want a brain without a chain. I want a religion that every good heart will cheerfully applaud. We must remember that this is a world of progress, a world of change. There is perpetual death and there is perpetual birth. By the grave of the old forever stands youth and joy, and when an old religion dies, a better one is born. When we find out that an assertion is a falsehood, a shining truth takes its place, and we need not fear the destruction of the false. The more false we destroy, the more room there will be for the true. There was a time when the astrologer sought to read in the stars the fate of men and nations. The astrologer has faded from the world, but the astronomer has taken his place. There was a time when the poor alchemist, bent and wrinkled and old over his crucible, endeavored to find some secret by which he could change the baser metals into purest gold. The alchemist is gone. The chemist took his place. And although he finds nothing to change metals into gold, he finds something that covers the earth with wealth. There was a time when the soothsayer and augur flourished, and after them came the parson and the priest. And the parson and the priest must go. The preacher must go, and in his place must come the teacher, that real interpreter of nature. We are done with the supernatural. We are through with the miraculous and the wonderful. There was once a prophet who pretended to read in the book of the future. His place was taken by the philosopher, who reasons from cause to effect, a man who finds the facts by which he is surrounded, and endeavors to reason from these premises, and to tell what in all probability will happen in the future. The prophet is gone. The philosopher is here. There was a time when man sought aid entirely from heaven, when he prayed to the deaf sky. There was a time when the world depended upon the supernaturalist. That time in Christendom has passed. We now depend upon the naturalist, not upon the disciple of faith, but upon the discoverer of facts, upon the demonstrator of truth. At last we are beginning to build upon a solid foundation, and just as we progress, the supernatural must die. Religion of the supernatural kind will fade from this world, and in its place we will have reason. In the place of the worship of something we know not of, will be the religion of mutual love and assistance, the great religion of reciprocity. Superstition must go. Science will remain. The church, however, dies a little hard. The brain of the world is not yet developed. There are intellectual diseases the same as diseases of the body. Intellectual mumps and measles still afflict mankind. Whenever the new comes, the old protests, and the old fights for its place as long as it has a particle of power. And we are now having the same warfare between superstition and science that there was between the stagecoach and the locomotive. But the stagecoach had to go. It had its day of glory and power, but it is gone. It went west. In a little while it will be driven into the Pacific with the last Indian aboard. Soon we find that there is the same conflict between the different sects and the different schools, not only of philosophy, but of medicine. Recollect that everything except the demonstrated truth is liable to die. That is the order of nature. Words die. Every language has a cemetery. Every now and then a word dies and a tombstone is erected, and across it is written the word obsolete. New words are continually being born. There is a cradle in which a word is rocked. A thought is molded to a sound, and the child word is born. And then comes a time when the word gets old and wrinkled and expressionless, and is carried mournfully to the grave, and that is the end of it. So in the schools of medicine. You can remember, so can I, when the old allopathists reigned supreme. If there was anything the matter with a man, they let out his blood. Called to the bedside, they took him to the edge of eternity with medicine, and then practiced all their art to bring him back to life. One can hardly imagine how perfect a constitution it took a few years ago to stand the assault of a doctor. And long after it was found to be a mistake, hundreds and thousands of the old physicians clung to it, carried around with them in one pocket a bottle of jalap, and in the other a rusty lancet, sorry that they couldn't find some patient idiotic enough to allow the experiment to be made again. So these schools and these theories and these religions die hard. What else can they do? Like the paintings of the old masters, they are kept alive because so much money has been invested in them. Think of the amount of money that has been invested in superstition. Think of the schools that have been founded for the more general diffusion of useless knowledge. Think of the colleges wherein men are taught that it is dangerous to think, and that they must never use their brains except in an act of faith. Think of the millions and billions of dollars that have been expended in churches, in temples, and in cathedrals. Think of the thousands and thousands of men who depend for their living upon the ignorance of mankind. Think of those who grow rich on credulity and who fatten on faith. Do you suppose they are going to die without a struggle? They will die if they don't struggle. What are they to do? From the bottom of my heart I sympathize with the poor clergyman that has had all his common sense educated out of him, and is now to be thrown out upon the cold and uncharitable world. His prayers are not answered. He gets no help from on high, and the pews are beginning to criticize the pulpit. What is the man to do? If he suddenly change, he is gone. If he preaches what he really believes, he will get notice to quit. And yet, if he and the congregation would come together and be perfectly honest, they would all admit they didn't believe anything of it. Only a little while ago a couple of ladies were riding together from a revival in a carriage late at night, and one said to the other as they rode along, "I am going to say something that will shock you, and I beg of you never to tell it to anybody else. I am going to tell it to you." "Well, what is it?" Says she, "I don't believe in the Bible." The other replied, "Neither do I." I have often thought how splendid it would be if the ministers could but come together and say, "Now let us be honest. Let us tell each other, honor bright, like Dr. Curry did in the meeting here the other day. Let us tell just what we believe." They tell a story that in the old time a lot of people, about 20, were in Texas in a little hotel, and one fellow got up before the fire, put his hands behind him, and says he, "Boys, let us all tell our real names." If the ministers and congregations would only tell their real thoughts, they would find that they are nearly as bad as I am, and that they believe just about as little. Now, I have been talking a great deal about the orthodox religion, and after having delivered a lecture I would meet some good religious person, and he would say to me, "You don't tell it as we believe it." "Well, but I tell it as you have written it in your creed." "Oh, well," he says, "we don't mind that any more." "Well, why don't you change it?" "Oh, well," he says, "we understand it." Possibly the creed is in the best possible condition for them now. There is a tacit understanding that they don't believe it. There is a tacit understanding that they have got some way to get around it, that they have read between the lines, and if they should meet now to form a creed, they might fail to agree. And the creed is now so that they can say as they please, except in public. Whenever they do so in public, the church in self-defense must try them, and I believe in trying every minister that doesn't preach the doctrine as he agrees to. I have not the slightest sympathy with a Presbyterian preacher who endeavors to preach infidelity from his pulpit and receive Presbyterian money. When he changes his views he should step down and out like a man and say, "I don't believe your doctrine, and I will not preach it. You must hire some bigger fool than I am." But I find that I get the creed very nearly right. Today there was put into my hands the new Congregational Creed. I have just read it, and I thought I would call your attention to it tonight, to find whether the church has made any advance, to find whether it has been affected by the light of science, to find whether the sun of knowledge has risen in the heavens in vain, whether they are still the children of intellectual darkness, whether they still consider it necessary for you to believe something that you by no possibility can understand in order to be a winged angel forever. Now let us see what their creed is. I will read a little of it. They commence by saying that they believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and of earth, and of all things visible and invisible. I am perfectly willing that he should make the invisible, if they want him to. They say now that there is this one personal God, that he is the maker of the universe and its ruler. I again ask the old question of what did he make it? If matter has not existed through eternity, then this God made it. Of what did he make it? What did he use for the purpose? There was nothing in the universe except this God. What had the God been doing for the eternity he had been living? He had made nothing, called nothing into existence, never had had an idea, because it is impossible to have an idea unless there is something to excite an idea. What had he been doing? Why doesn't the Congregational Church tell us? How do they know about this infinite being? And if he is infinite, how can they comprehend him? What good is it to believe something that you don't understand, that you never can understand? In the old creeds they described this God as a being without body and parts or passions. Think of that. Something without body and parts or passions. I defy any man in the world to write a letter descriptive of nothing. You cannot conceive of a finer word painting of a vacuum than a something without body and parts or passion. And yet this God without passions is angry at the wicked every day. This God without passions is a jealous God whose anger burneth to the lowest hell. This God without passions loves the whole human race, and this God without passions damns a large majority of the same. So too he is the ruler of the world, and I find here that we find his providence in the government of the nations. What nations? What evidence can you find, if you are absolutely honest and not frightened, in the history of nations, that this universe is presided over by an infinitely wise and good God? How do you account for Russia? How do you account for Siberia? How do you account for the fact that whole races of men toiled beneath the master's lash for ages without recompense and without reward? How do you account for the fact that babes were sold from the arms of mothers, arms that had been reached toward God in supplication? How do you account for it? How do you account for the existence of martyrs? How do you account for the fact that this God allows people to be burned simply for loving him? How do you account for the fact that justice doesn't always triumph? How do you account for the fact that innocence is not a perfect shield? How do you account for the fact that the world has been filled with pain and grief and tears? How do you account for the fact that people have been swallowed by volcanoes, swept from the earth by storms, dying by famine, if there is above us a ruler who is infinitely good and infinitely powerful? I don't say there is none. I don't know. As I have said before, this is the only planet I was ever on. I live in one of the rural districts of the universe. I know not about these things as much as the clergy, and if they know no more about the other world than they do about this, it is not worth mentioning. How do they answer all this? They say God permits it. What would you say to me if I stood by and saw a ruffian beat out the brains of a child when I had full and perfect power to prevent it? You would say truthfully that I was as bad as the murderer. That is what you would say. Is it possible for this God to prevent it? Then if he doesn't, he is a fiend. He is not good. But they say he permits it. What for? So we may have freedom of choice. What for? So that God may find, I suppose, who are good and who are bad. Didn't he know that when he made us? Did he not know exactly just what he was making? Why should he make those whom he knew would be criminals? If I should make a machine that would walk your streets and commit murder, you would hang me. Why not? And if God made a man whom he knew would commit murder, then God is guilty of that murder. If God made a man knowing he would beat his wife, that he would starve his children, that he would strew on either side of his path of life the wrecks of ruined homes, then I say the being who called that wretch into existence is directly responsible. And yet we are to find the providence of God in the history of nations. What little I have read shows me that when man has been helped, man had to do it. When the chains of slavery have been broken, they have been broken by man. When something bad has been done in the government of mankind, it is easy to trace it to man, and to fix the responsibility upon human beings. You will not look to the sky. You need throw neither praise nor blame. You can find the efficient causes nearer home, right here. What is the next thing I find in this creed? We believe that man was made in the image of God, that he might know, love, and obey God, and enjoy him forever. I don't believe that anybody ever did love God, because nobody ever knew anything about him. We love each other. We love something that we know. We love something that our experience tells us is good and great and good and beautiful. We cannot by any possibility love the unknown. We can love truth because truth adds to human happiness. We can love justice because it preserves human joy. We can love charity. We can love every form of goodness that we know or of which we can conceive, but we cannot love the infinitely unknown. And how can we be made in the image of something that has neither body and parts nor passions? That our first parents by disobedience fell under the condemnation of God, and that all men are so alienated from God that there is no salvation from the guilt and power of sin except through God's redeeming power. Is there an intelligent man or woman now in the world who believes in the Garden of Eden story? If there is, strike here on their forehead and you will hear an echo. Something is for rent. Does any human being now believe that God made man of dust and a woman of a rib, and put them in a garden, and put a tree in the middle of it? Wasn't there room outside of the garden to put his tree if he didn't want people to eat his apple? If I didn't want a man to eat my fruit, I would not put him in my orchard. Does anybody now believe in the snake story? I pity any man or woman who, in this 19th century, believes in that childish fable. Why did they disobey? Why, they were tempted. Who by? The devil. Who made the devil? What did he make him for? Why didn't he tell Adam and Eve about this fellow? Why didn't he watch the devil instead of watching Adam and Eve? Instead of turning them out, why didn't he keep him from getting in? Why didn't he have his flood first and drown the devil before he made man and woman? And yet people who call themselves intelligent, professors in colleges and presidents of venerable institutions, teach children and young men who ought to be children that the Garden of Eden story is an absolute historical fact. Well, I guess it will not be long until that will fade from the imagination of men. I defy any man to think of a more childish thing. This God waiting around there, knowing all the while what would happen, made them on purpose so it would happen. And then what does he do? Holds all of us responsible, and we were not there. Here is a representative before the constituency had been born. Before I am bound by a representative, I want a chance to vote for or against him. And if I had been there and known all the circumstances, I should have voted against him. And yet I am held responsible. What did Adam do? I cannot see that it amounted to much anyway. A God that can create something out of nothing ought not to have complained of the loss of an apple. I can hardly have the patience to speak upon such a subject. Now that absurdity gave birth to another. That while we could be rightfully charged with the rascality of somebody else, we could also be credited with the virtues of somebody else, and the atonement is the absurdity which offsets the other absurdity of the fall of man. Let us leave them both out. It reads a great deal better with both of them out. It makes better sense. Now, in consequence of that, everybody is alienated from God. How? Why? Oh, we are all depraved, you know. We all want to do wrong. Well, why? Is that because we are depraved? No. Why do we make so many mistakes? Because there is only one right way, and there is an almost infinite number of wrong ones. And as long as we are not perfect in our intellects, we must make mistakes. There is no darkness but ignorance, and alienation, as they call it, from God, is simply a lack of intellect upon our part. Why were we not given better brains? That may account for the alienation. But the church teaches that every soul that finds its way to the shore of this world is against God. Naturally hates God, that the little dimpled child in the cradle is simply a chunk of depravity. Everybody against God. It is a libel upon the human race. It is a libel upon all the men who have worked for wife and child. It is a libel upon all the wives who have suffered and labored, wept and worked for children. It is a libel upon all the men who have died for their country. It is a libel upon all who have fought for human liberty. It is a libel upon the human race. Leave out the history of the church, and there is nothing in this world to prove the depravity of man left. Everybody that comes is against God. Every soul, they think, is like the wrecked Irishman. He was wrecked in the sea and drifted to an unknown island. And as he climbed up the shore, he saw a man and said to him, "Have you a government here?" The man said, "We have." "Well," said he, "I am agin it." The church teaches us that that is the attitude of every soul in the universe of God. Ought a God to take any credit to himself for making depraved people? A God that cannot make a soul that is not totally depraved, I respectfully suggest, should retire from the business. And if a God has made us, knowing that we would be totally depraved, why should we go to the same being for repairs? What is the next? That all men are so alienated from God that there is no salvation from the guilt and power of his sin except through God's redeeming grace. Reformation is not enough. If the man who steals becomes perfectly honest, that is not enough. If the man who hates his fellow man changes and loves his fellow man, that is not enough. He must go through the mysterious thing called the second birth. He must be born again. That is not enough unless he has faith. He must believe something that he does not understand. Reformation is not enough. There must be what they call conversion. I deny it. According to the church, nothing so excites the wrath of God, nothing so corrugates the brows of Jehovah with revenge, as a man relying on his own good works. He must admit that he ought to be damned, and that of the two he prefers it, before God will consent to save him. I saw a man the other day, and he said to me, "I am a Unitarian Universalist, that is what I am." Said I, "What do you mean by that?" "Well," said he, "here is what I mean. The Unitarian thinks he is too good to be damned, and the Universalist thinks God is too good to damn him, and I believe them both." What is the next thing in this great creed? We believe that the scriptures of the Old and New Testaments are the records of God's revelation of himself in the work of redemption, that they are written by men under the special guidance of the Holy Spirit, and that they constitute an authoritative standard by which religious teaching and human conduct are to be regulated and judged. This is the creed of the Congregational Church. That is, it is the result of the High Joint Commission appointed to draw up a creed for churches. And there we have the statement that the Bible was written by men under the special guidance of the Holy Spirit. What part of the Bible? All of it. All of it. And yet, what is this Old Testament that was written by an infinitely good God? The being who wrote it did not know the shape of the world he had made. The being who wrote it knew nothing of human nature. He commands men to love him as if one could love upon command. The same God upheld the institution of human slavery, and the church says the Bible that upholds that institution was written by men under the guidance of the Holy Spirit. Then I disagree with the Holy Ghost upon that institution. The church tells us that men under the guidance of the Holy Ghost upheld the institution of polygamy. I deny it. That under the guidance of the Holy Ghost these men upheld wars of extermination and conquest. I deny it. That under the guidance of the Holy Ghost these men wrote that it was right for a man to destroy the life of his wife if she happened to differ with him on the subject of religion. I deny it. And yet, that is the book now upheld in this creed of the Congregational Church. If the devil had written upon the subject of slavery, which side would he have taken? Let every minister answer, honor bright. If you knew the devil had written a little work on human slavery, in your judgment would he uphold slavery or denounce it? Would you regard it as any evidence that he ever wrote it if he upheld slavery? And yet, here you have a work upholding slavery, and you say that it was written by an infinitely good, wise, and beneficent God. If the devil upheld polygamy, would you be surprised? If the devil wanted to kill somebody for differing with him, would you be surprised? If the devil told a man to kill his wife, would you be astonished? And yet you say that is exactly what the God of us all did. If there be a God, then that creed is blasphemy. That creed is a libel upon him who sits upon heaven's throne. I want, if there be a God, I want him to write in the book of his eternal remembrance that I denied these lies for him. I do not believe in a slave-holding God. I do not worship a polygamous Holy Ghost. I do not get upon my knees before any being who commands a husband to slay his wife because she expresses her honest thought. Did it ever occur to you that if God wrote the Old Testament and told the Jews to crucify or kill anybody that disagreed with them on religion, and that God afterward took upon himself flesh and came to Jerusalem and taught a different religion, and the Jews killed him, did it ever occur to you that he reaped exactly what he had sown? Did it ever occur to you that he fell a victim to his own tyranny and was destroyed by his own law? Of course, I do not believe that any God ever was the author of the Bible, or that any God was ever crucified, or that any God was ever killed or ever will be, but I want to ask you that question. Take this Old Testament, then, with all its stories of murder and massacre, with all its foolish and cruel fables, with all its infamous doctrines, with its spirit of caste, with its spirit of hatred, and tell me whether it was written by a good God. Why, if you will read the maledictions and curses of that book, you would think that God, like Lear, had divided heaven among his daughters, and then, in the insanity of despair, had launched his curses upon the human race. And yet, I must say, I must admit, that the Old Testament is better than the New. In the Old Testament, when God got a man dead, he left him alone. When he saw him quietly in his grave, he was satisfied. The muscles relaxed, and a smile broke over the divine face. But in the New Testament, the trouble commences just at death. In the New Testament, God is to wreak his revenge forever and ever. It was reserved for one who said, "Love your enemies," to tear asunder the veil between time and eternity and fix the horrified gaze of men upon the gulfs of eternal fire. The New Testament is just as much worse than the Old as hell is worse than sleep. Just as much worse as infinite cruelty is worse than annihilation. And yet the New Testament is pointed to as a gospel of love and peace. But more of that hereafter, as the ministers say. We believe that Jesus Christ came to establish among men the kingdom of God, the reign of truth and love, of righteousness and peace. Well, that may have been the object of Jesus Christ, I do not deny it, but what was the result? The Christian world has caused more war than all the rest of the world besides. All the cunning instruments of death have been devised by Christians. All the wonderful machinery by which the brains are blown out of a man, by which nations are conquered and subdued, all these machines have been born in Christian brains. And yet he came to bring peace, they say. But the Testament says otherwise. I came not to bring peace, but a sword. And the sword was brought. What are the Christian nations doing today in Europe? Is there a solitary Christian nation that will trust any other? How many millions of Christians are in the uniform of everlasting forgiveness, loving their enemies? There was an old Spaniard upon the bed of death, and he sent for a priest, and the priest told him that he would have to forgive his enemies before he died. He says, "I have not any." "What? No enemies?" "Not one," said the dying man. "I killed the last one 3 weeks ago." How many millions of Christians are now armed and equipped to destroy their fellow Christians? Who are the men in Europe crying out against war? Who wishes to have the nations disarmed? Is it the church? No. It is the men who do not believe in what they call this religion of peace. When there is a war, and when they make a few thousand widows and orphans, when they strew the plain with dead patriots, then Christians assemble in their churches and sing Te Deum Laudamus to God. Why? Because he has enabled a few of his children to kill some others of his children. This is the religion of peace. The religion that invented the Krupp gun, that will hurl a bullet weighing 2,000 pounds through 24 inches of solid steel. This is the religion of peace that covers the sea with men of war clad in mail, all in the name of universal forgiveness. What effect had this religion upon the nations of the earth? What have the nations been fighting about? What was the 30 Years' War in Europe for? What was the war in Holland for? Why was it that England persecuted Scotland? Why is it that England persecutes Ireland even unto this day? At the bottom of every one of these conflicts you will find a religious question. The religion of Jesus Christ, as preached by his church, causes war, bloodshed, hatred, and all uncharitableness. And why? Because they say a certain belief is necessary to salvation. They do not say, if you behave yourself pretty well, you will get there. They do not say, if you pay your debts and love your wife and love your children and are good to your friends and your neighbors and your country, you will get there. That will do you no good. You have got to believe a certain thing. Oh, yes, no matter how bad you are, you can instantly be forgiven then. And no matter how good you are, if you fail to believe that, the moment you get to the day of judgment, nothing is left but to damn you forever, and all the angels will shout, Hallelujah. What do they teach today? Every murderer goes to heaven. There is only one step from the gallows to God, only one jerk between the halter and heaven. That is taught by this same church. I believe there ought to be a law to prevent the slightest religious consolation being given to any man who has been guilty of murder. Let a Catholic understand that if he imbrues his hands in his brother's blood, he can have no extreme unction. Let it be understood that he can have no forgiveness through the church, and let the Protestant understand that when he has committed that crime, the community will not pray him into heaven. Let him go with his victim. The victim, you know, dying in his sins, goes to hell, and the murderer has the happiness of seeing him there. And if heaven grows dull and monotonous, the murderer can again give life to the nerve of pleasure by watching the agony of his victim. I am opposed to that kind of forgiveness, and yet that is the religion of universal peace to everybody. Now, what is the next thing that I wish to call your attention to? We believe in the ultimate prevalence of the kingdom of Christ over all the earth. What makes you? Do you judge from the manner in which you are getting along now? How many people are being born a year? About 50 millions. How many are you converting a year, really, truthfully? 5,000 or 6,000? I think I have overestimated that number. Is Orthodox Christianity on the increase? No. There are 100 times as many unbelievers in Orthodox Christianity as there were 10 years ago. What are you doing in the missionary world? How long is it since you converted a Chinaman? A fine missionary religion to send missionaries with their Bibles and tracts to China, but if a Chinaman comes here, mob him, simply to show him the difference between the practical and theoretical workings of the Christian religion. How long since you have had a convert in India? In my judgment, never. There never has been an intelligent Hindu converted from the time the first missionary put his foot upon that soil, and never, in my judgment, has an intelligent Chinaman been converted since the first missionary touched that shore. Where are they? We hear nothing of them except in the reports. They get money from poor old ladies trembling on the edge of the grave, and go and tell them stories how hungry the average Chinaman is for a copy of the New Testament, and paint the sad condition of a gentleman in the interior of Africa, without the work of Dr. McCosh, longing for a copy of the Princeton Review. In my judgment, it is a book that would suit a savage. Thus, money is scared from the dying and frightened from the old and feeble. About how long is it before this kingdom is to be established? What is the next thing here? They all also believe in the resurrection of the dead, and in their confession of faith hereto attached, I find they also believe in the resurrection of the body. Does anybody believe that has ever thought? Here is a man, for instance, that weighs 200 pounds and gets sick and dies weighing 120. How much will he weigh in the morning of the resurrection? Here is a cannibal who eats another man, and we know that the atoms that you eat go into your body and become a part of you. After the cannibal has eaten the missionary and appropriated his atoms to himself, and then he dies, who will the atoms belong to in the morning of the resurrection, in an action of replevin brought by the missionary against the cannibal? It has been demonstrated again and again that there is no creation in nature and no destruction in nature. It has been demonstrated again and again that the atoms that are in us have been in millions of other beings, grown in the forest, in the grass, blossomed in the flowers, have been in the metals. In other words, there are atoms in each one of us that have been in millions of others, and when we die, these atoms return to the earth, and again spring in vegetation, taken up in the leaves of the trees, turned into wood. And yet we have a church in the 19th century getting up this doctrine, presided over by professors, by presidents of colleges, and by theologians who tell us that they believe in the resurrection of the body. They know better. There is not one so ignorant but what knows better. And what is the next thing? And in a final judgment, it will be a set day. All of us will be there, and the thousands and millions and billions and trillions and quadrillions that have died will be there. It will be the day of judgment, and the books will be opened, and our case will be called. Does anybody believe in that now that has got the slightest sense? One who knows enough to chew gum without a string? the issues of which are everlasting punishment for the wicked and everlasting life for the redeemed. That is the doctrine today of the Congregational Church, and that is the doctrine that I oppose. That is the doctrine that I defy and deny. But I must hasten on. Now this comes to us after all the discussion that has been, and we are told that this religion is finally to conquer this world. This is the same religion that failed to successfully meet the hordes of Mohammed. Mohammed wrested from the disciples of the cross the fairest part of Europe. It was known that he was an impostor. They knew he was because the people of Mecca said so, and they knew that Christ was not because the people of Jerusalem said he was. This impostor wrested from the disciples of Christ the fairest part of Europe, and that fact sowed the seeds of distrust and infidelity in the minds of the Christian world. And the next was an effort to rescue from the infidels the empty sepulcher of Christ. That commenced in the 11th century and ended in 1291. Europe was almost depopulated, for every man owed a debt. The debt was discharged if he put a cross upon his breast and joined the Crusades. No matter what crime he had committed, the doors of the prison were open for him to join the Crusades. And what was the result? They believed that God would give them victory over the infidel, and they carried in front of the first crusade a goat and a goose, believing that both those animals had been blessed by the indwelling of the Holy Ghost. And I may say that those same animals are in the lead today in the Orthodox world. Until 1291 they endeavored to get that sepulcher, until finally the hosts of Christ were driven back. Baffled, beaten, and demoralized, a poor, miserable religious rabble. They were driven back, and that fact sowed the seeds of distrust in Christendom. You know, at that time, the world believed in trial by battle, that God would take the side of right. And there had been a trial by battle between the cross and Muhammad, and Muhammad had been victorious. Well, what was next? You know, when Christianity came into power, it destroyed every statue it could lay its ignorant hands upon. It defaced and obliterated every painting. It destroyed every beautiful building. It destroyed the manuscripts, both Greek and Latin. It destroyed all the history, all the poetry, all the philosophy it could find, and burned every library that it could reach with its torch. And the result was the night of the Middle Ages fell upon the human race. But by accident, by chance, by oversight, a few of the manuscripts escaped the fury of religious zeal. A few statues had been buried, and the result was that these manuscripts became the seed, the fruit of which is our civilization of today. A few forms of beauty were dug from the earth that had protected them, and now the civilized world is filled with art, with painting, and with statuary, in spite of the rage of the early church. What is the next blow that this church received? The discovery of America. That is the next. The Holy Ghost, who inspired a man to write the Bible, did not know of the existence of this continent, never dreamed of it. The result was that his Bible never spoke of it. He did not dream that the earth is round. He believed it was flat, although he made it himself, and at that time heaven was just up there beyond the clouds. There was where the gods lived. There was where the angels were, and it was against that heaven that Jacob's ladder was, that the angels ascended and descended. It was to that heaven that Christ ascended after his resurrection. It was up there where the New Jerusalem was, with its streets of gold, and under this earth was perdition. There was where the devils lived. There was where a pit was dug for all unbelievers, and for men who had brains. And I say that for this reason, that just in proportion that you have brains, just in that proportion your chances for eternal joy are lessened according to this religion. And just in proportion that you lack brains, your chances are increased. They believe under there that they discovered America. They found that the earth is round. It was circumnavigated by Magellan. In 1519 that brave man set sail. The church told him, "The earth is flat, my friend. Don't go off. You will go off the edge." Magellan said, "I have seen the shadow of the earth upon the moon, and I have more confidence in the shadow even than I have in the church." The ship went round. The earth was circumnavigated. Science passed its hand above it and beneath it. And where was the heaven and where was the hell? Vanished forever. And they dwell now only in the religion of superstition. We found there was no place for Jacob's ladder to lean against, no place there for the gods and angels to live, no place there to empty the waters of the deluge, no place there to which Christ could have ascended, and the foundations of the New Jerusalem crumbled, and the towers and domes fell and became simply space. Space sown with an infinite number of stars, not with New Jerusalems, but with constellations. Then man began to grow great, and with that, you know, came astronomy. Now just see what they did in that. In 1473, Copernicus was born. In 1543, his great work. In 1616, the system of Copernicus was condemned by the Pope, by the infallible Catholic Church, and the Church is about as near right upon that subject as upon any other. The system of Copernicus was denounced. And how long do you suppose the Church fought that? Let me tell you, it was revoked by Pius VII in the year of grace 1821. For 205 years after the death of Copernicus, the church insisted that that system was false and that the old idea was true. Astronomy is the first help that we ever received from heaven. Then came Kepler in 1609, and you may almost date the birth of science from the night that Kepler discovered his first law. That was the dawn of the day of intelligence. His first law, that the planets do not move in circles. His second law, that they described equal spaces in equal times. His third law, that there was a direct relation between weight and velocity. That man gave us a key to heaven. That man opened its infinite book, and we now read it, and he did more good than all of the theologians that ever lived. I have not time to speak of the others, of Galileo, of Leonardo da Vinci, and of hundreds of others that I could mention. The next thing that gave this church a blow was statistics. Away went special providence. We found by taking statistics that we could tell the average length of human life, that this human life did not depend upon infinite caprice, that it depended upon conditions, circumstances, laws, and facts, and that those conditions, circumstances, and facts were ever active. And now you will see the man who depends entirely upon special providence gets his life insured. He has more confidence even in one of these companies than he has in the whole Trinity. We found by statistics that there were just so many crimes on an average committed, just so many crimes of one kind and so many of another, just so many suicides, so many deaths by drowning, just so many accidents on an average, just so many men marrying women, for instance, older than themselves, just so many murders of a particular kind, just the same number of accidents. And I say tonight, statistics utterly demolish the idea of special providence. Only the other day a gentleman was telling me of a case of special providence. He knew it. He had been the subject of it. Yes, sir. A few years ago he was about to go on a ship when he was detained. He didn't go, and the ship was lost and all on board. Yes, I said, do you think the fellows that were drowned believed in special providence? Think of the infinite egotism of such a doctrine. Here is a man that fails to go upon a ship with 500 passengers, and they go down to the bottom of the sea. Fathers, mothers, children, and loving husbands and wives waiting upon the shores of expectation. Here is one poor little wretch that didn't happen to go, and he thinks that God, the infinite being, interfered in his poor little withered behalf and let the rest all go. That is special providence. You know, we have a custom every year of issuing a proclamation of thanksgiving. We say to God, although you have afflicted all the other countries, although you have sent war and desolation and famine on everybody else, we have been such good children that you have been kind to us, and we hope you will keep on. It don't make a bit of difference whether we have good times or not. Not a bit. The thanksgiving is always exactly the same. I remember a few years ago a governor of Iowa got out a proclamation of that kind. He went on to tell how thankful the people were, how prosperous the state had been, and there was a young fellow in the state who got out another proclamation saying, fearing that the Lord might be misled by official correspondence, he went on to say that the governor's proclamation was entirely false, that the state was not prosperous, that the crops had been an almost entire failure, that nearly every farm in the state was mortgaged, that if the Lord did not believe him, all he asked was he would send some angel in whom he had confidence to look the matter over for himself. End of part 1. This has been a LibriVox recording, read for you by Ted Delorme on Christmas weekend 2008. Ingersoll's Lecture on Orthodoxy, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 2 of Ingersoll's Lecture on Orthodoxy from the book Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, Volume 2. Of course, I have not time to recount the enemies of the church. Every fact is an enemy of superstition. Every fact is a heretic. Every demonstration is an infidel. Everything that ever happened testified against the supernatural. I have only spoken of a few of the blows that shattered the shield and shivered the lance of superstition. Here is another one, the doctrine of Charles Darwin. This century will be called Darwin's century, one of the greatest men who ever touched this globe. He has explained more of the phenomena of life than all of the religious teachers. Write the name of Charles Darwin there on the one hand, and the name of every theologian that ever lived there on the other hand, and from that name has come more light to the world than from all of those. His doctrine of evolution, his doctrine of the survival of the fittest, his doctrine of the origin of the species has removed in every thinking mind the last vestige of orthodox Christianity. He has not only stated, but he has demonstrated that the inspired writer knew nothing of this world, nothing of the origin of man, nothing of geology, nothing of astronomy, nothing of nature, that the Bible is a book written by ignorance, by the instigation of fear. Think of the man who replied to him. Only a few years ago there was no parson too ignorant to successfully answer Charles Darwin, and the more ignorant he was, the more cheerfully he undertook the task. He was held up to the ridicule, the scorn, and the contempt of the Christian world, and yet when he died, England was proud to put his dust with that of her noblest and her grandest. Charles Darwin conquered the intellectual world, and the doctrine of evolution is now an accepted fact. His light has broken in on some of the early clergy, And the greatest man who today occupies the pulpit is a believer in the evolution theory of Charles Darwin, and that is Henry Ward Beecher, a man of more brains than the entire clergy of that entire church put together. And yet we are told in this little creed that orthodox religion is about to conquer the world. It will be driven to the wilds of Africa. It must go to some savage country. It has lost its hold upon civilization, and I tell you it is unfortunate to have a religion that cannot be accepted by the intellect of a nation. It is unfortunate to have a religion against which every good and noble heart protests. Let us have a good one or none. Oh, my pity has been excited by seeing these ministers endeavor to warp and twist the passages of Scripture to fit some demonstration in science. These pious evasions, these solemn pretenses. When they are caught in one way, they give a different meaning to the words and say the world was not made in 7 days. They say good whiles, epochs. And in this same confession here of faith and creeds, they believe the Lord's day is holy, every 7th day. Suppose you live near the North Pole, where the day is 3 months long. Then which day will you keep? Suppose you could get to the North Pole, you could prevent Sunday from ever overtaking you. You could walk around the other way faster than the world could revolve. How would you keep Sunday then? Suppose we ever invent anything that can go 1,000 miles an hour. We can just chase Sunday clear around the globe. Is there anything that can be more perfectly absurd than that a space of time can be holy? You might as well talk about a pious vacuum. These pious evasions. I heard the other night of an old man. He was not very well educated, you know, and he got into the notion that he must have reading of the Bible and have family worship. And there was a bad boy in the family, a pretty smart boy, and they were reading the Bible by course. And in the 15th chapter of Corinthians is this passage: Behold, brethren, I show you a mystery. We shall not all die, but we shall be changed. And this boy rubbed out the C in changed. So next night the old man got on his specs and got down his Bible and said, Behold, brethren, I show you a mystery. We shall not all die, but we shall be hanged. The old lady said, Father, I don't think it reads that way. He says, Who is reading this? Yes, mother, it says be hanged, and more than that, I see the sense of it. Pride is the besetting sin of the human heart, and if there is anything calculated to take the pride out of a man, it is hanging. I keep going back to this book. I keep going back to the miracles, to the prophecies, to the fables, and people ask me, if I take away the Bible, what are we going to do? How can we get along without the revelation that no one understands? What are we going to do if we have no Bible to quarrel about? What are we to do without hell? What are we going to do with our enemies? What are we going to do with the people we love but don't like? They tell me that there never would have been any civilization if it had not been for this Bible. The Jews had a Bible, the Romans had not. Which had the greater and the grander government? Let us be honest. Which of those nations produced the greatest poets, the greatest soldiers, the greatest orators, the greatest statesmen, the greatest sculptors? Rome had no Bible. God cared nothing for the Roman Empire. He let the men come up by chance. His time was taken up by the Jewish people, and yet Rome conquered the world, and even conquered God's chosen people. The people that had the Bible were defeated by the people who had not. How was it possible for Lucretius to get along without the Bible? How did the great and glorious of that empire? And what shall we say of Greece? No Bible. Compare Athens with Jerusalem. From Athens comes the beauty and intellectual grace of the world. Compare the mythology of Greece with the mythology of Judea. One covering the earth with beauty, and the other filling heaven with hatred and injustice. The Hindus had no Bible. They had been forsaken by the Creator, and yet they became the greatest metaphysicians of the world. Egypt had no Bible. Compare even Egypt with Judea. What are we to do without the Bible? What became of the Jews who had the Bible? Their temple was destroyed, and their city was taken, and as I said before, they never found real prosperity until their God deserted them. Do without the Bible. Now I come again to the New Testament. There are a few things in there, I give you my word, I cannot believe. I cannot believe in the miraculous origin of Jesus Christ. I believe he was the son of Joseph and Mary, that Joseph and Mary had been duly and legally married, that he was a legitimate offspring of that marriage, and nobody ever believed the contrary until he had been dead 150 years. Neither Matthew, Mark, nor Luke ever dreamed that he was of divine origin. He did not say to either Matthew, Mark, or Luke, or to anyone in their hearing, that he was the Son of God, or that he was miraculously conceived. He did not say it. The angel Gabriel, who they say brought the news, never wrote a word upon the subject. His mother never wrote a word upon the subject. His father never wrote a word upon the subject. We are lacking in the matter of witnesses. I would not believe it now. I cannot believe it then. I would not believe people I know, much less would I believe people I don't know. I say that at that time Matthew, Mark, and Luke believed that he was the son of Joseph and Mary. And why? They say he descended from the blood of David, and in order to show that he was of the blood of David, they gave the genealogy of Joseph. And if Joseph was not his father, why not give the genealogy of Pontius Pilate or Herod? Could they, by giving the genealogy of Joseph, show that he was of the blood of David, if Joseph was in no way related to David? And yet that is the position into which the Christian world is now driven. It says the son of Joseph, and then interpolated the words, as was supposed. Why then do they give a supposed genealogy? It will not do, and that is a thing that cannot in any way, by any human testimony, be established. And if it is important for us to know that he was the Son of God, I say then that it devolves upon God to give us evidence. Let him write it across the face of the heavens in every language of mankind. If it is necessary for us to believe it, let it grow on every leaf next year. No man should be damned for not believing unless the evidence is overwhelming. And he ought not to be made to depend upon say-so. He should have it directly for himself. A man says God told him so and so, and he tells me, and I haven't anyone's word but that fellow's. He may have been deceived. If God has a message for me, he ought to tell it to me, and not somebody that has been dead 4,000 or 5,000 years, and in another language. God may have changed his mind on many things. He has on slavery, at least, and polygamy. And yet his church now wants to go out here and destroy polygamy in Utah with a sword. Why don't they send missionaries there with copies of the Old Testament? By reading the lives of Abraham and Isaac and Lot, and a few other fellows that ought to have been in the penitentiary, they can soften their hearts. Now there is another miracle I do not believe. I want to speak about it as we would about any ordinary transaction in the world. In the first place, I do not believe that any miracle was ever performed, and if there was, you can't prove it. Why? Because it is altogether more reasonable that the people lied about it than that it happened. And why? Because according to human experience we know that people will not always tell the truth, and we never saw a miracle. And we have got to be governed by our experience, and if we go by our experience, it is in favor that the thing never happened, that the man is mistaken. Now I want you to remember it. Here is a man that comes into Jerusalem, and the first thing he does, he cures the blind. He lets the light of day visit the darkness of blindness. The eyes are opened, and the whole world is again pictured upon the brain. Another man is clothed with leprosy. He touches him, and the disease falls from him, and he stands pure and clean and whole. Another man is deformed, wrinkled, bent. He touches him, and throws upon him again the garment of youth. A man is in his grave, and he says, "Come forth," and he again walks in life, feeling his heart throb and beat, and his blood going joyously through his veins. They say that happened. I don't know. There is one wonderful thing about the dead people that were raised. We don't hear of them any more. What became of them? Why, if there was a man in this town that had been raised from the dead, I would go to see him tonight, and I would say, "Where were you when you got the notice to come back? What kind of country is it? What kind of opening there for a young man? How did you like it?" But nobody ever paid the slightest attention to them there. They didn't even excite interest when they died the second time. Nobody said, "Why, that man isn't afraid. He has been there." Not a word. They pass away quietly. You see, I don't believe it. There is something wrong somewhere about that business. And then there is another trouble in my mind. Now, you know I may suffer eternal punishment for all this. Here is a man that does all these things, and thereupon they crucify him. Now then, let us be honest. Suppose a man came into Chicago, and he should meet a funeral procession, and he should say, "Who is dead?" And they should say, "The son of a widow, her only support." And he should say to the procession, "Halt!" and to the undertaker, "Take out that coffin, unscrew that lid. Young man, I say unto thee, arise." And the latter should step from the coffin, and in one moment after hold his mother in his arms. Suppose he should go to your cemetery, and should find some woman holding a little child in each hand, while the tears fell upon a new made grave, and he should say to her, "Who lies buried here?" And she should reply, "My husband." And he should say, "I say unto thee, O grave, give up thy dead." And the husband should rise, and in a moment after have his lips upon his wife's, and the little children with their arms around his neck. Suppose that it is so. Do you think that the people of Chicago would kill him? Do you think anyone would wish to crucify him? Do you not rather believe that every one who had a loved one out in that cemetery would go to him, even upon their knees, and beg him and implore him to give back their dead? Do you believe that any man was ever crucified who was the master of death? Let me tell you tonight, if there shall ever appear on this earth the master, the monarch of death, all human knees will touch the earth. He will not be crucified. He will not be touched. All the living who fear death, all the living who have lost a loved one, will stand and cling to him. And yet we are told that this worker of miracles, this worker of wonders, this man who could clothe the dead in the throbbing flesh of life, was crucified by the Jewish people. It was never dreamed that he did a miracle until 100 years after he was dead. There is another miracle I do not believe. I cannot believe it, and that is the resurrection. And why? If it was the fact, if the dead got out of the grave, why did he not show himself to his enemies? Why did he not again visit Pontius Pilate? Why did he not call upon Caiaphas the high priest? Why did he not make another triumphal entry into Jerusalem? Why did he not again enter the temple and dispute with the doctors? Why didn't he say to the multitude, "Here are the wounds in my feet, and in my hands, and in my side. I am the one you endeavored to kill, but death is my slave"? Why didn't he? Simply because the thing never happened. I cannot believe it. But recollect, it makes no difference with its teachings. They are exactly as good whether he wrought miracles or not. Twice 2 are 4. That needs no miracle. Twice 2 are 5. A miracle would not help that. Christ's teaching are worth their effect upon the human race. It makes no difference about miracle or about wonder, but you must remember in that day everyone believed in miracles. Nobody had any standing as a teacher, a philosopher, a governor, or a king about whom there was not a something miraculous. The earth was then covered with the sons and daughters of the gods and goddesses. That was believed in Greece, in Rome, in Egypt, in Hindustan. Everybody, nearly, believed in such things. Then there is another miracle that I cannot believe in, and that is the ascension. The bodily ascension of Jesus Christ. Where was he going? Since the telescope has been pointed at the stars, where was he going? The New Jerusalem is not there. The abode of the gods is not there. Where was he going? Which way did he go? That depends upon the time of day that he left. If he left in the night, he went exactly the opposite way from what he would in the day. Who saw this miracle? They say the disciples. Let us see what they say about it. Matthew did not think it was worth mentioning. He doesn't speak of it at all. On the contrary, he says that the last words of Christ were, "Lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world." That is what he says. Mark, he saw it. So then, after the Lord had spoken unto them, he was received up into heaven, and sat on the right hand of God. That is all he has to say about the most wonderful thing that ever blessed human vision, about a miracle great enough to have stuffed credulity to bursting, and yet we have one poor little meager verse. So then, after he had quit speaking, he was caught up and sat on the right hand of God. How does he know it was on the right hand? Did he see him after he had sat down? Luke says, "And it came to pass, while he blessed them, he was parted from them, and was carried up into heaven." But John does not mention it. He gives as his last words this address to Peter, "Follow thou me." Of course, he did not say that as he ascended. In the Acts we have another account. A conversation is given not spoken of in any of the others, and we find there 2 men clad in white apparel, who said, "Men of Galilee, why stand ye here gazing up into heaven? This same Jesus that was taken up into heaven shall so come in like manner as ye have seen him go up into heaven." Matthew didn't see that. Mark forgot it. Luke didn't think it was worth mentioning, and John didn't believe it. Yet upon that evidence we are led to believe that the most miraculous of all miracles actually occurred. I cannot believe it. I may be mistaken, But the church is now trying to parry, and when they come to the little miracles of the New Testament, all they say is, Christ didn't cast out devils, these men had fits. He cured fits. Then I read in another place about the fits talking. Christ held a dialogue with the fits, and the fits told him his name, and the fits at that time were in a crazy man, and the fits made a contract that they would go out of the man provided they would be permitted to go into swine. How can fits that attack a man take up a residence in swine? The church must not give up the devil. He is the right bower. No devil, no hell. No hell, no preacher. No fire, no insurance. I read another miracle, that this devil took Christ and put him on the pinnacle of a temple. Was that fits too? Why is not the theological world honest? Why do they not come up and admit what they know the book means? They have not the courage. Now, the next doctrine is the absolute necessity of belief. That depends upon this: can a man believe as he wants to? Can you? Can anybody? Does belief depend at all upon the evidence? I think it does somewhat in some cases. How is it that when a jury is sworn to try a case, hearing all the evidence, hearing both sides, hearing the charge of the judge, hearing the law, and upon their oaths are equally divided, 6 for the plaintiff and 6 for the defendant? It is because evidence does not have the same effect upon all people. Why? Our brains are not alike, not the same shape. We have not the same intelligence or the same experience, the same sense. And yet I am held accountable for my belief. I must believe in the Trinity. 3 times 1 is 1. Once 1 is 3. And my soul is to be eternally damned for failing to guess an arithmetical conundrum. And that is the poison part of Christianity, that salvation depends upon belief. That is the poison part, and until that dogma is discarded, religion will be nothing but superstition. No man can control his belief. If I hear certain evidence, I will believe a certain thing. If I fail to hear it, I may never believe it. If it is adapted to my mind, I may accept it. If it is not, I reject it. And what am I to go by? My brain. That is the only light I have from nature, and if there be a God, it is the only torch that this God has given me by which to find my way through the darkness and the night called life. I do not depend upon hearsay for that. I do not have to take the word of any other man, nor get upon my knees before a book. Here, in the temple of the mind, I go and consult the God, that is to say, my reason, and the oracle speaks to me, and I obey the oracle. What should I obey? Another man's oracle? Shall I take another man's word, and not what he thinks, but what God said to him? I would not know a God if I should see one. I have said before, and I say again, the brain thinks in spite of me, and I am not responsible for my thought. No more can I control the beating of my heart, the expansion and contraction of my lungs for a moment. No more can I stop the blood that flows through the rivers of the veins. And yet I am held responsible for my belief. Then why does not the God give me the evidence? They say he has. In what? In an inspired book. But I do not understand it as they do. Must I be false to my understanding? They say, when you come to die, you will be sorry you did not. Will I be sorry when I come to die that I did not live a hypocrite? Will I be sorry I did not say I was a Christian when I was not? Will the fact that I was honest put a thorn in the pillow of death? God cannot forgive me for that. They say when he was in Jerusalem he forgave his murderers. Now he won't forgive an honest man for differing with him on the subject of the Trinity. They say that God says to me, "Forgive your enemies." I say, "All right, I do." But he says, "I will damn mine." God should be consistent. If he wants me to forgive my enemies, he should forgive his. I am asked to forgive enemies who can hurt me. God is only asked to forgive enemies who cannot hurt him. He certainly ought to be as generous as he asks us to be. And I want no God to forgive me unless I do forgive others. All I ask, if that be true, is that this God should live according to his own doctrine. If I am to forgive my enemies, I ask him to forgive his. That is justice. That is right. Here are these millions today who say we are to be saved by belief, by faith. But what are we to believe? In St. Louis last Saturday, I read an interview with a Christian minister, one who is now holding a revival. They call him the boy preacher, a name that he has borne for 50 or 60 years. The question was whether in these revivals, when they were trying to rescue souls from eternal torture, they would allow colored people to occupy seats with white people. And that revivalist, preaching the unsearchable richness of Christ, said he would not allow the colored people to sit with white people. They must go to the back of the church. The same people go and sit right next to them in heaven, swap harps with them, and yet this man, believing as he says he does, that if he did not believe in the Lord Jesus Christ he would eternally perish, was not willing that the colored man should sit by a white man while he heard the gospel of everlasting peace. He was not willing that the colored man should get into the lifeboat of Christ, although those white men might be totally depraved, and if they had justice done them according to his doctrine would be eternally damned. And yet he has the impudence to put on airs, although he ought to be eternally damned, and go and sit by the colored man. His doctrine of religion, the color line, has not my respect. I believe in the religion of humanity, and it is far better to love our fellow men than to love God, because we can help them and we cannot help him. You had better do what you can than to be always pretending to do what you cannot. Now I come to the last part of the Bible, this creed, and that is eternal punishment. And I have concluded, and I have said I will never deliver a lecture that I do not give the full benefit of its name. That part of the Congregational Creed would disgrace the lowest savage that crouches and crawls in the jungles of Africa. The man who now in the 19th century preaches the doctrine of eternal punishment, the doctrine of eternal hell, has lived in vain. Think of that doctrine, the eternity of punishment. Why, I find in that same creed that Christ is finally going to triumph in this world and establish his kingdom. But if their doctrine is true, he will never triumph in the other world. He will have billions in hell forever. In this world we never will be perfectly civilized as long as a gallows casts its shadow upon the earth. As long as there is a penitentiary behind the walls of which a human being is immured, we are not a civilized people. We will never be perfectly civilized until we do away with crime and criminals. And yet, according to this Christian religion, God is to have an eternal penitentiary. He is to be an everlasting jailer, an everlasting turnkey, a warden of an infinite dungeon. And he is going to keep prisoners there, not for the purpose of reforming them, because they are never going to get any better, only getting worse, just for the purpose of punishing them. And what for? For something they did in this world, born in ignorance, educated it may be in poverty, and yet responsible through the countless ages of eternity. No man can think of a greater horror, no man can think of a greater absurdity. For the growth of that doctrine, ignorance was soil and fear was rain. That doctrine came from the fanged mouths of wild beasts, and yet it is the glad tidings of great joy. God so loved the world, he is going to damn most everybody. And if this Christian religion be true, some of the greatest and grandest and best who ever lived upon this earth are suffering its torments tonight. It don't appear to make much difference, however, with this church. They go right on enjoying themselves as well as ever. If their doctrine is true, Benjamin Franklin, one of the wisest and best of men, who did so much to give us here a free government, is suffering the tyranny of God tonight, while he endeavored to establish freedom among men. If the churches were honest, their preachers would tell their hearts, Benjamin Franklin is in hell. And we warn any and all the youth not to imitate Benjamin Franklin. Thomas Jefferson, the author of the Declaration of Independence, with its self-evident truths, has been damned these many years. That is what all the ministers ought to have the courage to say. Talk as you believe, stand by your creed, or change it. I want to impress it upon your mind, because the thing I wish to do in this world is to put out the fires of hell. I want to keep at it just as long as there is one little coal red in the bottomless pit. As long as the ashes are warm, I shall denounce this infamous doctrine. I want you to know that the men who founded this great and glorious government are there. The most of the men who fought in the Revolutionary War and wrested from the clutch of Great Britain this continent have been rewarded by the eternal wrath of God. The old revolutionary soldiers are in hell by the thousands. Let the preachers have the courage to say so. The men who fought in 1812 and gave to the United States the freedom of the seas, nearly all of them have been damned since 1815, all that were killed. The greatest of heroes, they are there. The greatest of poets, the greatest scientists, the men who have made the world beautiful and grand, they are all, I tell you, among the damned, if this creed is true. Humboldt, who shed light and who added to the intellectual wealth of mankind. Goethe and Schiller and Lessing, who almost created the German language, all gone, all suffering the wrath of God tonight. And every time an angel thinks of one of those men, he gives his harp an extra twang. Laplace, who read the heaven like an open book, he is there. Robert Burns, the poet of human love, he is there because he wrote the prayer of Holy Willie, because he fastened upon the cross the Presbyterian creed and made a lingering crucifixion. And yet that man added to the tenderness of the human heart. Dickens, who put a shield of pity before the flesh of childhood, God is getting even with him. Our own Ralph Waldo Emerson, although he had 1,000 opportunities to hear Methodist clergymen, scorned the means of grace, and the Holy Ghost is delighted that he is in hell tonight. Longfellow refined hundreds and thousands of homes, but he did not believe in the miraculous origin of the Savior. No, sir, he doubted the report of Gabriel. He loved his fellow men. He did what he could to free the slaves. He did what he could to make mankind happy. But God was just waiting for him. He had his constable right there. Thomas Paine, the author of The Rights of Man, offering his life in both hemispheres for the freedom of the human race, and one of the founders of the Republic. It has often seemed to me that if we could get God's attention long enough to point him to the American flag, he would let him out. Comte, the author of the Positive Philosophy, who loved his fellow men to that degree that he made of humanity a god, who wrote his great work in poverty, with his face covered with tears. They are getting their revenge on him now. Voltaire, who abolished torture in France, who did more for human liberty than any other man, living or dead, who was the assassin of superstition, and whose dagger still rusts in the heart of Catholicism. All the priests who have been translated have their happiness increased by looking at Voltaire. Glorious country, where the principal occupation is watching the miseries of the lost. Giordani Bruno, Benedict Spinoza, Diderot, the encyclopedist, who endeavored to get all knowledge in a small compass, so that he could put the peasant on an equality with the prince intellectually. The man who wished to sow all over the world the seeds of knowledge, who loved to labor for mankind. While the priests wanted to burn, he did all he could to put out the fire. He has been lost long, long ago. His cry for water has become so common that his voice is now recognized through all the realms of hell. And they say to one another, that is Diderot. David Hume, the philosopher, he is there with the rest. Beethoven, the Shakespeare of music, he has been lost. And Wagner, the master of melody, who has made the air of this world rich forever, he is there. And they have better music in hell than in heaven. Shelley, whose soul, like his own skylark, was a winged joy, he has been damned for many, many years. And Shakespeare, the greatest of the human race, who has done more to elevate mankind than all the priests who ever lived and died, he is there. And all the founders of inquisitions, the builders of dungeons, the makers of chains, the inventors of instruments of torture, terrors and burners and branders of human flesh, stealers of babes and sellers of husbands and wives and children, the drawers of the sword, of persecution, and they who kept the horizon lurid with a faggot's flame for 1,000 years, they are in heaven tonight. Well, I wish heaven joy of such company. And that is the doctrine with which we are polluting the souls of children. That is the doctrine that puts a fiend by their dying bed and a prophecy of hell over every cradle. That is glad tidings of great joy. Only a little while ago, when the great flood came upon the Ohio, sent by him who is ruling in the world and paying particular attention to the affairs of nations, just in the gray of the morning, they saw a house floating down, and on its top a human being. And a few men went out to the rescue in a little boat, and they found there a mother, a woman, and they wanted to rescue her, and she said, "No, I am going to stay where I am. I have 3 dead babes in this house." Think of a love so limitless, stronger and deeper than despair and death. And yet the Christian religion says that if that woman did not happen to believe in their creed, God would send that mother's soul to eternal fire. If there is another world, and if in heaven they wear hats, when such a woman climbs up the opposite bank of the Jordan, Christ should lift his to her. That is the trouble I had with this Christian religion. Its infinite heartlessness. And I cannot tell them too often that during our last war, Christians who knew that if they were shot they would go right to heaven, went and hired wicked men to take their places, perfectly willing the men should go to hell, provided they could stay at home. You see, they are not honest in it. They do not believe it, or as the people say, they don't sense it. They have not religion enough to conceive what it is they believe and what a terrific falsehood they assert. And I beg of every one who hears me tonight, I beg, I implore, I beseech you, never give another dollar to build a church in which that lie is preached. Never give another cent to send a missionary with his mouth stuffed with that falsehood to a foreign land. Why, they say the heathen will go to heaven anyway if you let them alone. What is the use of sending them to hell by enlightening them? Let them alone. The idea of going and telling a man a thing that if he does not believe he will be damned, when the chances are 10 to 1 that he won't believe it, don't tell him. And as quick as he gets to the other world and finds it necessary to believe, he will say yes. Give him a chance. My objection to the Christian religion is that it destroys human love, and tells you and me that the love of your dear ones is not necessary in this world to make a heaven in the next. No matter about your wife, your children, your brother, your sister, no matter about all the affections of the human heart. When you get there, you will be alone with the angels. I don't know whether I would like the angels. I don't know whether the angels would like me. I would rather stand by the folks who have loved me and whom I know, and I can conceive of no heaven without the love of this earth. That is the trouble with the Christian religion. Leave your father, leave your mother, leave your wife, leave your children, leave everything and follow Jesus Christ. I will not. I will stay with the folks. I will not sacrifice on the altar of a selfish fear all the grandest and noblest promptings of my heart. You do away with human love, and what are we without it? What would we be in another world, and what would we be here without it? Can anyone conceive of music without human love? Human love builds every home. Human love is the author of all the beauty in this world. Love paints every picture and chisels every statue. Love, I tell you, builds every fireside. What would heaven be without love? And yet that is what we are promised. A heaven with your wife lost, your mother lost, some of your children gone, and you expect to be made happy by falling in with some angel. Such a religion is demoralizing. And how are you to get there? On the efforts of another. You are to be perpetually a heavenly pauper, and you will have to admit through all eternity that you never would have got here if you hadn't got frightened. I am here, you will say. I have these wings, I have this musical instrument, because I was scared. What a glorious world! And then think of it! No reformation in the next world, not the slightest. If you die in Arkansas, that is the end of you. At the end you will be told that being born in Arkansas you had a fair chance. Think of telling a boy in the next world who lived and died in Delaware that he had a fair show. Can anything be more infamous? All on an equality, the rich and the poor, those with parents loving them, those with every opportunity for education, on an equality with the poor, the abject, and the ignorant. And the little ray called life, this little moment with a shadow and a tear, this little space between your mother's arms and the grave, that balances an entire eternity. And God can do nothing for you when you get there. A little Methodist preacher can do no more for the soul here than its creator can when you get there. The soul goes to heaven where there is nothing but good society, no bad examples, and they are all there, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and yet they can do nothing for that poor unfortunate except to damn him. Is there any sense in that? Why should this be a period of probation? It says in the Bible, I believe, now is the accepted time. When does that mean? That means whenever the passage is pronounced. Now is the accepted time. It will be the same tomorrow, won't it? And just as appropriate then as today, and if appropriate at any time, appropriate through all eternity. What I say is this: there is no world, there can be no world in which every human being will not have an opportunity of doing right. That is my objection to this Christian religion, and if the love of earth is not the love of heaven, if those who love us here are to be separated there, then I want eternal sleep. Give me a good cold grave rather than the furnace of Jehovah's wrath. Gabriel, don't blow. Let me alone. If when the grave bursts I am not to meet faces that have been my sunshine in this life, let me sleep on. Rather than that the doctrine of endless punishment should be tried, I would like to see the fabric of our civilization crumble and fall to unmeaning chaos and to formless dust, where oblivion broods and where even memory forgets. I would rather a Samson of some unprisoned force, released by chance, should so wreck and strain the mighty world that man, in stress and strain of want and fear, should shudderingly crawl back to savage and barbaric night. I would rather that every planet would in its orbit wheel a barren star, rather than that the Christian religion should be true. I think it is better to love your children than to love God, 1,000 times better, because you can help them, and I am inclined to think that God can get along without you. I believe in the religion of the family. I believe that the roof tree is sacred from the smallest fiber held in the soft, moist clasp of the earth to the little blossom on the topmost bough that gives its fragrance to the happy air. The family where virtue dwells with love is like a lily with a heart of fire, the fairest flower in all this world. And I tell you, God cannot afford to damn a man in the next world who has made a happy family in this. God cannot afford to cast over the battlements of heaven the man who has built a happy home here. God cannot afford to be unpitying to a human heart capable of pity. God cannot clothe with fire the man who has clothed the naked here. And God cannot send to eternal pain a man who has done something toward improving the condition of his fellow man. If he can, I had rather go to hell than to heaven and keep the company of such a God. They tell me the next terrible thing I do is to take away the hope of immortality. I do not. I would not. I could not. Immortality was first dreamed of by human love, and yet the church is going to take human love out of immortality. We love it, therefore we wish to love. A loved one dies, and we wish to meet again. And from the affection of the human heart grew the great oak of the hope of immortality. And around that oak has climbed the poisonous vine, superstition. Theologians, pretenders, soothsayers, parsons, priests, popes, bishops have taken all that hope, and they have had the impudence to stand by the grave and prophesy a future of pain. They have erected their toll gates on the highway to the other world, and have collected money from the poor people on the way, and they have collected it from their fear. The church did not give us the idea of immortality. The Bible did not give us the idea of immortality. Let me tell you now that the Old Testament tells you how you lost immortality. It does not say another word about another world from the first mistake in Genesis to the last curse in Malachi. There is not in the Old Testament one burial service. No man in the Old Testament stands by the bed and says, I will meet them again. Not one word. From the top of Sinai came no hope of another world. And when we get to the New Testament, what do we find there? Have thy heart counted worthy to obtain that world and the resurrection of the dead, as though some would be counted unworthy to obtain the resurrection of the dead. And in another place, seek for honor, glory, immortality. If you have got it, why seek for it? And in another place, God, who alone hath immortality. And yet they tell us that we get our ideas of immortality from the Bible. I deny it. If Christ was in fact God, why didn't he plainly say that there was another life? Why didn't he tell us something about it? Why didn't he turn the tear-stained hope of immortality into the glad knowledge of another life? Why did he go dumbly to his death and leave the world in darkness and in doubt? Why? Because he was a man and didn't know. I would not destroy the smallest star of human hope, But I deny that we got our idea of immortality from the Bible. It existed long before Moses existed. We find it symbolized through all Egypt, through all India. Wherever man has lived, his religion has made another world in which to meet the lost. It is not born of the Bible. The idea of immortality, like the great sea, has ebbed and flowed in the human heart, beating with its countless waves against the rocks and sands of fate and time. It was not born of the Bible. It was born of the human heart, and it will continue to ebb and flow beneath the mists and clouds of doubt and darkness as long as love kisses the lips of death. We do not know. We do not prophesy a life of pain. We leave the dead with nature, the mother of us all, under a seven-hued bow of hope. Under the seven-hued arch let the dead sleep. Ah, but you take the consolation of religion. What consolation has religion for the widow of the unbeliever? The widow of a good, brave, kind man who lies dead. What can the Orthodox ministers say to relieve the bursting heart of that woman? What can the Orthodox ministers say to relieve the aching hearts of the little orphans as they kneel by the grave of that father, if that father didn't happen to be an Orthodox Christian? What consolation have they? I find that when a Christian loses a friend, the tears spring from his eyes as quickly as from the eyes of others. Their tears are as bitter as ours. Why? The echo of the promises spoken 1800 years ago is so low, and the sound of the clods upon the coffin so loud. The promises are so far away, and the dead are so near. That is the reason. And they find no consolation there. I say honestly, we do not know. We cannot say. We cannot say whether death is a wall or a door, the beginning or end of a day, the spreading of pinions to soar, or the folding forever of wings, whether it is the rising or the setting of sun, or an endless life that brings rapture and love to everyone. We do not know. We cannot say. There is an old fable of Orpheus and Eurydice. Eurydice had been captured and taken to the infernal regions, and Orpheus went after her, taking with him his harp, and playing as he went. And when he came to the infernal regions he began to play, and Sisyphus sat down upon the stone that he had been heaving upon the side of the mountain so many years, and which continually rolled back upon him. Ixion paused upon his wheel of fire. Tantalus ceased in his vain efforts for water. The daughters of the Danaidae left off trying to fill their sieves with water. Pluto smiled, and for the first time in the history of hell, the cheeks of the Furies were wet with tears. Monsters relented, and they said, Eurydice may go with you, but you must not look back. So he again threaded the caverns, playing as he went, and as he again reached the light, he failed to hear the footsteps of Eurydice, and he looked back, and in a moment she was gone. This old fable gives to us the idea of the perpetual effort to rescue truth from the churches of monsters. Sometime Orpheus will not look back. Some day Eurydice will reach the blessed light. And at some time there will fade from the memory of men the superstition of religion. End of Ingersoll's lecture on orthodoxy. This is a LibriVox recording, recorded for you by Ted Delorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina, over Christmas weekend, 2008. Ingersoll's lecture on blasphemy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ingersoll's lecture on blasphemy from the book Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, Volume 2, recorded by Ted Delorme. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an old story of a missionary trying to convert an Indian. The Indian made a little circle in the sand and said, "This is what the Indian knows." Then he made another circle a little larger and said, "That is what missionary knows." But outside there, the Indian knows just as much as missionary. I am going to talk mostly outside that circle tonight. First, what is the origin of the crime known as blasphemy? It is the belief in a God who is cruel, revengeful, quick-tempered, and capricious. A God who punishes the innocent for the guilty. A God who listens with delight to the shrieks of the tortured and gazes enraptured on their spurting blood. You must hold this belief before you can believe in the doctrine of blasphemy. You must believe that this God loves ceremonies, that this God knows certain men to whom he has told all his will. It then follows that, if this God loves ceremonies and has certain men to teach his will and perform these ceremonies, these men must have a place to live in. This place was called a temple, and it was sacred. And the pots and pans and kettles and all in it were sacred too. No one but the priests must touch them. Then the God wrote a book in which he told his covenants to men, and gave this book to priests to interpret. While it was sacrilege to touch with the hands the pots and pans of the temple, it was blasphemy to doubt or question anything in the book. And then the right to think was gone, and the right to use the brain that God had given was taken away, and religion was entrenched behind that citadel called blasphemy. God was a kind of juggler. He did not wish man to be impudent or curious about how he did things. You must sit in audience and watch the tricks and ask no questions. In front of every fact he has hung the impenetrable curtain of blasphemy. Now, then, all the little reason that poor man had is useless. To say anything against the priest was blasphemy, and to say anything against God was blasphemy. To ask a question was blasphemy. Finally, we sank to the level of fetishism. We began to worship inanimate things. If you will read your Bible, you will find that the Jews had a sacred box. In it were the rod of Aaron and a piece of manna and the tables of stone. To touch this box was a crime. You remember that one time when a careless Jew thought the box was going to tip, he held it. God killed him. What a warning to baggage smashers of the present day. We find also that God concocted a hair oil and threatened death to anyone who imitated it. And we see that he also made a certain perfume, and it was death to make anything that smelt like it. It seems to me this is carrying protection too far. It always has been blasphemy to say, "I do not know whether God exists or not." In all Catholic countries it is blasphemy to doubt the Bible, to doubt the sacredness of the relics. It always has been blasphemy to laugh at a priest, to ask questions, to investigate the Trinity. In a world of superstition, reason is blasphemy. In a world of ignorance, facts are blasphemy. In a world of cruelty, sympathy is a crime. And in a world of lies, truth is blasphemy. Who are the real blasphemers? Webster offers the definition: blasphemy is an insult offered to God by attributing to him a nature and qualities differing from his real nature and qualities, and dishonoring him. A very good definition, if you only know what his nature and qualities are. But that is not revealed, for studying him through the medium of the Bible, we find him illimitably contradictory. He commands us not to work on the Sabbath day because it is holy. Yet God works himself on the Sabbath day. The sun, moon, and stars swing round in their orbits, and all the creation attributed to this God goes on as on other days. He says, honor thy father and mother, and yet this God, in the person of Christ, offered honors and glory and happiness 100-fold to any who would desert their father and mother for him. Thou shalt not kill. Yet God killed the firstborn of Egypt, and he commanded Joshua to kill all his enemies, not sparing old or young, man, woman, or child, even an unborn child. Thou shalt not commit adultery, he says, and yet this God gave the wives of defeated enemies to his soldiers of Joshua's army. Then again he says, thou shalt not steal. By this command he protected the inanimate property and the cattle of one man against the hand of another. And yet this God who said, thou shalt not steal, established human slavery. The products of industry were not to be interfered with, but the producer might be stolen as often as possible. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. And yet the God who said this said also, I have sent lying spirits unto Ahab. The only commandment he really kept was, thou shalt have none other gods but me. Is it blasphemous to describe this God as malicious? You know that laughter is a good index of the character of a man. You like and rejoice with the man whose laugh is free and joyous and full of goodwill. You fear and dislike him of the sneering laugh. How does God laugh? He says, I will laugh at their calamity and mock at their misfortune, speaking of some who have sinned. Think of the malice and malignity of that in an infinite God when speaking of the sufferings he is going to impose upon his children. You know that it is said of a Roman emperor that he wrote laws very finely, and posted them so high on the walls that no one could read them, and then he punished the people who disobeyed the laws. That is the acme of tyranny, to provide a punishment for breach of laws the existence of which were unknown. Now we all know that there is sin against the Holy Ghost which will not be forgiven in this world nor in the world to come. Hundreds of thousands of people have been driven to the lunatic asylum by the thought that they had committed this unpardonable sin. Every educated minister knows that that part of the Bible is an interpolation, but they all preach it. What that sin against the Holy Ghost is not specified. I say, oh, but my good God, tell me what this sin is. And he answers, maybe now asking is the crime. Keep quiet. So I keep quiet and go about tortured with the fear that I have committed that sin. Is it blasphemy to describe God as needing assistance from the legislature, calling for the aid of a mob to enforce his will here? Compare that God with the man, even with Henry Bergh. See what Mr. Bergh has done to awaken pity in our people and call sympathy to the rescue of suffering animals. And yet our God was a torturer of dumb brutes. Is it blasphemy to say that our God sent the famine and dried the mother's breast from her infant's withered lips? Is it blasphemy to say that he is the author of the pestilence, that he ordered some of his children to consume others with fire and sword? Is it blasphemy to believe what we read in the 109th Psalm? If these things are not blasphemy, then there is no blasphemy. If there be a God, I desire him to write in the book of judgment, opposite my name, that I denied these lies for him. Let us take another step. Let us examine the Presbyterian Confession of Faith. If it be possible to commit blasphemy, then I contend that the Presbyterian creed is most blasphemous, for according to that, God is a cruel, unrelenting, revengeful, malignant, and utterly unreasonable tyrant. I propose now to pay a little attention to the creed. First, it confesses that there is such a thing as a light of nature. It is sufficient to make man inexcusable, but not sufficient for salvation, just light enough to lead man to hell. Now imagine a man who will put a false light on a hilltop to lure a ship to destruction. What will we say of that man? What can we say of a God who gives this false light of nature, which, if its lessons are followed, results in hell? That is the Presbyterian God. I don't like him. Now it occurred to God that the light of nature was somewhat weak, and he thought he'd light another burner. Therefore he made his book and gave it to his servants, the priests, that they might give it to men. It was to be accepted, not on the authority of Moses or any other writer, but because it was the Word of God. How do you know it's the Word of God? You're not to take the word of Moses or David or Jeremiah or Isaiah or any other man, because the authenticity of their work has nothing to do with the matter. This creed expressly lets them out. How are you to know that it is God's word? Because it is God's word. Why is it God's word? What proof have we that it is God's word? Because it is God's word. Now then, I find that the next thing in this wonderful confession of faith of the Presbyterians is a decree of predestination. I am pleased to assure you that it is not necessary to understand this. You have only to believe it. You see that by the decree of God some men and angels are predestined to heaven, and others to eternal hell, and you observe that their number is so certain and definite that it can neither be changed nor altered. You are asked to believe that billions of years ago this God knew the names of all the men and women whom he was going to save, had them in his book, that being the only thing except himself that then existed. He had chosen the names by the aid of the secret council. The reason they called it secret was because they knew all about it. In making his choice, God was not at all bigoted. He did not choose John Smith because he foresaw that Smith was to be a Presbyterian and was to possess a loving nature, was to be honest and true and noble in all his ways, doing good himself and encouraging others in the same. Oh, no, he was quite as likely to pick Brown, in spite of the fact that he knew long before that Brown would be a wicked wretch. You see, he was just as apt to send Smith to the devil and take Brown to heaven, and all for his glory. This God also blinds and hardens. He is a peculiar God. If sinners persevere, he will blind and harden and give them over at last to their own wickedness, instead of trying to reclaim and save them. Now we come to the comforting doctrine of the total depravity of man, and this leads us to consider how we came that way. Can any person read the first chapters of Genesis and believe them unless his logic was assassinated in the cradle? We read that our first parents were placed in a pleasant garden, that they were given the full run of the place and only forbidden to meddle with the orchard, that they were tempted as God knew they were to be tempted, that they fell as God knew they would fall, and that for this fall, which he knew would happen before he made them, he fixed the curse of original sin upon them, to be continued to all their children. Why didn't he stop right there? Why didn't he kill Adam and Eve and make another pair who didn't like apples? Then, when he brought his flood, why did he rescue 8 people if their descendants were to be so totally depraved and wicked? Why didn't he have his flood first and then drown the devil? That would have solved the problem, and he could have then tried experiments unmolested. The Presbyterian Confession says this corruption was in all men. It was born with them. It lived through their life, and after death survived in the children. Well, can't man help himself? No. I'll show you. God's got him. Listen to this. So a natural man is not only dead in sin and unable to accomplish salvation, but he is also incapable of preparing himself therefor. Absolutely incapable of taking a trick. He is saved, if at all, completely by the mercy of God. If that's the case, then why doesn't he convert us all? Oh, he doesn't. He wishes to send the most of us to hell, to show his justice. Elect infants dying in infancy are regenerate. So also are all persons incapable of unbelief. That includes insane persons and idiots, because an idiot is incapable of unbelief. Idiots are the only fellows who've got the dead wood on God. Then, according to this, the man who has lived according to the light of nature, doing the best he knew how to make this earth happy, will be damned by God, because he never heard of his Son. Whose fault is it that an infinite God does not advertise? Something wrong about that. I am inclined to think that the Presbyterian Church is wrong. I find here how utterly unpardonable sin is. There is no sin so small but it is punished with hell, and away you go straight to the deepest burning pit, unless your heart has been purified by this confession of faith, unless this snake has crawled in there and made itself a nest. Why should we help religion? I would like people to ask themselves that question. An infinite God, by practicing a reasonable economy, can get along without assistance. Loudly this confession proclaims that salvation comes from Christ alone. What then becomes of the savage who, having never known the name of Christ, has lived according to the light of nature, kind and heroic and generous, and possessed of and cultivating all the natural virtues? He goes to hell. God, you see, loves us. If he had not loved us, what would he have done? The light of nature then shows that God is good, and therefore to be feared on account of his goodness, to be served and honored without ceasing. And yet this creed says that on the last day God will damn anyone who has walked according to this light. It's blasphemy to walk by the light of nature. The next great doctrine is on the preservation of the saints. Now, there are peculiarities about saints. They are saints without their own knowledge or free will. They may even be down on saints, but it's no good. God has got a rolling hitch on them, and they have to come into the kingdom sooner or later. It all depends on whether they have been elected or not. God could have made me a saint just as easy as not, but he passed me by. Now, you know the Presbyterians say I trample on holy things. They believe in hell, and I come and say there is no hell. I hurt their hearts, they say, and they add that I am going to hell myself. I thank them for that, but now let's see what these tender Presbyterians say of other churches. Here it is. This confession of faith calls the Pope of Rome Antichrist and a son of perdition. Now, there are 40 Roman Catholics to 1 Presbyterian on this earth. Do not the Presbyterians rather trample on the things that are holy to the Roman Catholics? And do they respect their feelings? But the Presbyterians have a pope themselves, composed of the presbyters and preachers. This confession attributes to them the keys of heaven and hell and the power to forgive sins. Therefore these men must be infallible, for God would never be so foolish as to entrust fallible men with the keys of heaven and hell. I care nothing for their keys, nor for any world these keys would open or lock. I prefer the country. We are told by this faith that at the last day all the men and women and children who have ever lived on the earth will appear in the self same bodies they have had when on earth. Everyone who knows anything knows the constant exchange which is going on between the vegetable and the animal kingdom. The millions of atoms which compose one of our bodies have all come from animals and vegetables, and they in their turn drew them from animals and vegetables which preceded them. The same atoms which are now in our bodies have previously been in the bodies of our ancestors. The Negro from Central Africa has many times been mahogany, and the mahogany has many times been Negro. A missionary goes to the Cannibal Islands, and a cannibal eats him and dies. The atoms which compose the missionary's body now compose, in great part, the cannibal's body. To whom will these atoms belong on the morning of the resurrection? How did the devil, who had always lived in heaven among the best society, ever happen to become bad? If a man surrounded by angels could become bad, why cannot a man surrounded by devils become good? Here is the last Presbyterian joy. At the day of judgment the righteous shall be caught up to heaven, and shall stand at the right hand of Christ and share with him in judging the wicked. Then the Presbyterian husband may have the ineffable pleasure of judging his wife and condemning her to eternal hell. And the boy will say to his mother, echoing the command of God, "Depart thou accursed into everlasting torment." Here will come a man who has not believed in God. He was a soldier who took up arms to free the slaves, and who rotted to death in Andersonville prison rather than accept the offer of his captors to fight against freedom. He loved his wife and his children and his home and his native country and all mankind, and did all the good he knew. God will say to the Presbyterians, "What shall we do to this man?" And they will answer, "Throw him into hell." Last night there was a fire in Philadelphia, and at a window 50 feet above the ground Mr. King stood amid flame and smoke, and pressed his children to his breast one after the other, kissed them, and threw them to the rescuers with a prayer. That was man. At the last day God takes his children with a curse and hurls them into eternal fire. That's your God, as the Presbyterians describe him. Do you believe that God, if there is one, will ever damn me for thinking him better than he is? If this creed be true, God is the insane keeper of a mad house. We have in this city a clergyman who contends that this creed gives a correct picture of God, and furthermore says that God has the right to do with us as he pleases, because he made us. If I could change this lamp into a human being, that would not give me the right to torture him. And if I did torture him, and he cried out, "Why torturest thou me?" and I replied, "Because I made you," he would be right in replying, "You made me, therefore you are responsible for my happiness." No God has a right to add to the sum of human misery. And yet this minister believes an honest thought blasphemy. No doubt he is perfectly honest. Otherwise he would have too much intellectual pride to take the position he does. He says that the Bible offers the only restraint to the savage passions of man. In lands where there has been no Bible, there have been mild and beneficent philosophers like Buddha and Confucius. Is it possible that the Bible is the only restraint? And yet the nations among whom these men lived have been as moral as we. In Brooklyn and New York you have the Bible, yet do you find that the restraint is a great success? Is there a city on the globe which lacks more in certain directions than some in Christendom, or even the United States? What are the natural virtues of man? Honesty, hospitality, mercy in the hour of victory, generosity. Do we not find these virtues among some savages? Do we find them among all Christians? I am also told by these gentlemen that the time will come when the infidel will be silenced by society. Why, that time came long ago. Society gave the hemlock to Socrates. Society in Jerusalem cried out for Barabbas, and crucified Jesus. In every Christian country, society has endeavored to crush the infidel. Blasphemy is a padlock which hypocrisy tries to put on the lips of all honest men. At one time Christianity succeeded in silencing the infidel, and then came the Dark Ages, when all rule was ecclesiastical, when the air was filled with devils and spooks, when birth was a misfortune, life a prolonged misery of fear and torment, and death a horrible nightmare. They crushed the infidels, Galileo, Kepler, Copernicus, wherever a ray of light appeared in the ecclesiastical darkness. But I want to tell this minister tonight, and all others like him, that that day is past. All the churches in the United States cannot even crush me. The day for that has gone, never to return. If they think they can crush free thought in this country, let them try it. What must this minister think of you and the citizens of this republic when he says, "Take the fear of hell out of men's hearts, and a majority of them will become ungovernably wicked"? Oh, think of an angel in heaven having to allow that he was scared there. This minister calls for my arrest. He thinks his God needs help and would like to see the police crush the infidel. I would advise Mr. Talmage to furnish his God with a rattle so that when he is in danger again he can summon the police immediately. I'll tell you what is blasphemy. It is blasphemy to live on the fruits of other men's labor, to prevent the growth of the human mind, to persecute for opinion's sake, to abuse your wife and children, to increase in any manner the sum of human misery. I'll tell you what is sacred. Our bodies are sacred. Our rights are sacred. Justice and liberty are sacred. I'll tell you what is the true Bible. It is the sum of all actual knowledge of man, and every man who discovers a new fact adds a new verse to this Bible. It is different from the other Bible, because that is the sum of all that its writers and readers do not know. End of Ingersoll's lecture on blasphemy. Recorded for you by Ted Delorme in March 2009 in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Ingersoll's lecture entitled Some Reasons Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ingersoll's lecture entitled Some Reasons Why, Section 8 of the book, Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, Volume 2. Ladies and gentlemen, the history of the world shows that religion has made enemies instead of friends. That one word, religion, paints the horizon of the past with every form of agony and torture, and when one pronounces the name of religion, we think of 1,500 years of persecution, of 6,000 years of hatred, slander, and vituperation. Strange but true that those who have loved God most have loved men least. Strange that in countries where there has been the most religion, there has been the most agony. And that is one reason why I am opposed to what is known as religion. By religion I mean the duties that men are supposed to owe to God. By religion I mean not what man owes to man, but what we owe to some invisible, infinite, and supreme being. The question arises, can any relation exist between finite man and infinite being? An infinite being is absolutely conditional. An infinite being cannot walk, cannot receive, and a finite being cannot give to the infinite. Can I increase his happiness or decrease his misery? Does he need my strength or my life? What can I do for him? I say, nothing. For one, I do not believe there is any God who gives rain or sunshine for praying. For one, I do not believe there is any being who helps man simply because he kneels. I may be mistaken, but that is my doctrine, that the finite cannot by any possibility help the infinite, or the infinite be indebted to the finite. That the finite cannot by any possibility assist a being who is all in all. What can we do? We can help man. We can help clothe the naked, feed the hungry. We can help break the chains of the slave. We can help weave a garment of joy that will finally cover this world. That is all that man can do. Wherever he has endeavored to do more, he has simply increased the misery of his fellows. I can find out nothing of these things myself by my unaided reasoning. If there is an infinite God, and I have not reason enough to comprehend his universe, whose fault is it? I am told that we have the inspired will of God. I do not know exactly what they mean by inspired. Not two sects agree on that word. Some tell me that every great work is inspired, that Shakespeare is inspired. I would be less apt to dispute that than a similar remark about any other book on this earth. If Jehovah had wanted to have a book written, the inspiration of which should not be disputed, he should have waited until Shakespeare lived. Whatever they mean by inspiration, they at least mean that it is true. If it is true, it does not need to be inspired. The truth will take care of itself. Nothing except a falsehood needs inspiration. What is inspiration? A man looks at the sea, and the sea says something to him. Another man looks at the same sea, and the sea tells another story to him. The sea cannot tell the same story to any two human beings. There is not a thing in nature, from a pebble to a constellation, that tells the same story to any two human beings. It depends upon the man's experience, his intellectual development, and what chord of memory it touches. One looks upon the sea and is filled with grief. Another looks upon it and laughs. Last year, riding in the cars from Boston to Portsmouth, sat opposite me a lady and gentleman. As we reached the latter place, the woman, for the first time in her life, caught a burst of the sea, and she looked and said to her husband, "Isn't that beautiful?" And he looked and said, "I bet you can dig clams right there." Another illustration. A little while ago a gentleman was walking with another in South Carolina, at Charleston, one who had been upon the other side. Said the northerner to the southerner, "Did you ever see such a night as this? Did you ever in your life see such a moon?" "Oh, my God," said he, "you ought to have seen that moon before the war." I simply say these things to convince you that everything in nature has a different story to tell every human being. So the Bible tells a different story to every man that reads it. History proves what I say. Why so many sects? Why so much persecution? Simply because two people couldn't understand it exactly alike. You may reply that God intended it should be so understood, and that is the real revelation that God intended. For instance, I write a letter to Smith. I want to convey to him certain thoughts. If I am honest, I will use the words which will convey to him my thoughts, but not being infinite, I don't know exactly how Smith will understand my words. But if I were infinite, I would be bound to use the words that I know Smith would get my exact idea from. If God intended to make a revelation to me, He has to make it to me through my brain and my reasoning. He cannot make a revelation to another man for me. That other man will have God's word for it, but I will only have that man's word for it. As that man has been dead for several thousand years, and as I don't know what his reputation was for truth and veracity in the neighborhood in which he lived, I will wait for the Lord to speak again. Suppose when I read it, the revelation to me through the Bible is that it is not true, and God knew that I would know that when I read it, and knew if I did not say it I would be dishonest. Is it possible that He would damn me for being honest, and give me wings if I would play the hypocrite? The inspiration of the Bible depends upon the ignorance of the gentleman who reads it. Yet they tell me this book was written by the Creator of every shining star. Now let us see. I want to be honest and candid. I have just as much at stake in the way of soul as any doctor of divinity that ever lived, and more than some I have met. According to this book, the first attempt at peopling this world was a failure. God had to destroy all but 8. He saved some of the same kind to start again, which I think was a mistake. After that, the people still getting worse, He selected from the wide world a few of the tribe of Abraham. He had no time to waste with everybody. He had no time to throw away on Egypt. It had at that time a vast and splendid civilization, in which there were free schools, in which the one man married the one wife, where there were courts of law, where there were codes of laws. Neither could he give attention to India, that had at that time a literature as splendid almost as ours, a language as perfect, that had produced poets, philosophers, statesmen. He had no time to waste with them, but took a few of the tribe of Abraham, and he did his best to civilize these people. He was their governor, their executive, their supreme court. He established a despotism, and from Mount Sinai he proclaimed his laws. They didn't pay much attention to them. He wrought thousands of miracles to convince them that he was God. Isn't it perfectly wonderful that the priest of one religion never believes the miracles told by the priest of another? Is it possible that they know each other? I heard a story the other day. A gentleman was telling a very remarkable circumstance that happened to himself, and all the listeners except one said, "Is it possible? Did you ever hear such a wonderful thing in all your life?" They noticed that this one man didn't appear to take a vivid interest in the story, so one said to him, "You don't express much astonishment at the story." "No," says he, "I am a liar myself." I find by reading this book that a worse government was never established than that established by Jehovah, that the Jews were the most unfortunate people who lived upon the globe. Let us compare this book. In all civilized countries it is not only admitted, but passionately asserted, that slavery is an infamous crime, that a war of extermination is murder, that polygamy enslaves woman, degrades man, and destroys home, that nothing is more infamous than the slaughter of decrepit men and helpless women, and of prattling babes, that the captured maiden should not be given to her captors, that wives should not be stoned to death for differing in religion from their husbands. We know there was a time in the history of most nations when all these crimes were regarded as divine institutions. Nations entertaining these views today are called savage, and with the exception of the Fiji Islanders, some tribes in Central Africa, and a few citizens of Delaware, no human being can be found degraded enough to agree upon those subjects with Jehovah. Today, the fact that a nation has abolished and abandoned those things is the only evidence that it can offer to show that it is not still barbarous. But a believer in the inspiration of the Bible is compelled to say there was a time when slavery was right, when polygamy was the highest form of virtue, when wars of extermination were waged with the sword of mercy, and when the Creator of the whole world commanded the soldier to sheathe the dagger of murder in the dimpled breast of infancy. The believer of inspiration of the Bible is compelled to say there was a time when it was right for a husband to murder his wife because they differed upon subjects of religion. I deny that such a time ever was. If I knew the real God said it, I would still deny it. 4,000 years ago, if the Bible is true, God was in favor of slavery, polygamy, wars of extermination, and religious persecution. Now we are told the devil is in favor of all those things, and God is opposed to them. In other words, the devil stands now where God stood 4,000 years ago. Yet they tell me God is just as good now as he was then, and the devil just as bad now as God was then. Other nations believed in slavery, polygamy, and war and persecution without ever having received one ray of light from heaven. That shows that a special revelation is not necessary to teach a man to do wrong. Other nations did no worse without the Bible than the Jews did with it. Suppose the devil had inspired a book. In what respect would he have differed from God on the subject of slavery, polygamy, wars of extermination, and religious persecution? Suppose we knew that after God had finished his book the devil had gotten possession of it and written a few passages to suit himself. Which passages, O Christian, would you pick out now as having probably been written by the devil? Which of these two? Love thy neighbor as thyself, or kill all the males among the little ones, and kill every man, but all the women and girls keep alive for yourselves? Which of those two passages would they select as having been written by the devil? If God wrote the last, there is no need of a devil. Is there a Christian in the wide world who does not wish that God, from the thunder and lightning of Sinai, had said, "You shall not enslave your fellow man"? I am opposed to any man who is in favor of slavery. If revolution is needed at all, it is to prevent man enslaving his fellow man. But they said God did the best he could, that the Jews were so bad that he had to come up kind of slow. If he had told them suddenly they must not murder and steal, they would not have paid any respect to the 10 Commandments. Suppose you go to the Cannibal Islands to prevent the gentlemen there from eating missionaries, and you found they ate them raw. The first move is to induce them to cook them. After you get them to eat cooked missionaries, you will then, without their knowing it, occasionally slip in a little mutton. We will go on gradually decreasing missionaries and increasing mutton, until finally the last will be so cultivated that they will prefer the sheep to the priest. I think the missionaries would object to that mode, of course. I know this was written by the Jews themselves. If they were to write it now, it would be different. Today they are a civilized people. I do not wish it understood that a word I say tonight touches the slightest prejudice in any man's mind against the Jewish people. They are as good a people as live today. I will say right here, they never had any luck until Jehovah abandoned them. Now we come to the New Testament. They tell me that it is better than the Old. I say it is worse. The great objection to the Old Testament is that it is cruel. But in the Old Testament the revenge of God stopped with the portals of the tomb. He never threatened punishment after death. He never threatened one thing beyond the grave. It was reserved for the New Testament to make known the doctrine of eternal punishment. Is the New Testament inspired? I have not time to give many reasons, but I will give some. In the first place, they tell me the very fact that the witnesses disagree in minor matters show that they have not conspired to tell the same story. Good. And I say, in every lawsuit where 4 or 5 witnesses testify, or endeavor to testify to the same transaction, it is natural that they should differ on minor points. Why? Because no two occupy exactly the same position. No two see exactly alike. No two remember precisely the same. And their disagreement is due to and accounted for by the imperfection of human nature, and the fact that they did not all have an equal opportunity to know. But if you admit or say that the 4 witnesses were inspired by an infinite being who did see it all, then they should remember all the same, because inspiration does not depend on memory. That brings me to another point. Why were there 4 gospels? What is the use of more than one correct account of anything? If you want to spread it, send copies. No human being has got the ingenuity to tell me why there were 4 gospels when one correct gospel would have been enough. Why should there have been 4 original multiplication tables? One is enough, and if anybody has got any use for it, he can copy that one. The very fact that we have got 4 gospels shows that it is not an inspired book. The next point is that, according to the New Testament, the salvation of the world depended upon the atonement. Only one of the books in the New Testament says anything about that, and that is John. The church followed John, and they ought to follow John, because the church wrote that book called John. According to that, the whole world was to be damned on account of the sins of one man, and that absurdity was the father and mother of another absurdity, that the whole world could be saved on account of the virtue of another man. I deny both propositions. No man can sin for me. No man can be virtuous for me. I must reap what I sow. But they say the law must be satisfied. What kind of a law is it that would demand punishment of the innocent? Just think of it. Here is a man about to be hanged, and another comes up and says, that man has got a family and I have not. That man is in good health and I am not well, and I will be hung in his place. And the governor says, all right, a murder has been committed, and we've got to have a hanging. We don't care who. Under the Mosaic dispensation, there was no remission of sins without the shedding of blood. If a man committed a murder, he brought a pair of doves or a sheep to the priest, and the priest laid his hands on the animal, and the sins of the man were transferred to the animal. You see how that could be done easy enough. Then they killed the animal and sprinkled its blood on the altar. That let the man off. And why did God demand the sacrifice of a sheep? I will tell you. Because priests love mutton. To make the innocent suffer is the greatest crime. I don't wish to go to heaven on the virtues of somebody else. If I can't settle by the books and go, I don't wish to go. I don't want to feel as if I was there on sufferance, that I was in the poorhouse of the universe, supported by the town. They tell us Judas betrayed Christ. Well, if Christ had not been betrayed, No atonement would have been made, and then every human soul would have been damned, and heaven would have been for rent. Supposing that Judas knew the Christian system, then perhaps he thought that by betraying Christ he could get forgiven, not only for the sins that he had already committed, but for the sin of betrayal. And if, on the way to Calvary and later, some brave, heroic soul had rescued Christ from the mob, he would have made his own damnation sure. It won't do. There is no logic in that. They say God tried to civilize the Jews. If he had succeeded according to the Christian system, we all would have been damned, because if the Jews had been civilized, they would not have crucified Christ. They would have believed in the freedom of speech, and as a result the world would have been lost for 2,000 years. The Christian world has been trying to explain the atonement, and they have always ended by failing to explain it. Now I come to the second objection, which is that certain belief is necessary to salvation. I will believe according to the evidence. In my mind are certain scales which weigh everything, and my integrity stands there and knows which side goes up and which side goes down. If I am an honest man, I will report the weights like an honest man. They say I must believe a certain thing or I will be eternally damned. They tell me that to believe is the safer way. I deny it. The safest thing you can do is be honest. No man, when the shadows of the last hours were gathering around him, ever wished that he had lived the life of a hypocrite. If I find at the day of judgment that I have been mistaken, I will say so like a man. If God tells me then that he is the author of the Old Testament, I will admit that he is worse than I thought he was, and when he comes to pronounce sentence upon me, I will say to him, do unto others as you would that others should do unto you. I have a right to think. I cannot control my belief. My brain is my castle, and if I don't defend it, my soul becomes a slave and a serf. If you throw away your reason, your soul is not worth saving. Salvation depends not upon belief, but upon deed, upon kindness, upon justice, upon mercy. Your own deeds are your savior, and you can be saved in no other way. I am told in this testament to love my enemies. I cannot. I will not. I don't hate enemies. I don't wish to injure enemies, but I don't care about seeing them. I don't like them. I love my friends, and the man who loves enemies and friends loves me. The doctrine of non-resistance is born of weakness. The man that first said it because it was the best he could do under the circumstances. While the church said, love your enemies, in her sacred vestments gleamed the daggers of assassination. With her cunning hand she wore the purple for hypocrisy, and placed the crown upon the brow of crime. For more than 1,000 years larceny held the scales of justice, and hypocrisy wore the mitre, and the tiara of Christ was in fact God. He knew of the future. He knew what crimes and horrors would be committed in his name. He knew the fires of persecution would climb around the limbs of countless martyrs, that brave men and women would languish in dungeons and darkness, that the church would use instruments of torture, that in his name his followers would trade in human flesh, that cradles would be robbed and women's breasts unbabed for gold, and yet he died with voiceless lips. If Christ was God, why did he not tell his disciples and through them the world, man shall not persecute his fellow man? Why didn't he say, I am God? Why didn't he explain the doctrine of the Trinity? Why didn't he tell what manner of baptism was pleasing to him? Why didn't he say the Old Testament is true? Why didn't he write his testament himself? Why did he leave his words to accident, to ignorance, to malice, and to chance? Why didn't he say something positive, definite, satisfactory about another world? Why did he not turn the tear-stained hope of immortality to the glad knowledge of another life? Why did he go dumbly to his death, leaving the world to misery and to doubt? Why? Because he was a man. Colonel Ingersoll read several extracts from the Bible, which he said originated with Zoroaster, Buddha, Cicero, Epictetus, Pythagoras, and other ancient writers. And he read extracts from various pagan writers, which he claimed compared favorably with the best things in the Bible. He continued, "No God has a right to create a man who is to be eternally damned. Infinite wisdom has no right to make a failure, and a man who is to be eternally damned is not a conspicuous success. Infinite wisdom has no right to make an instrument that will not finally pay a dividend. No God has a right to add to the agony of this universe, and yet around the angels of immortality Christianity has coiled this serpent of eternal pain. Upon love's breast the church has placed that asp, and yet people talk to me about the consolations of religion." A few days ago the bark Tiger was found upon the wide sea, 126 days from Liverpool. For 9 days not a mouthful of food or a drop of water was to be had. There was on board the captain, mate, and 11 men. When they had been out 117 days, they killed the captain's dog. 9 days more, no food, no water, and Captain Kruger stood upon the deck in the presence of his starving crew. With a revolver in his hand, put it upon his temple, and said, "Boys, this can't last much longer. I am willing to die to save the rest of you." The mate grasped the revolver from his hand and said, "Wait." And the next day, upon the horizon of despair, was the smoke of the ship which rescued them. Do you tell me tonight, if Captain Kruger was not a Christian, and he had sent that ball crashing through his generous brain, that there was an Almighty waiting to clutch his naked soul that he might damn him forever? It won't do. But they tell me you have no right to pick the bad things out of the Bible. I say an infinite God has no right to put bad things into his Bible. Does anybody believe if God was going to write a book now, he would uphold slavery, that he would favor polygamy, that he would say, kill the heathen, stab the women, dash out the brains of the children? We have civilized him. We make our own God, and we make him better day by day. Some honest people really believe that in some wonderful way we are indebted to Moses for geology, to Joshua for astronomy and military tactics, to Samson for weapons of war, to Daniel for holy curses, to Solomon for the art of cross-examination, to Jonah for the science of navigation, to St. Paul for steamships and locomotives, to the 4 Gospels for telegraphs and sewing machines, to the Apocalypse for looms, sawmills, and telephones, and that to the Sermon on the Mount we are indebted for mortars and Krupp guns. We are told that no nation has ever been civilized without a Bible. The Jews had one, and yet they crucified a perfectly innocent man. They couldn't have done much worse without a Bible. God must have known 6,000 years ago that it was impossible to civilize people without a Bible just as well as they know it now. Why did he ever allow a nation to be without a Bible? Why didn't he give a few leaves to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden? Take from the Bible the miracles, and I admit that the good passages are true. If they are true, they don't need to be inspired. Miracles are the children of mendacity. Nothing can be more wonderful than the majestic, sublime, and eternal march of cause and effect. Reason must be the final arbiter. An inspired book cannot stand against a demonstrated fact. Is a man to be rewarded eternally for believing without evidence, or against evidence? Do you tell me that the less brain a man has, the better chance he has for heaven? Think of a heaven filled with men who never thought. Better that all that is should cease to be. Better that God had never been. Better that all the springs and seeds of things should fall and wither in great nature's realm. Better that causes and effects should lose relation. Better that every life should change to breathless death and voiceless blank, and every star to blind oblivion and moveless naught, than that this religion should be true. The religion of the future is humanity. The religion of the future will say to every man, you have the right to think and investigate for yourself. Liberty is my religion. Everything that is true, every good thought, every beautiful thing, every self-denying action, all these make my Bible. Every bubble, every star are passages in my Bible. A constellation is a chapter. Every shining world is a part of it. You cannot interpolate it. You cannot change it. It is the same forever. My Bible is all that speaks to man. Every violet, every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain crowned with snow, every star that shines, every throb of love, every honest act, all that is good and true combined make my Bible. And upon that book I stand. End of Ingersoll's lecture, Some Reasons Why. This is a LibriVox recording read for you by Ted Delorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina on April 6th, 2009. Section 9, Ingersoll's Lecture on Intellectual Development, Part 1 of 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ingersoll's Lecture on Intellectual Development from the book Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, Volume 2. Ladies and gentlemen, in the first place, I want to admit that there are a great many good people, quite pious people, who don't agree with me, and all that proves in the world is that I don't agree with them. I am not endeavoring to force my ideas or notions upon other people, but I am saying what little I can to induce everybody in the world to grant to every other person every right he claims for himself. I claim, standing under the flag of nature, under the blue and the stars, that I am the peer of any other man, and have the right to think and express my thoughts. I claim that in the presence of the unknown, and upon a subject nobody knows anything else about and never did, I have as good a right to guess as anybody else. The gentleman who holds views against mine, if they had any evidence, would have no fears, not the slightest. If a man has a diamond that has been examined by the lapidaries of the world, and some ignorant stonecutter tells him that it is nothing but an ordinary rock, he laughs at him. But if it has not been examined by lapidaries, and he is a little suspicious himself that it is not genuine, it makes him mad. Any doctrine that will not bear investigation is not a fit tenant for the mind of an honest man. Any man who is afraid to have his doctrine investigated is not only a coward, but a hypocrite. Now, all I ask is simply an opportunity to say my say. I will give that right to everybody else in the world. I understand that owing to my success in the lecture field, several clergymen have taken it into their heads to lecture, some of them, I believe, this evening. I say, all that I claim is the right I give to others, and any man who will not give that right is a dishonest man, no matter what church he may belong to or not belong to. If he does not freely accord to all others the right to think, he is not an honest man. I said some time ago that if there was any being who would eternally damn one of his children for the expression of an honest opinion, that he was not a God, but that he was a demon. And from that they have said, first, that I did not believe in any God, and secondly, that I called him a demon. If I did not believe in him, how could I call him anything? These things hardly hang together, but that makes no difference. I expect to be maligned. I expect to be slandered. I expect to have my reputation blackened by gentlemen who are not fit to blacken my shoes. But letting that pass, I simply believe in liberty. That is my religion. That is the altar where I worship. That is my shrine, that every human being shall have every right that I have. That is my religion. I am going to live up to it and going to say what little I can to make the American people brave enough and generous enough and kind enough to give everybody else the rights they have themselves. Can there ever be any progress in this world to amount to anything until we have liberty? The thoughts of a man who is not free are not worth much. A man who thinks with the club of a creed above his head, a man who thinks casting his eye askance at the flames of hell, is not apt to have very good thoughts. And for my part, I would not care to have any status or social position, even in heaven, if I had to admit that I never would have been there, only I got scared. When we are frightened, we do not think very well. If you want to get at the honest thoughts of a man, he must be free. If he is not free, you will not get his honest thought. You won't trade with a merchant if he is free. You won't employ him if he is a lawyer, if he is free. You won't call him if he is a doctor, if he is free. And what are you going to get out of him but hypocrisy? Force will not make thinkers, but hypocrites. A minister told me a while ago, Ingersoll, he says, if you do not believe the Bible, you ought not to say so. Says I, do you believe the Bible? He says, I do. I says, I don't know whether you do or not. Maybe you are following the advice you gave me. How shall I know whether you believe it or not? Now I shall die without knowing whether that man believed the Bible or not. There is no way that I can possibly find out, because he said that even if he did not believe it, he would not say so. Now I read, for instance, a book. Now let us be honest. Suppose that a clergyman and I were on an island, nobody but us two, and I were to read a book, and I honestly believed it untrue, and he asked me about it, what ought I to say? Ought I to say I believed it and be lying? Or ought I to say I did not? That is the question. And the church can take its choice between honest men who differ and hypocrites who differ but say they do not. You can have your choice, all of you. These black coats are the only persons of my acquaintance who resemble the chameleon in being able to keep one eye directed upwards to heaven and the other downwards to the good things of this world. Alexander von Humboldt. If you give to us liberty, you will have in this country a splendid diversity of individuality; but if, on the contrary, you say men shall think so and so, you will have the sameness of stupid nonsense. In my judgment, it is the duty of every man to think and express his thoughts, but at the same time do not make martyrs of yourselves. Those people that are not willing you should be honest are not worth dying for. They are not worth being a martyr for. And if you are afraid you cannot support your wife and children in this town and express your honest thought, why, keep it to yourself. But if there is such a man here, he is a living certificate of the meanness of the community in which he lives. Go right along if you are afraid it will take food from the mouths of your dear babes. If you are afraid you cannot clothe your wife and children, go along with them to church. Say amen in as near the right place as you can, if you happen to be awake, and I will do your talking for you. I will say my say, and the time will come when every man in the country will be astonished that there ever was a time that everybody had not the right to speak his honest thoughts. If there is a man here or in this town, preacher or otherwise, who is not willing that I should think and speak, he is just so much nearer a barbarian than I am. Civilization is liberty. Slavery is barbarism. Civilization is intelligence. Slavery is ignorance. And if we are any nearer free than were our fathers, it is because we have got better heads and more brains in them. That is the reason. Every man who has invented anything for the use and convenience of man has helped raise his fellow man. And all we have found out of the laws and forces of nature, so that we are finally enabled to bring these forces of nature into subjection to give us better houses, better food, better clothes, these are the real civilizers of our race. And the men who stand up as prophets and predict hell to their fellow man, they are not the civilizers of our race. The men who cut each other's throats because they fell out about baptism, they are not the civilizers of my race. The men who built the Inquisitions and put into dungeons all the grand and honest men they could find, they are not the civilizers of my race. The men who have corrupted the imaginations and hearts of men by the infamous dogma of hell, they are not the civilizers of my race. The men who have been predicting good for mankind, the men who have found some way to get us better homes and better houses and better education, the men who have allowed us to make slaves of the blind forces of nature, they have made this a world fit to live in. I want to prove to you, if I can, that this is all a question of intellectual development, a question of sense. And the more a man knows, the more liberal he is. The less a man knows, the more bigoted he is. The less a man knows, the more certain he is that he knows it. And the more a man knows, the better satisfied he is that he is entirely ignorant. Great knowledge is philosophic, and little, narrow, contemptible knowledge is bigoted and hateful. I want to prove it to you. I saw a little while ago models of nearly everything man has made for his use. Nearly everything. I saw models of all the watercraft, from the rude dugout in which paddled the naked savage with his forehead about half as high as his teeth were long, all the watercraft from that dugout up to a man of war that carries 100 guns and miles of canvas, from that rude dugout to a steamship that turns its brave prow from the port of New York with 3,000 miles of foaming billows before it, not missing a throb or beat of its mighty iron heart from one shore to the other. I saw their ideas of weapons, from the rude club, such as was seized by that same barbarian as he emerged from his den in the morning, hunting a snake for his dinner. From that club to the boomerang, to the dagger, to the sword, to the blunderbuss, to the old flintlock, to the caplock, to the needle gun, to the cannon invented by Krupp, capable of hurling a ball weighing 2,000 pounds through 18 inches of solid steel. I saw their ideas of defensive armor, from the turtle shell which one of these gentlemen lashed upon his breast preparatory to going to war, or the skin of a porcupine, dried with the quills on, that he pulled on his orthodox head before he sallied forth. By orthodox I mean man who has quit growing, not simply in religion, but in everything. Whenever a man is done, he is orthodox. Whenever he thinks he has found out all, he is orthodox. Whenever he becomes a drag on the swift car of progress, he is orthodox. I saw their defensive armor, from the turtle shell and the porcupine skin to the shirts of mail of the Middle Ages, that defied the edge of the sword and the point of the spear. I saw their ideas of agricultural implements, from the crooked stick that was attached to the horn of an ox by some twisted straw, to the agricultural implements of today that make it possible for a man to cultivate the soil without being an ignoramus. When they had none of these agricultural implements, when they depended upon one crop, they were superstitious. For if the frosts struck one crop, they thought the gods were angry with them. Now, with the implements, machinery, and knowledge of mechanics of today, people have found out that no man can be good enough nor bad enough to cause a frost. After having found out these things are contrary to the laws of nature, they began to raise more than one kind of crop. If the frost strikes one, they have the other. If it happens to strike all in that locality, there is a surplus somewhere else, and that surplus is distributed by railways and steamers, and by the 1,000 ways that we have to distribute these things. And as a consequence, the agriculturist begins to think and reason. And now, for the first time in the history of the world, the agriculturist begins to stand upon a level with the mechanic, and with the man who has confidence in the laws and facts of nature. I saw there their musical instruments, from the tom-tom, that is a hoop with 2 strings of rawhide drawn across it, to the instruments we have that make the common air blossom with melody. I saw their ideas on ornaments, from a string of the claws of a wild beast that once ornamented the dusky bosom of some savage belle, to the rubies and sapphires and diamonds with which civilization today is familiar. I saw the books written upon the shoulder blades of sheep, upon the bark of trees, down to the illustrated volumes that are now in the libraries of the world. I saw their ideas of paintings, from the rude daubs of yellow mud to the grand pictures we see in the art galleries of today. I saw their ideas of sculpture, from a monster god with several legs, a good many noses, a great many eyes, and one little contemptible brainless head, to the sculpture that we have where the marble is clothed with such personality that it seems almost impudence to touch it without an introduction. I saw all these things, and how men had gradually improved through the generations that are dead, and I saw at the same time a row of men's skulls, skulls from the Bushmen of Australia, skulls from the center of Africa, skulls from the farthest islands of the Pacific, skulls from this country, from the aborigines of America, skulls of the Aztecs, up to the best skulls, or many of the best of the last generation. And I noticed there was the same difference between the skulls as between the products of the skulls. the same between that skull and that, as between the dugout and the man of war, as between the dugout and the steamship, as between the tom-tom and an opera of Verdi, as between those ancient agricultural implements and ours, as between that yellow daub and that landscape, as between that stone god and a statue of today. And I said to myself, this is a question of intellectual development. This is a question of brain. The man has advanced just in proportion as he has mingled his thoughts with his labor, and just in proportion that his brain has gotten into partnership with his hand. Man has advanced just as he has developed intellectually, and no other way. That skull was a low den in which crawled and groped the meaner and baser instincts of mankind. And this was a temple in which dwelt love, liberty, and joy. Why is it that we have advanced in the arts? It is because every incentive has been held out to the world, because we want better clubs or better cannons with which to kill our fellow Christians. We want better music, we want better houses, and any man who will invent them and any man who will give them to us, we will clothe him in gold and glory. We will crown him with honor. That gentleman in his dugout not only had his ideas of mechanics, but he was a politician. His idea of politics was might makes right. And it will take thousands of years before the world will be willing to say that right makes might. That was his idea of politics. And he had another idea, that all power came from the clouds, and that every armed thief that lived upon the honest labor of mankind had poured out upon his head the divine oil of authority. He didn't believe the power to govern came from the people. He did not believe that the great mass of people had any right whatever, or that the great mass of people could be allowed the liberty of thought. And we have thousands of such today. They say thought is dangerous. Don't investigate. Don't inquire. Just believe. Shut your eyes, and then you are safe. You trust not here this man or that man or some other man, or our dear doctrines will be overturned, and we have nobody on our side except a large majority. We have nobody on our side except the wealth and respectability of the world. We have nobody on our side except the infinite God. And we are afraid that one man in 1 or 2 hours will beat the whole party. There is no method of reasoning more common or more blamable than in philosophical disputes to endeavor the refutation of any hypothesis by a pretense of its dangerous consequences to religion and morality. David Hume. This man in the dugout also had his ideas of religion. That fellow was orthodox, and any man who differed with him he called an infidel, an atheist, an outcast, and warned everybody against him. He had his religion. He believed in hell. He was glad of it. He enjoyed it. It was a great source of comfort to him to think when he didn't like people that he would have the pleasure of looking over and seeing them squirm upon the gridiron. When any man said he didn't believe there was a hell, this gentleman got up in his pulpit and called him a hyena. That fellow believed in a devil, too. That lowest skull was a devil factory. He believed in him. He believed he had a long tail adorned with a fiery dart. He believed he had wings like a bat, and had a pleasant habit of breathing sulphur. and he believed he had a cloven foot, such as most of your clergymen think I am blessed with myself. They are shepherds of the sheep. The people are the sheep. That is all they are. They have to be watched and guarded by these shepherds, and protected from the wolf who wants to reason with them. That is the doctrine. Now, all I claim is the same right to improve on that gentleman's politics as on the dugout, and the same right to improve upon his religion as upon his plow, or the musical instrument known as the tom-tom. That is all. Now, suppose the king and priest, if there was one, and there probably was one, as the farther you go back, the more ignorant you find mankind, and the thicker you find these gentlemen. Suppose the king and priest had said, that boat is the best boat that can ever be built. We got the model of that from Neptune, the god of the seas, and I guess the god of the water knows how to build a boat. And any man that says he can improve it by putting a stick in the middle with a rag on the end of it, and has any talk about the wind blowing this way and that, he is a heretic. He is a blasphemer. Honor bright, what, in your judgment, would have been the effect upon the circumnavigation of the globe? I think we would have been on the other side yet. Suppose the king and priests had said, that plow is the best that can ever be invented. The model of that was given to a pious farmer in a holy dream, and that twisted straw is the ne plus ultra of all twisted things, and any man who says he can out-twist it, we will twist him. Suppose the king and priests had said, that tom-tom is the finest instrument of music in the world. That is the kind of music found in heaven. An angel sat upon the edge of a glorified cloud, playing upon that tom-tom, and became so entranced with the music that in a kind of ecstasy she dropped it. And that is how we got it. And any man who talks about putting any improvement on that, he is not fit to live. Let me ask you, do you believe if that had been done that the human ears ever would have been enriched with the divine symphonies of Beethoven? All I claim is the same right to improve upon this barbarian's idea of politics and religion as upon everything else, and whether it is an improvement or not, I have a right to suggest it. That is my doctrine. They say to me, God will punish you forever if you do these things. Very well, I will settle with him. I had rather settle with him than any one of his agents. I do not like them very well. In theology I am a Granger. I do not believe in middlemen. What little business I have with heaven I will attend to myself. Our fathers thought, just as many now think, that you could force men to think your way, and if they failed to do it by reason, they tried it another way. I used to read about it when I was a boy. It did not seem to me that these things were true. It did not seem to me that there ever was such heartless bigotry in the heart of man. But there was, and is tonight. I used to read about it. I did not appreciate it. I never appreciated it until I saw the arguments of those gentlemen. They used to use such arguments as that man in the dugout would have used to the next man ahead of him. This low, miserable skull, this next man was a little higher, and this fellow behind called him a heretic, and the next was still a little higher, and he was called an infidel, and so it went on through the whole row, always calling the man who was ahead an infidel and a heretic. No man was ever called so who was behind the army of progress. It has always been the man ahead that has been called the heretic. Heresy is the last and best thought always. Heresy extends the hospitality of the brain to a new idea. That is what the rotting says to the growing. That is what the dweller in the swamp says to the man on the sunlit hill. That is what the man in the darkness cries out to the grand man upon whose forehead is shining the dawn of a grander day. That is what the coffin says to the cradle. Orthodoxy is a kind of shroud, and heresy is a banner. Orthodoxy is a frog, and heresy a star shining forever above the cradle of truth. I do not mean simply in religion, I mean in everything, and the idea I wish to impress upon you is that you should keep your minds open to all the influences of nature. You should keep your minds open to reason. Hear what a man has to say, and do not let the turtle shell of bigotry grow above your brain. Give everybody a chance and an opportunity. That is all. I saw the arguments that those gentlemen have used on each other through all the ages. I saw a little bit of thumbscrew, not more than so long, and attached to each end was a screw, and the inner surface was trimmed with little protuberances to prevent their slipping. And when some man doubted, when a man had an idea, then those that did not have an idea put the thumbscrew on him who did. He had doubted something. For instance, they told him, Christ says you must love your enemies. He says, I do not know about that. Then they said, we will show you. Do unto others as you would be done by, they said, is the doctrine. He doubted. We will show you that it is. So they put this screw on, and in the name of universal love and universal forgiveness, pray for those who despitefully use you, they began screwing these pieces of iron into him, always done in the name of religion, always. It never was done in the name of reason, never was done in the name of science, never. No man was ever persecuted in defense of a truth, never. No man was ever persecuted except in defense of a lie, never. This man had fallen out with them about something. He did not understand it as they did. For instance, he said, I do not believe there ever was a man whose strength was in his hair. They said, you don't? We'll show you. I do not believe, he says, that a fish ever swallowed a man to save his life. You don't? Well, we'll show you. And so they put this on, and generally the man would recant and say, well, I'll take it back. Well, I think I should. Such men are not worth dying for. The idea of dying for a man that would tear the flesh of another on account of an honest difference of opinion, such a man is not worth dying for. He is not worth living for. And if I was in a position that I could not send a bullet through his brain, I would recant. I would say, you write it down and I will sign it. I will admit that there is one God or a million. Suit yourself. One hell or a billion. You just write it. Only stop this screw. You are not worth suffering for. You are not worth dying for. And I am never going to take the part of any Lord that won't take my part. You just write it down and I'll sign it. But there was now and then a man who would not do that. He said, no, I believe I am right, and I will die for it. And I suppose we owe what little progress we have made to a few men in all ages of the world who really stood by their convictions. The men who stood by the truth, and the men who stood by a fact, They are the men who have helped raise this world, and in every age there has been some sublime and tender soul who was true to his convictions, and who really lived to make men better. In every age some men carried the torch of progress and handed it to some other, and it has been carried through all the dark ages of barbarism, and had it not been for such men, we would have been naked and uncivilized tonight, with pictures of wild beasts tattooed on our skins, dancing around some dried snake fetish. When a man would not recant, these men, in the name of the love of the Lord, screwed them down to the last thread of agony, and threw them into some dungeon where, in the throbbing silence of darkness, they suffered the pangs of the fabled damned. And this was done in the name of civilization, love, and order, and in the name of the most merciful Christ. There are no thumbscrews now, they are rusting away, but every man in this town who is not willing that another shall do his own thinking, and will try to prevent it, has in him the same hellish spirit that made and used that very instrument of torture, and the only reason he does not use it today is because he cannot. The reason that I speak here tonight is because they cannot help it. I saw at the same time a beautiful little instrument for the propagation of kindness, called the scavenger's daughter. The victim would be thrown upon that instrument, and the strain upon the muscles was such that insanity would sometimes come to his relief. See what we owe to the civilizing influence of the gentlemen who have made a certain idea in metaphysics necessary to salvation. See what we owe to them. I saw a collar of torture which they put about the neck of their victim, and inside of that there were 100 points, so that the victim could not stir without the skin being punctured with these points, and after a little while the throat would swell and suffocation would end the agony, and they would have that done in the presence of his wife and weeping children. That was all done so that finally everybody would love everybody else as his brother. I saw a rack. Imagine a wagon with a windlass on each end, and each windlass armed with leather bands, and a ratchet that prevented slipping. The victim was placed upon this. Maybe he had denied something that some idiot said was true. Maybe he had a discussion, a division of opinion with a man like John Calvin. John Calvin said Christ was the eternal Son of God, and Michael Servetus said that Christ was the Son of the eternal God. That was the only difference of opinion. Think of it. What an important thing it was. How it would have affected the price of food. Christ is the eternal Son of God, said one. No, said the other. Christ is the Son of eternal God. That was all, and for that difference of opinion Michael Servetus was burned at a slow fire of green wood, and the wind happening to blow the flames from him instead of towards him, he was in the most terrible agony, writhing for minutes and minutes, and hours, and finally he begged and implored those wretches to move him so that the wind would blow the flames against him and destroy him without such hellish agony. But they were so filled with the doctrine of love your enemies that they would not do it. I never will, for my part, depend upon any religion that has ever shed a drop of human blood. Speaking of the Inquisition, Professor Draper says, with such savage alacrity did it carry out its object of protecting the interests of religion, that between 1480 and 1808 it had punished 340,000 persons, and of these nearly 32,000 had been burnt. Conflict between religion and science. Upon this rack I have described, this victim was placed, and those chains were attached to his ankles and then to his waist, and clergymen, good men, pious men, men that were shocked at the immorality of their day, they talked about playing cards and the horrible crime of dancing. Oh, how such things shocked them. Men going to theaters and seeing a play written by the grandest genius the world ever has produced. How it shocked their sublime and tender souls. But then they commenced turning this machine, and they kept on turning until the ankles, knees, hips, elbows, shoulders, and wrists were all dislocated, and the victim was red with the sweat of agony, and they had standing by a physician to feel the pulse so that the last faint flutter of life would not leave his veins. Did they wish to save his life? Yes. In mercy? No. Simply that they might have the pleasure of racking him once again. That is the spirit, and it is a spirit born of the doctrine that there is upon the throne of the universe a being who will eternally damn his children. And they said, if God is going to have the supreme happiness of burning them forever, certainly he ought not to begrudge to us the joy of burning them for an hour or two. That was their doctrine, and when I read these things, it seems to me that I have suffered them myself. When I look upon these instruments, I look upon them as though I had suffered all these tortures myself. It seems to me as though I had stood upon the shore an exile, and looking with tear-filled eyes toward home and native land. It seems as though my nails had been plucked out, and into bleeding flesh needles had been thrust, as though my eyelids had been torn away, and I had been set out in the ardent rays of the sun, as though I had been set out upon the sands of the sea and drowned by the inexorable tide, as though I had been in the dungeon waiting for the coming footsteps of relief, as though I had been upon the scaffold and seen the glittering axe falling upon me, and seen bending above me the white faces of hypocrite priests, as though I had been taken from my wife and my children to the public square, where faggots had been piled around me and the flames had climbed around my limbs and scorched my eyes to blindness, as though my ashes had been scattered by all the hands of hatred. And I feel like saying that while I live, I will do what little I can to preserve and augment the rights of men, women, and children. While I live, I will do a little something so that they who come after me shall have the right to think and express that thought. The trouble is those who oppose us pretend they are better than we are. They are more mortal, they are kinder, they are more generous. I deny it. They are not. And if they are the ones that are to be saved in another world, and if those who simply think they are honest and express that honest thought are to be damned, there will be but little originality, to say the least of it, in heaven. They say they are better than we are. And to show you how much better they are, I have got at home copies of some letters that passed between gentlemen high in the church several hundred years ago, and the question was this: ought we to cut out the tongues of blasphemers before we burn them? And they finally decided that they ought to do so, and I will tell you the reason they gave. They said if they were not cut out, that while they were being burned, they might by their heresies scandalize the gentleman who would bring the wood. They were too good to hear these things, and they might be injured. And the same idea appears to prevail in this world now, that they are too good and they must not be shocked. They say to us, you must not shock us, and when you say there is no hell, we are shocked. You must not say that. When I go to church and they tell me there is a hell, I must not get shocked. And if they tell me that there is not only a hell, but that I am going to it, I must not be shocked. Even if they take the next step and act as though they would be glad to see me there, still I must not be shocked. I will agree to keep from being shocked. As long as anybody in the world, they can say what they please, I will not get shocked. But let me say it. You send missionaries to Turkey and tell them that the Koran is a lie. You shock them. You tell them that Muhammad is not a prophet. You shock them. It is too bad to shock them. You go to India and you tell them that Vishnu was nothing, Puranas was nothing, that Buddha was nobody, and your Brahma, he is nothing. Why do you shock these people? You should not do that. You ought not to hurt their feelings. I tell you, no man on earth has a right to be shocked at the expression of an honest opinion when it is kindly done. And I don't believe there is any God in the universe who has put a curtain over the fact and made it a crime for the honest hand of investigation to endeavor to draw that curtain. This world has not been fit to live in 50 years. There is no liberty in it. Very little. Why, it is only a few years ago that all the Christian nations were engaged in the slave trade. It was not until 1808 that England abolished the slave trade, and up to that time her priests in her churches and her judges on her benches owned stock in slave ships, and luxuriated on the profits of piracy and murder. And when a man stood up and denounced it, they mobbed him as though he had been a common burglar or a horse thief. Think of it! It was not until the 28th day of August, 1833, that England abolished slavery in her colonies, and it was not until the 1st day of January, 1863, that Abraham Lincoln, by direction of the entire North, wiped that infamy out of this country. And I never speak of Abraham Lincoln, but I want to say that he was, in my judgment, in many respects, the grandest man ever president of the United States. I say that upon his tomb there ought to be this line, and I know of no other man deserving it so well as he. Here lies one who, having been clothed with almost absolute power, never abused it, except on the side of mercy. Just think of it, our churches and best people, as they call themselves, defending the institution of slavery. When I was a little boy I used to see steamers go down the Mississippi River with hundreds of men and women chained hand to hand, and even children, and men standing about them with whips in their hands and pistols in their pockets, in the name of liberty, in the name of civilization, and in the name of religion. I used to hear them preach to these slaves in the South, and the only text they ever took was, "Servants, be obedient unto your masters." That was the salutation of the most merciful God to a man whose back was bleeding. That was the salutation of the most merciful God to the slave mother bending over an empty cradle, to the woman from whose breast a child had been stolen. Servants, be obedient unto your masters. That was what they said to a man running for his life and for his liberty through tangled swamps and listening to the baying of bloodhounds. And when he listened to them, the voice came from heaven, "Servants, be obedient unto your masters." That is civilization. Think what slaves we have been. Think how we have crouched and cringed before wealth even. How they used to cringe in old times before a man who was rich. There are so many of them gone into bankruptcy lately that we are losing a little of our fear. We used to worship the golden calf, and the worst you can say of us now is, we worship the gold of the calf. And even the calves are beginning to see this distinction. We used to go down on our knees to every man that held office. Now he must fill it if he wishes any respect. We care nothing for the rich except what will they do with their money. Do they benefit mankind? That is the question. You say, this man holds an office. How does he fill it? That is the question. And there is rapidly growing up in the world an aristocracy of heart and brain, the only aristocracy that has a right to exist. We are getting free. We are thinking in every direction. We are investigating with the microscope and the telescope. We are digging into the earth and finding souvenirs of all the ages. We are finding out something about the laws of health and disease. We are adding years to the span of human life, and we are making the world fit to live in. That is what we are doing, and every man that has an honest thought and expresses it helps, and every man that tries to keep honest thought from being expressed is an obstruction and a hindrance. Now, if men have been slaves, what shall we say of women? They have been the slaves of slaves. The meaner a man is, the better he thinks he is than a woman. As a rule, you take an ignorant, brutal man, don't talk to him about a woman governing him. He don't believe it, not he. And nearly every religion of this world has been gallant enough to account for all the trouble and misfortune we have had by the crime of woman. Even if it is true, I do not care. I had rather live in a world full of trouble with the woman I love than in heaven with nobody but men. Nearly every religion accounts for all the trouble we have ever had by the crime of woman. I recollect one book where I read an account of what is called the creation. I am not giving the exact words, I will give the substance of it. The Supreme Being thought best to make a world and one man. Never thought about making a woman at that time. Making a woman was a second thought. And I am free to admit that second thoughts, as a rule, are best. He made this world and one man, and put this man in a park or a garden or a public square or wherever you might call it, to dress and keep it. The man had nothing to do. He moped around there as though he was waiting for a train. And the Supreme Being noticed that he got lonesome. I am glad he did. It occurred to him that he would make a companion, and having made the world and one man out of nothing, and having used up all the nothing, he had to take a part of the man to start the woman with. I am not giving the exact language, neither do I say the story is true. I do not know. I would not want to deceive anybody. So sleep fell upon this man, and they took from his side a rib. The French would call it a cutlet. And out of that they made a woman, and taking into consideration the amount and quality of the raw material used, I look upon it as the most successful job ever accomplished in this world. I am giving just a rough outline of this story. After he got the woman done, she was brought to the man, not to see how she liked him, but to see how he liked her. He liked her, and they went to keeping house. Before she was made, there was really nothing to do. There was no news, no politics, no religion, not even civil service reform. And as the devil had not yet put in an appearance, there was no chance to conciliate him. They started in the housekeeping business, and they were told they could do anything they liked except eat an apple. Of course, they ate it. I would have done it myself, I know. I am satisfied I would have had an apple off that tree, if I had been there, in 15 minutes. They were caught at it, and they were turned out, and there was an extra police force put on to keep them from coming in again. And then measles and whooping cough, mumps, etc., started in the race of man. Roses began to have thorns, and snakes began to have teeth, and people began to fight about religion and politics, and they have been fighting and scratching each other's eyes out from that day to this. I read in another book an account of the same transaction. They tell us the Supreme Brahma made his mind up to make a man, a woman, and a world, and that he put this man and woman in the island of Ceylon. According to the description, it was the most beautiful isle that ever existed. It beggared the description of a Chicago land agent completely. It was delightful. The branches of the trees were so arranged that when the wind swept through them they seemed like 1,000 Aeolian harps, and the man was named Adami, and the woman's name was Heva. This book was written about 3,000 or 4,000 years before the other one, and all the commentators in this country agree that the story that was written first was copied from the one that was written last. I hope you will not let a matter of 3,000 or 4,000 years interfere with your ideas on the subject. The Supreme Brahma said, "Let them have a period of courtship, because it is my desire that true love always should precede marriage." And that was so much better than lugging her up to him and saying, "Do you like her?" that upon my word I said when I read it, if either one of these stories turn out to be true, I hope it will be this one. They had a courtship in the starlight and moonlight and perfume laden air, with the nightingale singing his song of joy, and they got in love. There was nobody to bother them, no prospective fathers or mothers in law, no gossiping neighbors, nobody to say, "Young man, how do you propose to support her?" They got in love, and they were married, and they started keeping house, and the Supreme Brahma said to them, "You must not leave this island." After a while the man got uneasy, wanted to go west. He went to the western extremity of the island, and there the devil got up, and when he looked over on the mainland he saw such hills and valleys and torrents, and such mountains crowned with snow, such cataracts robed in glory, that he went right back to Heva. Says he, "Come over here, it is 1,000 times better." Says he, "Let us immigrate." She said, like another woman, "No, let well enough alone. We have no rent to pay, no taxes. We're doing very well now. Let us stay where we are." But he insisted, and so she went with him, and when he got to this western extremity, where there was a little neck of land leading to this better land, he took her on his back and walked over, and the moment he got over he heard a crash, and he looked back, and this narrow neck of land had sunk into the sea, leaving here and there a rock, and those rocks are called even unto this day the footsteps of Adami. And when he looked back, this beautiful mirage had disappeared. Instead of verdure and flowers there was naught but rocks and sand. And then he heard the voice of the Supreme Brahma crying out, cursing them both to the lowest hell. And then it was that Adami said, "Curse me if you choose, but not her. It was not her fault, it was mine. Curse me." That is the kind of man to start a world with. And the Supreme Brahma said, "I will spare her, but I will not spare you." And then she spoke out of a breast so full of affection that she has left a legacy of love to all her daughters. "If thou wilt not spare him, spare neither me, because I love him." Then the Supreme Brahma said, and I have liked him ever since, "I will spare both, and watch over you and your children forever." Now really, this story appears to me better than the other one. It is loftier, there is more in it that I can admire. In order to show you that humanity does not belong to any particular nation, and that there are great and tender souls everywhere, let me tell you a little more that is in this book. Blessed is that man and beloved of all the gods who is afraid of no man, and of whom no man is afraid. Think of that kind of character. Another, man is strength, woman is beauty. Man is courage, woman is love. And where the one man loves the one woman, the very angels leave heaven and come and sit in that house and sing for joy. I think that is nearly equal to this. If you do not want your wife, give her a writing of divorcement, and make the mother of your children a houseless wanderer and a vagrant. Nearly as good as that. I believe that marriage should be a perfect partnership, that woman should have all the rights that man has, and one more. the right to be protected. I believe in marriage. It took hundreds and thousands of years for woman to get from a state of abject slavery up to the height even of marriage. I have not the slightest respect for the ideas of those short-haired women and long-haired men who denounce the institution of the family, who denounce the institution of marriage, but I hold in greater contempt the husband who would enslave his wife. I hold in greater contempt the man who is anything in his family except love and tenderness and kindness. I say it took hundreds of years for women to come from a state of slavery to marriage. And ladies, the chains that are upon your necks and the bracelets that are put upon your arms were iron, and they have been changed by the touch of the wand of civilization to shining, glittering gold. Woman came from a condition of abject slavery, and thousands of them are in that condition now. I believe marriage should be a perfect and equal partnership. I do not like a man who thinks he is the boss. That fellow in the dugout was always talking about being boss. I do not like a man who thinks he is the head of the family. I do not like a man who thinks he has got authority and that the woman belongs to him, that wants for his wife a slave. I would not have a slave for my wife. I would not want the love of a woman that is not great enough, grand enough, and splendid enough to be free. I will never give to any woman my heart upon whom I afterwards would put chains. Do you know, sometimes I think generosity is about the only virtue there is. How I do hate a man that has to be begged and importuned every minute for a few cents by his wife. Give me $1. What did you do with that 50 cents I gave you last Christmas? If you make your wife a perpetual beggar, what kind of children do you expect to raise with a beggar for their mother? If you want great children, if you want to people this world with great and grand men and women, they must be born of love and liberty. I have known men that would trust a woman with their heart, if you call that thing which pushes their blood around a heart, and with their honor, if you call that fear of getting into the penitentiary honor. I have known men that would trust that heart and that honor with a woman, but not their pocketbook, not a dollar bill. When I see a man of that kind, I think they know better than I do which of these 3 articles is the most valuable. I believe if you have got $1 in the world, and you have got to spend it like a man, spend it like a king, like a prince. If you have to spend it as though it was a dried leaf and you were the owner of unbounded forests. I had rather be a beggar and spend my last dollar like a king than be a king and spend my money like a beggar. What is it worth compared with the love of a splendid woman? People tell me that is very good doctrine for rich folks, but it won't do for poor folks. I tell you that there is more love in the huts and homes of the poor than in the mansions of the rich, and the meanest, but with love in it, is a palace fit for the gods, and a palace without that is a den only fit for wild beasts. The man who has the love of one splendid woman is a rich man. Joy is wealth, and love is the legal tender of the soul. Love is the only thing that will pay 10% to borrower and lender both, and if some men were as ashamed of appearing cross in public as they are of appearing tender at home, this world would be infinitely better. I think you can make your home a heaven if you want to. You can make up your minds to that. When a man comes home, let him come home like a ray of light in the night, bursting through the doors and illuminating the darkness. What right has a man to assassinate joy and murder happiness in the sanctuary of love? To be a cross man, a peevish man, is that the way he courted? Was there always something ailing in him? Was he too nervous to hear her speak? When I see a man of that kind, I am always sorry that doctors know so much about preserving life as they do. It is not necessary to be rich nor powerful nor great to be a success, and neither is it necessary to have your name between the putrid lips of rumor to be great. We have had a false standard of success. In the years when I was a little boy, we read in our books that no fellow was a success that did not make a fortune or get a big office, and he generally was a man that slept about 3 hours a night. They never put down in the books the names of those gentlemen that succeeded in life, that slept all they wanted to, and we all thought that we could not sleep to exceed 3 or 4 hours if we ever expected to be anything in this world. We have had a wrong standard. The happy man is the successful man, and the man who makes somebody else happy is a happy man. The man that has gained the love of one good, splendid, pure woman, his life has been a success, no matter if he dies in the ditch. And if he gets to be a crowned monarch of the world and never had the love of one splendid heart, his life has been an ashen vapor. End section 9. This is a LibriVox recording read by Ted Delorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina on April 10th, 2009. Section 10. Ingersoll's Lecture on Intellectual Development, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ingersoll's Lecture on Intellectual Development, Part 2 of 2, from the book Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, Volume 2. A little while ago I stood by the tomb of the first Napoleon, a magnificent tomb of gilt and gold, fit almost for a dead deity, and here was a great circle, and in the bottom there, in a sarcophagus, rested at last the ashes of that restless man. I looked at that tomb, and I thought about the career of the greatest soldier of the modern world. As I looked, in imagination I could see him walking up and down the banks of the Seine, contemplating suicide. I could see him at Toulon. I could see him at Paris, putting down the mob. I could see him at the head of the army of Italy. I could see him crossing the bridge of Lodi, with the tricolor in his hand. I saw him in Egypt, fighting battles under the shadow of the pyramids. I saw him returning. I saw him conquer the Alps and mingle the eagles of France with the eagles of Italy. I saw him at Marengo. I saw him at Austerlitz. I saw him in Russia, where the infantry of the snow and the blast smote his legions when death rode the icy winds of winter. I saw him at Leipzig, hurled back upon Paris, banished, and I saw him escape from Elba and retake an empire by the force of his genius. I saw him at the field of Waterloo, where fate and chance combined to wreck the fortune of their former king. I saw him at St. Helena, with his hands behind his back, gazing out upon the sad and solemn sea, and I thought of all the widows he had made, of all the orphans, of all the tears that had been shed for his glory. And I thought of the woman, the only woman who ever loved him, pushed from his heart by the cold hand of ambition, and I said to myself as I gazed, I would rather have been a French peasant and worn wooden shoes and lived in a little hut, but with the vine running over the door and the purple grapes growing red in the amorous kisses of the autumn sun. I would rather have been that poor French peasant, to sit in my door with my wife knitting by my side and my children upon my knees with their arms around my neck. I would rather have lived and died unnoticed and unknown, except by those who loved me, and gone down to the voiceless silence of the dreamless dust, I would rather have been that French peasant than to have been that imperial impersonation of force and murder who covered Europe with blood and tears. I tell you, I had rather make somebody happy. I would rather have the love of somebody. I would rather go to the forest far away and build me a little cabin, build it myself, and daub it with mud, and live there with my wife and children. I had rather go there and live by myself, our little family, and have a little path that led down to the spring, where the water bubbled out day and night like a little poem from the heart of the earth. A little hut with some hollyhocks at the corner, with their bannered bosoms open to the sun, and with the thrush in the air like a song of joy in the morning. I would rather live there and have some lattice work across the window so that the sunlight would fall checkered on the baby in the cradle. I would rather live there and have my soul erect and free than to live in a palace of gold and wear the crown of imperial power and know that my soul was slimy with hypocrisy. It is not necessary to be rich and great and powerful in order to be happy. If you will treat your wife like a splendid flower, she will fill your life with a perfume and with joy. I believe in the democracy of the fireside. I believe in the republicism of home, in the equality of man and woman, in the equality of husband and wife. And for this I am denounced by the sentinels upon the walls of Zion. They say there must be a head to the family. I say no. Equal rights for man and wife. And where there is really love, there is liberty. And where the idea of authority comes in, you will find that love has spread its pinions and flown forever. It is a splendid thing for me to think that when a woman really loves a man, he never grows old in her eyes. She always sees the gallant gentleman that won her hand and heart. And when a man really and truly loves a woman, she does not grow old to him. Through the wrinkles of years he sees the face he loved and won. That is all there is in this world. All the rest amounts to nothing. It is a tale told by an idiot, signifying nothing. You take from the family love, and nothing is left. There must be equality. There must be no master. There must be no servant. There must be equality and kindness. The man should be infinitely tender towards the woman. And why? Because she cannot go at hard work. She cannot make her own living. She has squandered her wealth of beauty and youth upon him. Now, if women have been slaves, what do you say about children? Children have been the slaves of the slaves. I know children that turn pale with fright when they hear their mother's voice, children of property, children of crime, children of sub-cellars, children of the narrow streets, the flotsam and jetsam upon the wild, rude sea of life. My heart goes out to them, one and all. I say they have all the rights we have, and one more, the right to be protected. I believe in governing children by kindness, by love, by tenderness. If a child commits a fault, take it in your arms. Let your heart beat against its heart. Don't go and talk to it about hell and the bankruptcy of the universe. If your child tells a lie, what of it? Be honest with the child. Tell him you have told hundreds of them yourself. Then your child will not be afraid to tell you when it commits a fault. It will not regard you as old perfection until it gets a few years older and finds you are an old hypocrite. and you cannot put a thick enough veil upon you but what the eyes of childhood will peep through it. They will see. They will find out. And when your child tells a lie, examine yourself, and in all probability you will find that you have been a tyrant. A tyrant father will have liars for his children. A liar is born of tyranny on the one hand and fear on the other. Truth comes from the lips of courage. It is born in confidence and honor. If you want a child to tell you the truth, you want to be a faithful man yourself. You go at your little child 5 or 6 years old with a stick in your hand. What is he to do? Tell the truth? Then he will get whipped. What is he to do? I thank Mother Nature for putting ingenuity in the mind of a little child, so that when it is attacked by a brutal parent, it throws up a little breastwork in the shape of a lie. That being done by nations, it is called strategy, and many a general wears his honors for having practiced it. And will you deny it to little children to protect themselves from brutal parents? Supposing a man as much larger than we are, larger than child, would come at us with a liberty pole in his hand, and would shout in tones of thunder, "Who broke that plate?" Every one of us, including myself, would just stand right up and swear either that we never saw that plate, or that it was cracked when we got it. Give a child a chance. There is no other way to have children tell the truth. Tell the truth to them. Keep your contracts with your children the same as you would to your banker. I was up at Grand Rapids, Michigan, the other day. There was a gentleman there and his wife who had promised to take their little boy for a ride every night for 10 days, or every day for 10 days, but they did not do it. They slipped out to the barn and they went without him. The day before I was there they played the same game on him again. He's a nice little boy, an American boy, a boy with brains, one of those boys that don't take the Hatchet story as a fact. He had his own ideas. They fooled him again, and they came around the corner as big as life, man and wife. The little fellow was standing on the doorstep with his nurse, and he looked at them and he made this remark: "There go the 2 damnedest liars in Grand Rapids." I merely tell you this story to show you that children have level heads. They understand this business. Teach your children to tell you the truth. Tell them the truth. If there is one here that ever intends to whip his child, I have a favor to ask. Have your photograph taken when you are in the act, with your red and vulgar face, your brow corrugated, pretending you would rather be whipped yourself. Have the child's photograph taken too, with his eyes streaming with tears, and his chin dimpled with fear as a little sheet of water struck by a sudden cold wind. And if your child should die, I cannot think of a sweeter way to spend an afternoon than to go to the graveyard in the autumn, when the maples are clad in pink and gold, when the little scarlet runners come like poems out of the breast of the earth. Go there and sit down and look at that photograph, and think of the flesh, now dust, and how you caned it to writhe in pain and agony. I will tell you what I am doing. I am doing what little I can to save the flesh of children. You have no right to whip them. It is not the way. And yet some Christians drive their children from their doors if they do wrong, especially if it is a sweet, tender girl. I believe there is no instance on record of any veal being given for the return of a girl. Some Christians drive them from their doors, and then go down upon their knees and ask God to take care of their children. I will never ask God to take care of my children unless I am doing my level best in that same direction. Some Christians act as though they thought when the Lord said, "Suffer the little children to come unto me," that he had a rawhide under his mantle. They act as if they thought so. That is all wrong. I tell my children this: go where you may, commit what crime you may, fall to what depths of degradation you may, I can never shut my arms, my heart, or my door to you. As long as I live, you shall have one sincere friend. Do not be afraid to tell anything wrong you have done. 10 to 1 if I have not done the same thing. I am not perfection, and it is necessary to sin in order to have sympathy. I am glad I have committed sin enough to have sympathy. The sternness of perfection I do not want. I am going to live so that my children can come to my grave and truthfully say, "He who sleeps here never gave us one moment of pain." Whether you call that religion or infidelity, suit yourselves. That is the way I intend to do it. When I was a little fellow, most everybody thought that some days were too sacred for the young ones to enjoy themselves in. That was the general idea. Sunday used to commence Saturday night at sundown, under the old text, "The evening and the morning were the first day." They commenced then, I think, to get a good ready. When the sun went down on Saturday night, darkness 10,000 times deeper than ordinary night fell upon the house. The boy that looked the sickest was regarded as the most pious. You could not crack hickory nuts that night, and if you were caught chewing gum it was another evidence of the total depravity of the human heart. It was a very solemn evening. We would sometimes sing, "Another day has passed." Everybody looked as though they had the dyspepsia. You know, lots of people think they are pious just because they are bilious, as Mr. Hood says. It was a solemn night, and the next morning the solemnity had increased. Then we went to church, and the minister was in a pulpit about 20 feet high. If it was in the winter there was no fire. It was not thought proper to be comfortable while you were thanking the Lord. The minister commenced at firstly and ran up to about 24thly, and then he divided it up again, and then he made some concluding remarks, and then he said lastly, and when he said lastly he was about half through. Then we had what we called the catechism, the chief end of man. I think that has a tendency to make a boy kind of bubble up cheerfully. We sat along on a bench with our feet about 8 inches from the floor. The minister said, "Boys, do you know what becomes of the wicked?" We all answered as cheerfully as grasshoppers sing in Minnesota, "Yes, sir." "Do you know, boys, that you all ought to go to hell?" "Yes, sir." As a final test, "Boys, would you be willing to go to hell if it was God's will?" And every little liar said, "Yes, sir." The dear old minister used to try to impress upon our minds about how long we would stay there after we got there, and he used to say in an awful tone of voice, do you know, I think that is what gives them the bronchitis, that tone. You never heard of an auctioneer having it. "Suppose that once in a billion of a years a bird were to come from some far distant clime and carry off in its bill a grain of sand. When the time came when the last animal matter of which this mundane sphere is composed would be carried away," said he, "boys, by that time in hell it would not be sun up." We had this sermon in the morning, and the same one in the afternoon, only he commenced at the other end. Then we started home full of doctrine. We went sadly and solemnly back. If it was in the summer and the weather was good and we had been good boys, they used to take us down to the graveyard, And to cheer us up we had a little conversation about coffins and shrouds and worms and bones and dust, and I must admit that it did cheer me up when I looked at those sunken graves, those stones, those names half effaced with the decay of years. I felt cheered, for I said, this thing can't last always. Then we had to read a good deal. We were not allowed to read joke books or anything of that kind. We read Baxter's Call to the Unconverted, Fox's Book of Martyrs, Milton's History of the Waldenses, and Jenkins on the Atonement. I generally read Jenkins, and I have often thought that the Atonement ought to be pretty broad in its provisions to cover the case of a man that would write a book like that for a boy. Then we used to go and see how the sun was getting on. When the sun was down, the thing was over. I would sit 3 or 4 hours reading Jenkins, and then go out, and the sun would not have gone down perceptibly. I used to think it stuck there out of simple, pure cussedness. But it went down at last. It had to. That was a part of the plan, and as the last rim of light would sink below the horizon, off would go our hats, and we would give 3 cheers for liberty once again. I do not believe in making Sunday hateful for children. I believe in allowing them to be happy, and no day can be so sacred but that the laugh of a child will make it holier still. There is no God in the heavens that is pleased at the sadness of childhood. You cannot make me believe that. You fill their poor little sweet hearts with the fearful doctrine of hell. A little child goes out into the garden. There's a tree covered with a glory of blossoms, and the child leans against it, and there is a little bird on the boughs singing and swinging, and the waves of melody run out of its tiny throat, thinking about 4 little speckled eggs in the nest, warmed by the breast of its mate, and the air is filled with perfume, and that little child leans against that tree and thinks about hell and the worm that never dies. Think of filling the mind of a child with that infamous dogma. Where was that doctrine of hell born? Where did it come from? It came from that gentleman in the dugout. It was a souvenir from the lower animal. I honestly believe that the doctrine of hell was born in the glittering eyes of snakes that run in frightful coils watching for their prey. I believe it was born in the yelping and howling and growling and snarling of wild beasts. I believe it was born in the grin of hyenas and in the malicious chatter of depraved apes. I despise it, I defy it, and I hate it. And when the great ship freighted with the world goes down in the night of death, chaos, and disaster, I will not be guilty of the ineffable meanness of pushing from my breast my wife and children and paddling off in some orthodox canoe. I will go down with those I love and with those who love me. I will go down with the ship and with my race. I will go where there is sympathy. I will go with those I love. Nothing can make me believe that there is any being that is going to burn and torment and damn his children forever. No, sir. You will never make me believe you can divide the world up into saints and sinners, and that the saints are all going to heaven and the others to hell. I don't believe that you can draw the line. You are sometimes in the presence of a great disaster. There is a fire. At the 4th-story window you see the white face of a woman with a child in her arms, and humanity calls out for somebody to go to the rescue through that smoke and flame, maybe death. They don't call for a Baptist, nor a Presbyterian, nor a Methodist, but humanity calls for a man. and all at once out steps somebody that nobody ever did think was much, not a very good man, and yet he springs up the ladder and is lost in the smoke, and a moment afterward he emerges, and the cruel serpents of fire climb and hiss around his brave form. But he goes on, and you see that woman and child in his arms, and you see them come down, and they are handed to the bystanders, and he has fainted maybe, and the crowd stand hushed as they always do in the presence of a grand action, and a moment after the air is rent with a cheer. Tell me that that man is going to hell who is willing to lose his life merely to keep a woman and child from the torment of a moment's flame. Tell me that he is going to hell. I tell you that it is a falsehood, and if anybody says so he is mistaken. I have seen upon the battlefield a boy of 16 years of age struck by the fragment of a shell, and life oozing slowly from the ragged lips of his death wound, and I have heard him and seen him die with a curse upon his lips, and he had the face of his mother in his heart. Do you tell me that that boy left that field where he died that the flag of his country might wave forever in the air? Do you tell me that he went from that field where he lost his life in defense of the liberties of men to an eternal hell? I tell you it is infamous, and such a doctrine as that would tarnish the reputation of a hyena and smirch the fair fame of an anaconda. Let us see whether we are to believe it or not. We had a war a little while ago, and there was a draft made, and there was many a good Christian hired another fellow to take his place, hired one that was wicked, hired a sinner to go to hell in his place for $500, while if he was killed he would go to heaven. Think of that. Think of a man willing to do that for $500. I tell you, when you come right down to it, they have got too much heart to believe it. They say they do, but they do not appreciate it. They do not believe it. They would go crazy if they did. They would go insane. If a woman believed it, looking upon her little dimpled darling in the cradle, and said, 19 chances in 20, I am raising fuel for hell, she would go crazy. They don't believe it, and can't believe it. The old doctrine was that the angels in heaven would become happier as they looked upon those in hell. That is not the doctrine now. We have civilized it. That is not the doctrine. What is the doctrine now? The doctrine is that those in heaven can look upon the agonies of those in hell, whether it is a fire or whatever it is, without having the happiness of those in heaven decreased. That is the doctrine. That is preached today in every Orthodox pulpit in Harrisburg. Let me put one case, and I will be through with this branch of the subject. A husband and wife love each other. The husband is a good fellow, and the wife a splendid woman. They live and love each other, and all at once he is taken sick, and they watch day after day and night after night around his bedside until their property is wasted, and finally she has to go to work, and she works through eyes blinded with tears, and the sentinel of love watches at the bedside of her prince, and at the least breath or the least motion she is awake, and she attends him night after night and day after day for years. And finally he dies, and she has him in her arms and covers his wasted face with the tears of agony and love. He is a believer, and she is not. He dies, and she buries him and puts flowers above his grave, and she goes there in the twilight of evening, and she takes her children, and she tells her little boys and girls through her tears how brave and how true and how tender their father was. And finally she dies, and she goes to hell because she was not a believer, and he goes to the battlements of heaven and looks over and sees the woman who loved him with all the wealth of her love, and whose tears made his dead face holy and sacred, and he looks upon her in the agonies of hell without having his happiness diminished in the least. With all due respect to everybody, I say damn any such doctrine as that. It is infamous. It never ought to be preached. It never ought to be believed. We ought to be true to our hearts, and the best revelation of the infinite is the human heart. Now I come back to where I started from. They used to think that a certain day was too good for a child to be happy in, so they filled the imagination of this child with these horrors of hell. I said, and I say again, no day can be so sacred but that the laugh of a child will make the holiest day more sacred still. Strike with hand of fire, O weird musician, thy harp. Strung with Apollo's golden hair, fill the vast cathedral aisles with symphonies, sweet and dim, deft toucher of the organ keys. Blow, bugler, blow, until thy silver notes do touch the skies with moonlit waves, and charm the lovers wandering on the vine-clad hills. But know, your sweetest strains are discords all, compared with childhood's happy laugh, the laugh that fills the eyes with light and every heart with joy. O rippling river of life, thou art the blessed boundary line between the beasts and man, and every wayward wave of thine doth drown some fiend of care. Oh, laughter, divine daughter of joy, make dimples enough in the cheeks of the world to catch and hold and glorify all the tears of grief. I am opposed to any religion that makes them melancholy, that makes children sad, and that fills the human heart with shadow. Give a child a chance. When I was a boy we always went to bed when we were not sleepy, and we always got up when we were sleepy. Let a child commence at which end of the day they please. That is their business. They know more about it than all the doctors in this world. The voice of nature, when a man is free, is the voice of right. But when his passions have been dammed up by custom, the moment that is withdrawn, he rushes to some excess. Let him be free from the first. Let your children grow in the free air, and they will fill your house with perfume. Do not create a child to be a post set in an orthodox row. Raise investigators and thinkers, not disciples and followers. Cultivate reason, not faith. Cultivate investigation, not superstition. And if you have any doubt yourself about a thing being so, tell them about it. Don't tell them the world was made in 6 days. If you think 6 days means 6 good whiles, then tell them 6 good whiles. If you have any doubts about anybody being in a furnace and not being burnt, or even getting uncomfortably warm, tell them so. Be honest about it. If you look upon the jawbone of a donkey as not a good weapon, say so. Give a child a chance. If you think a man never went to sea in a fish, tell them so. It won't make them any worse. Be honest. That is all. Don't cram their heads with things that will take them years and years to unlearn. Tell them facts. It is just as easy. It is as easy to find out botany and astronomy and geology and history. It is as easy to find out all these things as to cram their minds with things you know nothing about. And where a child knows what the name of a flower is when he sees it, the name of a bird, and all those things, The world becomes interesting everywhere, and they do not pass by the flowers. They are not deaf to all the songs of birds, simply because they are walking along thinking about hell. We know of no difference between matter and spirit, because we know nothing with certainty about either. Why trouble ourselves about matters of which, however important they may be, we do know nothing and can know nothing? Huxley. I tell you, this is a pretty good world if we only love somebody in it, if we only make somebody happy, if we are only honor bright in it, if we have no fear. That is my doctrine. I like to hear children at the table telling what big things they have seen during the day. I like to hear their merry voices mingling with the clatter of knives and forks. I had rather hear that than any opera that was ever put on the stage. I hate this idea of authority. I hate dignity. I never saw a dignified man that was not, after all, an old idiot. Dignity is a mask. A dignified man is afraid that you will know he does not know everything. A man of sense and argument is always willing to admit what he don't know. Why? Because there is so much that he does know. And that is the first step towards learning anything. Willingness to admit what you don't know, and when you don't understand a thing, ask. No matter how small and silly it may look to other people, ask. And after that, you know. A man never is in a state of mind that he can learn until he gets that dignified nonsense out of him. And so I say, let us treat our children with perfect kindness and tenderness. Now then, I believe in absolute intellectual liberty, that a man has a right to think and think wrong, provided he does the best he can to think right. That is all. I have no right to say that Mr. Smith shall not think. Mr. Smith has no right to say I shall not think. I have no right to go and pull a clergyman out of his pulpit and say, you shall not preach that doctrine. But I have just as much right as he has to say my say. I have no right to lie about a clergyman, and with great modesty I claim, and with some timidity, that he has no right to slander me. That is all. I claim that every man and wife are equal, except that she has a right to be protected, that there is nothing like the democracy of the home and the republicanism of the fireside, and that a man should study to make his wife's life one perpetual poem of joy, that there should be nothing but kindness and goodness. And then I say that children should be governed by love, by kindness, by tenderness, and by the sympathy of love, kindness, and tenderness. That is the religion I have got, and it is good enough for me, whether it suits anybody else in the world or not. I think it is altogether more important to believe in my wife than it is to believe in the master. I think it is altogether more important to love my children than the 12 apostles. That is my doctrine. I may be wrong, but that is it. I think more of the living than I do of the dead. This world is for the living. The grave is not a throne, and a corpse is not a king. The living have a right to control this world. I think a good deal more of today than I do of yesterday, and I think more of tomorrow than I do of this day, because it is nearly gone. That is the way I feel, and this is my creed. The time to be happy is now. The way to be happy is to make somebody else happy, and the place to be happy is here. I never will consent to drink skim milk here with the promise of cream somewhere else. Now, my friends, I have some excuses to offer for the race to which I belong. In the first place, this world is not very well adapted to raising good people. There is but 1/4 of it land to start with. It is 3 times as well adapted to fish culture as it is to man, and of that 1/4 there is but a small belt where they raise men of genius. There is one strip from which all the men and women of genius come. When you go too far north you find no brain. When you go too far south you find no genius, and there never has been a high degree of civilization except where there is winter. I say that winter is the father and mother of the fireside, the family of nations, and around that fireside blossom the fruits of our race. In a country where they don't need any bedclothes except the clouds, revolution is the normal condition. Not much civilization there. When in the winter I go by a house where the curtain is a little bit drawn, and I look in there and see children poking the fire and wishing they had as many dollars or knives or something else as there are sparks, when I see the old man smoking and the smoke curling above his head like incense from the altar of domestic peace, the other children reading or doing something, and the old lady with her needle and shears, I never pass such a scene that I do not feel a little ache of joy in my heart. A while ago they were talking about annexing San Domingo. They said it was the finest soil in the world, and so on. Says I, it don't raise the right kind of folks. You take 5,000 of the best people in the world and let them settle there, and you will see the second generation barefooted with the hair sticking out of the top of their sombreros. You will see them riding barebacked with a rooster under each arm, going to a cockfight on Sunday. That is one excuse I have. Another is, I think we came from the lower animals. I'm not dead sure of it. On that question I stand about 8 to 7. If there is nothing of the snake or hyena or jackal in man, why would he cut his brother's throat for a difference of belief? Why would he build dungeons and burn the flesh of his brother man with red hot irons? I think we came from the lower animals. When I first heard that doctrine I did not like it. I felt sorry for our English friends who would have to trace their pedigree back to the Duke of Orangutan or the Earl of Chimpanzee. But I have read so much about rudimentary bones and rudimentary muscles that I began to doubt about it. Says I, what do you mean by rudimentary muscles? They say a muscle that has gone into bankruptcy. Was it a large muscle? Yes. What did our forefathers use it for? They say to flap their ears with. After I found that out, I was astonished to find that they had become rudimentary. I know so many people for whom it would be handy today. So many people where that would have been on an exact level with their intellectual development. So after a while I began to like it. And says I to myself, you have got to come to it. I thought, after all, I had rather belong to a race of people that came from skullless vertebrae and the dim Laurentian period, that wiggled without knowing they were wiggling, that began to develop, and came up by a gradual development until they struck this gentleman in the dugout, coming up slowly, up, until, for instance, they produced such a man as Shakespeare, he who harvested all the fields of dramatic thought, and after whom all others have been only gleaners of straw. He who found the human intellect dwelling in a hut, touched it with the wand of his genius, and it became a palace, producing him and hundreds of others I might mention, with the angels of progress leaning over the far horizon, beckoning this race of work and thought. I had rather belong to a race commencing at the skullless vertebrae, producing the gentleman in the dugout, and so on up, than to have descended from a perfect pair upon which the Lord had lost money from that day to this. I had rather belong to a race that is going up than to one that is going down. I would rather belong to one that commenced at the skullless vertebrae and started for perfection, than to belong to one that started from perfection and started for the skullless vertebrae. These are the excuses I have for my race, and taking everything into consideration, I think we have done extremely well. Let us have more liberty and free thought. Free thought will give us truth. It is too early in the history of the world to write a creed. Our fathers were intellectual slaves. Our fathers were intellectual serfs. There never has been a free generation on the globe. Every creed you have got bears the mark of a whip and chain and faggot. There has been no creed written by a free brain. Wait until we have had 2 or 3 generations of liberty, and it will then be time enough to seize the swift horse of progress by the bridle and say, thus far and no farther. And in the meantime, let us be kind to each other. Let us be decent towards each other. We are all travelers on the great plain we call life, and there is nobody quite sure what road to take. Not just dead sure, you know. There are lots of guide boards on the plain, and you find thousands of people swearing today that their guide board is the only board that shows the right direction. I go and talk to them, and they say, you go that way or you will be damned. I go to another, and they say, you go this way or you will be damned. I find them all fighting and quarreling and beating each other, and then I say, let us cut down all these guide boards. What, they say? Leave us without any guide boards? I say, yes, let every man take the road he thinks is right, and let everybody else wish him a happy journey. Let us part friends. I say to you tonight, my friends, that I have no malice upon this subject, not a particle. I simply wish to express my thoughts. The world has grown better just in proportion as it is happier. The world has grown better just in proportion as it has lost superstition. The world has grown better just in the proportion that the sacerdotal class has lost influence. Just exactly. The world has grown better just in proportion that secular ideas have taken possession of the world. The world has grown better just in proportion that it has ceased talking about the visions of the clouds and talked about the realities of the earth. The world has grown better just in proportion that it has grown free, and I want to do what little I can in my feeble way to add another flame to the torch of progress. I do not know, of course, what will come, but if I have said anything tonight that will make a husband love his wife better, I am satisfied. If I have said anything that will make a wife love her husband better, I am satisfied. If I have said anything that will add one more ray of joy to life, I am satisfied. If I have said anything that will save the tender flesh of a child from a blow, I am satisfied. If I have said anything that will make us more willing to extend to others the right we claim for ourselves, I am satisfied. I do not know what inventions are in the brain of the future. I do not know what garments of glory may be woven for the world in the loom of the years to be. We are just on the edge of the great ocean of discovery. I do not know what is to be discovered. I do not know what science will do for us. I do know that science did just take a handful of sand and make the telescope, and with it read all the starry leaves of heaven. I know that science took the thunderbolts from the hands of Jupiter, and now the electric spark, freighted with thought and love, flashes under the waves of the sea. I know that science stole a tear from the cheek of unpaid labor, converted it into steam, and created a giant that turns with tireless arms the countless wheels of toil. I know that science broke the chains from human limbs and gave us instead the forces of nature for our slaves. I know that we have made the attraction of gravitation work for us. We have made the lightnings our messengers. We have taken advantage of fire and flames and wind and sea. These slaves have no backs to be whipped. They have no hearts to be lacerated. They have no children to be stolen, no cradles to be violated. I know that science has given us better houses. I know it has given us better pictures and better books. I know it has given us better wives and better husbands and more beautiful children. I know it has enriched 1,000-fold our lives, and for that reason I am in favor of intellectual liberty. I know not, I say, what discoveries may lead the world to glory, but I do know that from the infinite sea of the future never a greater or grander blessing will strike this bank and shoal of time than liberty for man, woman, and child. Ladies and gentlemen, I have delivered this lecture a great many times. Clergymen have attended, and the editors of religious newspapers, and they have gone away and written in their papers and declared in their pulpits that in this lecture I advocated universal adultery. They have gone away and said it was obscene and disgusting. Between me and my clerical maligners, between me and my religious slanderers, I leave you, ladies and gentlemen, to judge. End of Ingersoll's lecture on intellectual development. This is a LibriVox recording, read for you by Ted Delorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina, on April 19th, 2009.